Welcome to Something to Wrestle With.
Something to wrestle with.
Bruce Prichard.
Well, you know.
That's not a rib.
She booted.
She booted.
No, yeah, but
There's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. And was he there? I was there. I don't give a shit. I ain't scared.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
You, Bruce.
I love
you take the chicken, double cheeseburger, you take the bread, well, you know, and then double man, you know, it's called chicken salad. Double onion,
You're nothing but an egg-sucking dog.
Throw it in your Google machine.
Goddamn, kid. God damn it. What the hell show you got there? I need more. Ooh, yeah.
What say you?
Pronouns, pal.
And now, something to wrestle with. Con Bruce Prichard.
the second most recognizable athlete in the entire world today.
Conrad Thompson.
What happened when? What would Vince say about that?
Well, hey, Vince, to the my shorts look good tonight. Yeah, so big. Yeah, let's go.
Bullshit.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
World title that.
Welcome to Something to Wrestle With.
Something to wrestle
Something to wrestle with.
Something to wrestle with. Bruce Prichard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Woo, you starting early today, Daddy. That's like way too early for me, if you know what I'm saying. Hang on, let me catch up.
Well, let's get going, man. I'm excited to talk about this week, which is maybe the most underrated WrestleMania of all time, WrestleMania 19. But before we do, we should go back and put a bow on last week. Last week, we actually brought you 2 times the entertainment with 2 shows. On Friday, we talked about Shawn Michaels 94-95. I think it's one of our most fascinating shows so far, Bruce. What was the feedback you got about Shawn 94-95?
Even the haters were fascinated. Even the haters were saying, you know what? I don't want to hear about Shawn Michaels, but I loved the show. So I was happy to hear that even the haters didn't hate. For like 1 week, if only for 1 week, it's a good thing.
Well, we had fun the very next day talking about Saturday night's main event from March of 1988. It is a watch-along episode, which we haven't done a terrible lot of here on the show. But it was a show of note for sure, simply because it's really Harley Race's last big-time match, and it's against Hulk Hogan. Lots of fun stuff that went down in that episode, and it's a short one. It's only about an hour long, and you can catch it anytime you'd like over at youtube.com/something to wrestle. Now, of course, it's available everywhere else you enjoy podcasts as well, but we threw out the challenge to you guys that if you would help us get to 20,000 subscribers by WrestleMania for our YouTube channel, we were going to throw you the best bonus show poll ever. We're talking SummerSlam 91. We're talking Survivor Series 91. We're talking Royal Rumble 1992 and WrestleMania 8. You pick, man. What do you want to hear? It would be a great watch-along episode, maybe our best possible bonus show ever. And all we need you to do is go over to youtube.com/something to wrestle and click the subscribe button. And how much does clicking that button cost, Bruce?
That'd be absolutely free of charge. Gratis. That means you pay nothing.
There you go. youtube.com/something to wrestle. We're starting to archive some clips there too. So if there's a favorite clip that you have, talk about it in some of the comments on the shows. Our main man over there at YouTube is going to get that fired up for you. It's youtube.com/something to wrestle. It's free. Go hit the subscribe button and do it before WrestleMania, and you're going to get one hell of a bonus show. And I get that we are ready to talk about WrestleMania 19. I got to tell you, Bruce, going into this, I was really not excited to cover this one because I really wanted to cover WrestleMania 14. I thought what a cool moment it would be on the show and just sort of accidental on purpose timing if we covered WrestleMania 14 when Stone Cold won his very first world title in the WWF on 3/16, because today's March 16th. Man, that would be incredible. But it didn't win. It came in 3rd place. But what did win is Stone Cold's very last WrestleMania, which I guess is just as awesome. So we're going to cover WrestleMania 19 today, but going into it, I was like, and I think I was just sort of in the mode back when the pay-per-view happened, because I remember when this happened, I was sort of not really as fired up about this WrestleMania as I had been in years past. But I watched this show this week for the first time since it happened 15 years ago. And this might be one of the best WrestleManias ever. Maybe it's because I didn't watch it on the heels of several weeks worth of Raw, or I didn't have a mismanaged expectation about what might or might not happen there. The show in a vacuum was out fucking standing. Was it not, Bruce?
It goes down probably as far as WrestleManias that I was involved in. It's probably my second favorite WrestleMania of all time. And I stand by that. And watching it back, though, you look at it and you try to recall what it was and what was so great about it. And it's hard sometimes. And then you look at it on paper and go, maybe it's not as good as I remember or what I wanted to think it was. And then I hit play and I'm thinking, I can skip over some stuff. I can fast forward. I watched it start to finish and loved it. I thought it's my number 2 WrestleMania of all time.
Number one being
WrestleMania 17.
We're going to have to agree to disagree there. So let's talk about the show, man. It goes down on March 30th. So we're quickly approaching the 15-year anniversary, just a couple weeks from now. You might be curious, on March 30th, what are we covering? Well, here you go, boys and girls, WrestleMania 4. So buckle up for that. We're going to have 2 WrestleManias to cover this year. But on March 30th, 2003, we're at Safeco Field in Seattle, Washington. One heck of a house here, 54,097 fans. Snickers was the sponsor of the show. Bruce, I know you don't like to talk about what the guys got paid, but freestyle a guess for us. Snickers is all over this. What type of money do you think they would have been paying in 2003 for a sponsorship like that?
$370. Cash, probably. I have no idea.
I mean, is it millions, hundreds of thousands?
I'm sure it's more than $1 million. Yes.
Okay. I was just curious though, because they're getting lots of play here, and obviously it would have been on all the promos leading in, on the TV. So you don't just have the signage at the event and the signage on the actual television, but you've also got it, on the lead up to the show. 54,097. Is that about what you guys were hoping for at Safeco Field?
We were, and it was a pretty damn cool field. I remember the one thing I remember most about Safeco Field was the how would I say this? Anality, the assholiness of the guy that protected the pitcher's mound. They set up barricades all around the pitcher's mound on Safeco Field, and they had a guard on duty 24 hours a day that you could not step on the pitcher's mound in Safeco Field. It was like sacred holy ground, and no one, we couldn't stand on it, take pictures or anything like that. And they had it barricaded and had a guard on it 24 hours to make sure that no one did that.
So chat me up. Why Seattle? It's the first time that Seattle had gotten a WrestleMania. Safeco Field at this point was not a brand new building. It was about 4 years old, I guess. Why did Safeco get the nod here? This is in the era where you guys were starting to let towns sort of bid on WrestleMania, right?
We were, and we were looking to do something different. We were looking for a West Coast venue as well, because you can do it a little bit earlier in the day and just to do something different, get out of the East Coast, get out of the norm, if you will. And Safeco had bid on it. It was a relatively new building. It wasn't 5 years old yet. And Seattle was a hell of a market. The Pacific Northwest was a damn good market. You're drawing from Vancouver, you can draw from Portland, and you're drawing from, Northern California, all over. And Seattle was it could be a destination city. Got the nod.
Do you remember what other markets were being considered?
Yeah. Minneapolis was being considered. St. Louis was also being considered, as well as Indianapolis. Those are, and I say that, and that's off the top of my head. I remember those markets because they were always in the running for it. It was like St. Louis was always in the running for having a WrestleMania. They always wanted to get something in the building there, and they always wanted to, have those big events.
Do you remember why St. Louis and Minneapolis were maybe never at the top of the list? I mean, it feels like we hear those cities all the time, but they never actually went out. Is there some sort of line of thinking in the office, maybe from Vince or somebody else, that sort of disqualifies them from being seriously considered?
I don't think they're big destination cities. I think that they are, they're great buildings and they're great wrestling cities, but it's not some place that someone in London, if they're considering going to WrestleMania, hey, wow, I really want to go to St. Louis versus, hey, I want to go to Orlando. I can go see Universal Studios, Mickey Mouse, everything else. New Orleans, I can go to Bourbon Street. It's going to be a party. St. Louis has Anheuser-Busch. Minneapolis is not really that big of a destination city. Seattle, you got Vancouver. You got the Pike, whatever, the port there thing. But there's a lot of big cities around it that feed into it.
So the WWE has a lot of momentum coming into this event. The roster is maybe the most stacked ever. On top of that, Stone Cold has returned to the company in February, and Goldberg's going to debut on Raw the night after. So a lot of fans like myself like to romanticize around the 80s era, but this is probably the most stacked roster in history right here at this WrestleMania 19. Wouldn't you agree, Bruce?
Yeah, I think it was some of the best array of talent that we had. I think that we had the best and the cream of the crop of those that we were, ever going to want from the WCW era. And we had the best of the WWE era. So it was a great time as far as talent goes, man. The roster was stacked and it was deep.
I feel like we should talk a little bit about the theme song, which has always been a big part of WrestleMania. It's Crack Addict by Limp Bizkit. And that's not normally a song that you would imagine you would want that title associated with your WWE programming, but Crack Addict gets the nod. How does this come to be? I mean, obviously Limp Bizkit had an association with the company through the entrance music for the American Badass version of The Undertaker. And lots of people have been talking about Fred Durst this week since it was announced that Kid Rock was going to be going into the Hall of Fame. Do you think Limp Bizkit maybe should have been in before Kid Rock? Lots of fans were suggesting that online this week.
Again, I don't know how the hell you make that decision, but I had to laugh. I just had to laugh every single time that I heard Jerry Lawler talk about, oh, it's Limp Bizkit's Crack Addict. I'm like, what? Because the name was insane and the song was what it was, but to have to say it over and over again, yeah, it didn't sound like the kind of thing you really wanted associated with your biggest event of the year.
Chat me up. How high on this is Vince McMahon?
How high is he on Crack Addict?
Yeah.
He liked it. He probably, I could see him dancing to Crack Addict all the time. And he was probably pretty damn high on it, as a matter of fact.
It just feels hilarious to me that Vince McMahon would be holding meetings. God damn it. Why aren't we using Crack Addict? I need Crack.
We need more Crack Addict.
Let's talk about some company news as we head into WrestleMania 19. In early March, the WWE finally threw the towel in on the World in Times Square in New York City. Of course, it opened in late 99 and originally started out as the WWF New York. And I think the rental agreement was like a 20-year deal, but it was signed before September 11th. And of course that affected tourism in New York, especially Times Square, for quite a while. What do you remember about making the decision to sort of shut down the World and WWF New York as a whole?
It was a losing proposition, and just became the point of, you're flushing money down the toilet here. It's not creating any more revenue, and everything in Times Square, everything in New York, just those type of attractions from Planet Hollywood to, the Harley Davidson Cafe, the All-Star Cafe, they were all having hard times. And that was our model. It was the almost identical model, and none of them were working. And we thought, we would be different because we're the WWF. My God, it's going to be different. But unfortunately, we were a victim of the same problems that they all had. Plus the fact that we're in Times Square, we were in a pretty bad deal. And as far as the 20-year lease, I think that everybody that signs something in Times Square, is in a 20-year lease type of situation, and they always just sell it to the next guy because there's always going to be somebody else that comes along that wants that space and willing to pay that premium for it. So we were a victim of the times. We were a victim of the food wasn't great. That hurt. And
Bruce, take your pills.
okay, thank you. So it just was time to cut the cord.
Chat me up. How much do you think the rental agreement was for WWF New York? What was the monthly rent?
God, I have no idea. I couldn't even imagine being in Times Square, what the hell that thing would be. Had to be astronomical.
Thanks, Tony. So you guys had tried everything for this. You'd had Tough Enough finales, the Raw anniversary special. You would do cutaways to show people sort of partying inside of Raw and SmackDown and pay-per-views and just everything you could. But we've heard about Vince sort of having these crazy ideas, like the time he tried to buy a casino, or I guess he did buy a casino.
No, we did buy a casino.
Tell me about, when you first heard about this concept of the world, how long ahead of them actually opening it in 99, had this been something Vince was sort of romanticizing, the concept of?
Well, going back to even, like you say, the casino, the casino was something that was sprung upon us after he did it. I'll never forget the phone call, man. He called me from Vegas. I just bought a casino, pal. And other than Ed Kaufman, who was our legal counsel, I don't know that anyone knew that Vince was serious about going to buy a casino. He had talked about, we'll have casinos, we'll have themed restaurants, we'll have our own network, we'll have all of these things. And, a lot of times you chalk it up to, hey, we're going to work towards this. And when it actually happens, it's like, oh shit, this is actually happening. And now you got to make it work. So he had always talked about those things, and it just became a reality. It's like the time that he wanted to do the Hall of Fame in Orlando. They went down and bought a building. We're going to have a physical Hall of Fame. The reality of actually being able to open it up and make it a reality in Orlando, Florida, unfortunately didn't come to pass. But he always talked about things like that. People always thought he was crazy.
Why was it changed from WWF New York to the world? Did somebody sort of think maybe people thought it was too wrestling and you wanted, some outside non-wrestling fans to come enjoy the space?
Well, there were two entities. There was the restaurant and then there was the club. And the club was potentially a hot spot, being right there in Times Square in the locale. So the idea behind it was, if you just call it the world, maybe people aren't going to associate it as a wrestling themed club. They're going to come to it for the club aspect of it and come and check it out. And for a while it worked, but we tried so many different things with it, from it being a theater and being a show place where we had Chris Angel in there and different bands and different attractions, that it really didn't have an identity. And the only identity it did have was the wrestling club. And we didn't want it to be the wrestling club. We wanted it to be more than that. So that was the decision to just call it the world.
So why did it shut down? Here we go. The WWE posted all the losses for the world on the latest quarterly statement. This is directly from the dirt sheets. Released the same day the club was shut down. WWE reported a loss of over $26 million for the third quarter of 2003. Of that, nearly $33 million was due to losses incurred from the world. So had the world not shut down, WWE would have been able to report a profit for the last quarter of around $7 million. So not only was this thing losing money, it cost a damn arm and a leg to shut down. $33 million from closing the world. Unbelievable.
It would have cost a lot more money to keep it open and keep it going.
I'm glad you said that, because it was written, the world lost roughly $1 million per month, every month it existed. Process that. This is Vince McMahon's, hey, goddamn pal, we're going to get a restaurant in Times Square. $1 million a month it lost every month. During that time span, this is from the dirt sheets, wrestler salaries have dropped drastically. The $12 million in approximate annual losses, had it been spent on wrestlers instead, would have equaled an approximate wage for each wrestler on a 50-man roster of roughly $240,000 each per year. Instead, the wrestlers have been asked to take pay cuts on their so-called downside guarantees. And here we are. Now, obviously the dirt sheets are sort of reaching here. And I know you're going to say, oh, that money came from a different fund. But isn't it logical that if we're trying to run a business here, in the end, the bottom line's the bottom line. And if you've got one area of your business hemorrhaging $12 million worth of cash, you try to make up some of that somewhere else so you can turn that around, right?
Okay. Well, first of all, it did come from a completely different part of the company. And second of all, name me one talent who was asked to take a reduction.
Well, name me one that got a raise.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
They're saying that several were asked to take reductions. Who? I don't know of anybody that was ever asked to take a reduction because of that. And I don't know that that's factual. And so to say that, I believe that they are reaching, and I think they're just trying to create stories that aren't necessarily there.
I mean, I don't know how we can argue this, and I'm glad we're going to argue right at the top of the show, but if the company is reporting a loss, you're saying nobody was asked to take a pay cut. Come the fuck on. If you're reporting a loss, yeah, somebody's taking a pay cut.
Okay. I didn't take a pay cut. And again, I don't know of I don't know of one single talent that was asked to take a reduction in their downside guarantee. I had never heard that until you just said it.
Okay. Allegedly you guys had a theme ride in Niagara Falls that operated for 1 day in 2002 before being shut down for safety violations, and it sat dormant ever since. I never even heard about this. What do you remember about a theme ride in Niagara Falls that ran for 1 fucking day?
Well, it was some theme ride they already had, and they renamed it a WWE, WWF at the time, theme deal. That's all it was. It was just something that they wanted to do. It's like in Astroworld in Houston back in the day, the Black Dragon was named a million different things. It was the same ride. They just named it different things throughout the years. Batman was Batman. Batman was Superman. All these different things. They just rename them. So the theme ride gimmick was something actually that we were going to do. We did do for a while with Universal. There was a little theme attraction at Universal in Hollywood, California that they did. We wanted to do that also in Orlando, fell through, but it was just a theme park in Niagara Falls that named one of their rides after us.
And you guys had purchased the ride, or you just licensed?
No, it was a licensing deal. Hey, we'd like to license the WWE name for a ride for maybe a season or something like that.
Do you remember what it was called?
Maybe it was for a weekend. Sometimes they do.
Do you remember what it was called?
I don't. I remember seeing the drawings of it. I remember seeing the depictions of the opening to it and all that stuff, like the entryway into it, but I don't remember what the hell it even was.
There's talk that, Vince might like the idea of opening a WWE theme park. I mean, this was years ago when we first heard about this, and maybe some people started to think, maybe he does have some sort of weird obsession, because last year's WrestleMania was roller coaster themed and called the Ultimate Thrill Ride. Did Vince ever talk about opening a theme park?
Yeah, we talked about it. That's another one that, you can chalk that up there with the theme park and the themed restaurants and the casinos and the networks and everything else. Yes. WWF, the, world, and being able to go in and have rides kind of mirrored after every single wrestler. The haunted house would be the Undertaker's haunted house, the Stone Cold Coaster, the rocks, whatever, the rock drop, just all these different things that we've talked about. Those cartoons back when they did Hulk Hogan's Rock and Wrestling cartoon, they had that theme park in there, and that's something, a vision that he's always had as well.
Supposedly he was a big fan of the Niagara Falls location because they did open a store there. And they tried to do autograph sessions. And of course they sold merchandise, and the TVs just sort of rolled all the old pay-per-views. and eventually it closed in 2011. But I think for a minute, the ride that was only open for a brief time, and it's funny because I almost made a joke before I found this just now. It's called the Pile Driver. So I guess the Pile Driver really is banned. Did you ever ride the ride or see the ride? Or, I mean, nope. I know you say you saw a sketch, but did you ever visit this Niagara Falls facility?
Nope. Never did. And the store that we had there, the WWF store that we had, was not a part of an amusement park. It was a store in like one of the outdoor malls or something like that. And it was, you know, part of the attraction in the attraction area there at Niagara Falls. And I guess it did okay in the very beginning, but after a while, it was one of the first, you know, those wrestling collectible stores, so to speak.
Let's take a look at some money for a minute. And I know that a lot of people are not entertained by this, but I am fascinated by it because this is a weird time in the business. You know, we're going to run through the roster in a little bit and you're going to see just an incredible amount of talent on this card. But for whatever reason, the buy rate was down, and we're going to sort of beat up why that might be. Is it because the WWF doesn't have any competition and Vince McMahon needs competition? Or is it because the fans themselves really thrived on having freedom of choice? And if they didn't like one thing, they could switch over to something else. And that maybe added a level of excitement. Either way, total revenues compared to the same quarter in 2002 were down to 95.6 million from 100.2 million. Your live events were up, but when you combined it with some of the television, it was down. Pay-per-view revenues were down about 2 million as well. And some of the pay-per-view domestic buys were a big part of that because you've got 1.3 million compared to 1.6 million the prior year. And your television rights fees actually increased 25%. So when we're talking about revenues going down, TV's actually going up, and TV ad revenue is down. So it's weird because there's multiple levels of TV, and everybody's still fascinated with ratings because so many of us grew up in that Monday Night Wars era. But revenue from television commercials is way down, like 4 million, but it is up 25% on rights fees. When do you remember that swing sort of happening? Because even today, there is this appetite for content in the world, whether it's YouTube or Amazon or over the top or whatever. People are consumed with owning the content. And that's why, you know, things like YouTube and Twitch and all those services really have thrived because it's all about the content. But the overall ad revenue here is dipping. When do you remember the rights fees sort of surpassing the ad fees, if that makes sense?
Well, the rights fees probably surpassed the ad fees when we stopped selling ads. And when we demanded more rights fees and let the networks go ahead and keep all of that ad revenue. So that's a perceived decline because they're selling less of it in a lot of respects. And the rights fees go up. You know, it's interesting because when they talk about the audience size, Eric Bischoff and I have discussed this for years, where when you look at the Monday Night Wars and people go, oh my God, you know, between the two shows, there were this many people watching wrestling. I don't believe it. I think that probably if you were to take the highest number of either one of those shows, that's probably the true number of how many people and what that audience truly was. I think a lot of the ratings were duplication from people sampling both shows and going back and forth. And it during this time was pretty much a leveling off period where the ratings were settling down and things were just kind of, you know, you come off of a high and now you're coming down a little bit. And that's where we were at this time.
I also feel like it's worth mentioning that merchandise is down, but licensing revenues were up. You know, it's an interesting business because I think so many of us still get sort of caught up in ratings and buy rates. We forget there's all these other ways to make money: television ads, television rights, you know, merchandise sales, but then also licensing. So it's a fun time in the business, but it is something that's sort of hard to put your finger on. Like, hey, what's really going on? Do you remember there being sort of a fuck, I don't know what to do feeling in some of the meetings with Vince when you see that, hey, revenue's down, but look at our fucking roster. It's as stacked as it's ever been.
You know, there were times where you would sit in these meetings with a lot of the executives that were over their own departments, and it was an opportunity for them, each and every one of them, to kind of, you know, puff their chests out and say, yes, but our department is doing this and our department is doing that. And we made this deal and we made that deal. You know, as my good friend Michael Hayes, you know, once stated in a meeting, you know, what do? I make money for this company. What the fuck do you do? So I think at the end of the day, when you look at the whole pie, it was healthy and it was still, you know, it was still doing okay. There was no need to panic. And where one revenue might be down over here, this one over here was increasing and doing big numbers. So that's why I say it's kind of a leveling off, seeing where we are. And while we were no longer selling ad revenue, you know, those rights, now all of a sudden the TV rights revenue is increasing because we're not getting the ad revenue anymore. So it's just a different time, and times were changing, and the way that you got paid was changing.
Well, and the roster was changing. You know, we're talking about how stacked it is, but it's not without injury. Just a few matches into his return after being out for many months due to a shoulder injury, Randy Orton suffers an even more serious injury to his foot. And in the same match, Batista tears his tricep. What do you remember about Randy's return? And then immediately he's out again. And in the same match, another member of Evolution, and they're getting a big push here, he's out too.
Well, it was disappointing. And I think there was a feeling at that time, is Randy going to be injury prone? Now, an injury is one thing, and getting hurt. This was an accident. This is something where the Dudleys ended up crushing his foot, and that was an accident. That was no fault of Randy. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't Randy put himself in a bad position or Randy had weak feet or anything like that. It was just a straight up accident. But it hurts. It hurts when you got, you know, your young stud coming up, two of them, in him and Batista getting hurt at the same time, because you're trying to look at the future and you're looking down the line as to what you've got coming up. And boy, there was a time there, man, it felt like everybody was dropping.
Was there any heat on the Dudleys for that injury? We know at times Randy Orton, according to the rumor and innuendo, has been difficult to deal with, but when Bubba lands on his foot and, you know, he's out, is there any sort of real heat with Randy and the Dudleys over that?
I don't know. I don't know if there was heat with Randy and the Dudleys. I think that, unfortunately, as we say, it ain't ballet, and things happen in the ring sometimes. It's an unfortunate accident, and you can't, you know, it just happens. It absolutely just happens. I had, you know, little teeny tiny Bruno Lauer fall on my ankle and shatter my ankle. Imagine that. You know, I mean, it was a freak accident. He didn't mean to do it. Hang on, wait, Bruno might've meant to do it, come to think of it. But no, those things happen, and you just have to suck it up and, you know, move your chess piece.
Let's talk about Batista for a minute. I can't wait till we do a Batista episode here on the show, but when he tears his tricep, is there a feeling amongst the office of the locker room that maybe one of the reasons he's had these injuries is he's too big?
You know, I don't know. I think that there's always that feeling whenever you look at the big guys and guys that are built that way, the bodybuilding guys, they train differently.
Right.
And you look at it and go, okay, well, maybe if they trained kind of like a CrossFit or whatever the hell, there's always going to be that argument. And, you know, shit just happens.
Let's talk about Steve Austin. Of course, this is really going to be a lot about Steve Austin in this episode, since this is really his sort of swan song in the WWE, at least as an in-ring performer. It comes out right before WrestleMania that his contract was going to expire in September. And Hulk Hogan here was working without a contract. He'd actually worked the No Way Out pay-per-view without a contract, but the belief was that he was going to re-sign. And one of the concessions that WWE probably had to make was to bring in Jimmy Hart. do you remember there being conversations with Hulk about would he come back? Wouldn't he come back? And one of those requests on his side to be involving Jimmy Hart?
Well, Hulk wanted someone to his quote manager to be able to kind of get him through airports and get his bags and handle his personal appearances and all of that other ancillary stuff. So the idea was to bring Jimmy Hart in as a goodwill ambassador and use Jimmy Hart to help with promotion stuff, but also be the one to accompany Hulk on all of his stuff.
Yeah. Allegedly Austin and Hogan sat next to each other on a plane ride out of Montreal and, had to transfer in Atlanta. Of course, Austin goes to Texas from there and Hogan goes to Tampa. I only mention this because the rumor and innuendo is that these guys weren't always the best of friends. And in the documentary that accompanied this pay-per-view, or covered this pay-per-view rather, on the WrestleMania 20 DVD, The Mania of WrestleMania, Hunter's doing a voiceover where he's talking about how WrestleMania is where you get together with all your brothers and your family members, but there's some members of your family maybe you don't really like, but you tolerate them at dinner. And when he says that line about people you don't really like, they get a really tight, long shot on Hulk Hogan. How was Hogan with some of the top guys at the time? How was his relationship with Austin at this point?
I don't know that they really even had a relationship. It was professional, and I don't know, they hung out and drank together or did anything like that but they were cordial and they were professional. That was about it, but it's a funny thing I'll take it, Hulk is an example. Before that, Bruno, people like that, the family dynamic of, let's say Bruno, Vince McMahon felt that Bruno had not done his father right. So there was a little bit of animosity between Bruno and Vince because of that. And I think that if you ever screwed the old man, then Vince didn't want to do business with you. There was that feeling with Ivan Koloff. There was that feeling with a lot of guys that Vince preferred not to do business with because he felt that they had wronged his dad. And I think that the kids, Shane and Stephanie, on the other side of that, kind of felt the same way, that if they had perceived that someone had not done business well with their dad, there was that little bit of animosity. And over the years, they've learned, the lesson that Vince has kind of taught everybody is you do business with everybody if there's business to be done. But especially when they were younger, it was kind of like, no, I don't like him because he screwed my dad over, the perception that he screwed my dad over. Hulk leaving at the time and going to work for WCW, the whole angle that we were doing during this time with Vince and Hulk was all based in reality. Hey, Hulk, you left, man. You went and testified for the U.S. government against me when I'm fighting for my life. That was all real. And it was heartfelt. But at the same time, Vince could forgive. I don't know that those around him always did. If that makes sense to you.
Isn't it interesting that Austin had sort of made fun of Hulk Hogan for being old when he was in ECW and really felt like Hogan had maybe held him down in WCW. But when they get over here, Austin's going to be the one who retires from in-ring competition before Hogan.
Okay.
Well, I'm just curious. Do you think that's because Hogan had a little help? Allegedly, when pressed on the matter, Guerrero said, it was really Paul Heyman who was unhappy and he sent me to complain. Is that the way you remember that going down?
I really don't remember that at all. The whole ordeal with Paul at that time, I think, was a culmination of a lot of things. And I think it was frustration on Vince and Stephanie's part, dealing with Paul. And I think that there was frustration on Paul's end dealing with Vince, because while there were a lot of us, not a lot of, but there were those of us that disagreed with Vince. And as I've talked about over the years here on the podcast, I learned how to do it in a little nicer way. And Paul I don't know, had learned that yet. And Paul liked to butt heads, and Paul liked to let the entire world know that he was the smartest guy in the room. So there's a way to deal with Vince. There's a time to disagree with him, and there's a time to move on once he makes a decision. And after you've stated your case and he makes his decision, move on. And I don't know that Paul at this point in his career had perfected that. I don't know. Paul's extremely successful and a great gift to gab. Maybe he's changed his dynamic in that regard. But at that time, I think it was the culmination of just everything that Vince was frustrated, Paul was frustrated, and everybody felt the best thing to do was, okay, let's remove Paul from this role for a while.
In late February, Stephanie McMahon walked out onto the stage on SmackDown, I believe, and sort of teased that she was going to be posing for Playboy, but instead announced that Tori Wilson was going to be on the magazine's cover. Playboy came calling for everybody. Did Playboy ever inquire about Stephanie McMahon that you know of?
Not that I know of, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did.
Hypothetically, if they would have, what would Vince's reaction be to that?
For real?
Well, we're trying to do a fucking show, Bruce. If you want to be entertaining, we can do that, or you can just be Tony Schiavone. It's cool with me either way.
Well, the booking committee didn't think that, I think Vince would say, get them puppies out. Let's see them bark. The real Vince McMahon would probably consider it. And if it was good for business, well, baby girl, let's see them. So who knows?
Let's see what. They're not chocolate.
See them puppies.
Oh, okay. So I got it.
Warm puppies.
Sylvan was introduced as Vince McMahon's personal referee. Whose idea was this? This feels like a Pat Patterson idea.
No, Pat wasn't even really in the company at the time. It was Vince's idea, and it came from a deal that we did in Montreal where Sylvan got beat up by Chris Jericho and took a hell of an ass whooping and didn't complain and got up. No one really knew who Sylvan was. And man, Vince fell in love with him. We used him for the heel referee in Montreal. And the fact that we had used him at No Way Out, Vince just wanted to continue using him. It wasn't going to be a long-term deal. It was to get us through this.
In the last Raw of February, Booker T actually wins a battle royal to determine who is going to get a title shot against Triple H at WrestleMania. It comes down to The Rock and Booker T, and I think most people assumed The Rock was going to actually win that, but surprise, surprise, Booker T gets the nod. You guys are sort of left to figure out what you're going to do here. Of course, Brock won the Royal Rumble, so Brock is going to go after Kurt Angle. We know that. Was there a hard and fast rule or a real plan for the other title, for the Raw belt at this point? I mean, if you know that, hey, Brock's going to win the Royal Rumble, we're going to put, him and Kurt in the main event for the SmackDown title. Okay, we got to do something for Raw. Fuck it. Let's just do a battle royal on Raw. That feels sort of thrown together. Was it?
Kind of. And, when you look at the totality of the WrestleMania card itself, when you've got the return, you're going to have the return of Rock and Austin, the third match. That's an attraction in and of itself. Doesn't need a title involved in it. It's about pride at this point. When you're going to have Vince and Hulk, and within the company for us, and I was more on the SmackDown side during this period, it was all about crowning the new champion in Brock Lesnar. So unfortunately, by default, the Raw World Champion was, I don't want to say a secondary concern. To me it was, because I was SmackDown, but the cachet was frankly on the other matches. And so you want to do something to try and bring somebody up, and that being Booker T, and still feature that match as best you can. But It wasn't, unfortunately, that's just the way that the cards kind of fell.
Was there consideration ever, like before the matches went sideways, for Scott Steiner to be the guy in here at WrestleMania against Triple H?
No, because Vince didn't want to have that rematch. So no, to answer the question, no. At that point, there wasn't, because he had it at Royal Rumble. He didn't want to go that many times at WrestleMania. He wanted something fresh for WrestleMania.
So he didn't want a rematch for Scott Steiner. Scott Steiner's not even on the card. What did he want for Scott Steiner here, if not another match with Hunter?
At this point, he was not real happy with the Scott Steiner experiment and was looking to try and do something else with him and move him into a tag team.
I'm not asking at this point. I mean, originally, like, it does feel like we're sort of rushing a Triple H world title match with Booker T. It feels like Scott Steiner's left with really nothing to do. And you said that wasn't the plan ever. So the plan was just, let's beat Scott Steiner and then let his ass sit at home. And then let's make our other world title opponent just be decided by a battle royal.
At that point, yes, that is what it was. And it wasn't about just let the guy sit at home. You can't have everybody on the roster cannot be on, as much as we try. And sometimes there's just nothing creatively for them. And if you do something else, it's forcing them in there. And wanting to do something new, you're forced with that task of, okay, you've got to do something new. You don't have a lot of time. Make a battle royal, make a contender for the championship.
Whew. Sometimes you just want to be argumentative, man. Let's just move on.
No, I see that's what it's like. You guys can sit back 2020. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? There's a lot of extenuating circumstances.
I'm not
have John Cena be a big part of this. We had deals in place for John Cena with the rappers to be a big part of WrestleMania. They dropped out. They agreed up front. You get into the promotion, you're going, knowing this is what you got. They drop out. You've moved on with other guys. Now there's no place for John Cena. Why wasn't John Cena on there?
No,
because unfortunately his shit didn't dropped out. Why wasn't Scott Steiner on there? Because there was not a place for him at that time.
I'm not arguing why he wasn't on it. I'm asking what the original plan was. And you said,
and I don't remember. I don't remember there even was an original plan for him.
So Booker T comes to the ring on the first Raw of March, and he's hyping up his WrestleMania title match. And then Triple H comes out, and this is where things get interesting. This is directly from the torch. Booker is going to WrestleMania, but someone, quote, like you, end quote, doesn't get to be world champion. Triple H said, people like you don't get to be world champion. That's reserved for people like me. Triple H said, Booker isn't here to be a competitor. He's here to be an entertainer. So Triple H asked for a little dance and for one of those spinneroonies and said, come on, Book, dance, entertain me. That's your job. You're here to make people laugh, and you're very good at it with your nappy hair and your suckers. Hell, I was laughing all week after you won that 20-man over-the-top battle royal. I'll laugh my ass off thinking about you challenging me for the World Heavyweight Championship. You see, Book, I understand that you've been the 5-time WCW World Heavyweight Champion. I get all that. But let's face it, that place was a joke, Book. And then he goes on to Rick and says, correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, but wasn't that the same time the other illustrious superstars such as David Arquette and some guy named Vince Russo was champ, right? Let's face it, Buck, you championshiped that place right into the ground. I'll give you this. You have your moments. Last week when you threw the Rock over the top rope, hell, that was a moment. But think about it for a sec. What does that give you? What do you get? You're going to get to go to WrestleMania. This is not some nickel and dime fly by night gig, Buck. This is the real deal. It's WrestleMania, the biggest show on earth, the Big Daddy. You're going to go and you're going to be in the main event and you're going to wrestle the greatest professional wrestler alive on the planet today. You're going to wrestle the game and you're going to step in with the end all be all of this business. And when you get there, you're going to do what people like you always do. You're going to lose. Of course, Booker takes issue with this and, he says somebody like me is going to ragtag your ass and beat you for the world championship. Of course, JR on commentary, putting over the baby face. Damn right, Booker. You got to believe, brother. And then Hunter says something like, good luck, Booker. You're going to need it. Oh, and another thing, good luck in your match with Scott Steiner. Good luck, because with a guy like Scott Steiner, you might even be lucky to make it to WrestleMania. So people are going to form their own opinion about this promo, and Lord knows they already have. It's our most requested thing to talk about this week. Who wrote the dialogue?
I believe Brian Gewirtz wrote the promo. However, I think that, when you take it out of context and you go look at the entire promotion of what that match was about and what the whole angle was about, it was about someone from WCW that had held that championship 5 times before, thinking that they were worthy to headline a WWF WrestleMania. And that was the content, again, when you isolate one promo and a few lines out of one promo, and the way it was delivered and the way you just delivered it, okay, it can be taken in a lot of ways. The way it was intended and the way it was written and the way that the whole angle was laid out was about Booker T being the standard bearer of WCW, because at that time, Booker was the biggest star to come out of WCW, 5-time world champion. And can you really, you really think that you can hang in the main event of a WrestleMania? That was a storyline, and people like to pick out, this one promo and lines out of it and say, okay, delivered how they were. And granted, how they were delivered, you can take it a lot of ways, but the intent and the way that the angle was laid out was exactly as I just laid it out to you.
Let me just say, before I shit all over it, that I can defend some of this. Someone like you doesn't get to be world champion could not only be said to Booker T, but it could be said to Hurricane Helms, a white guy. Hurricane was a tremendous character, but he was there, quote unquote, to make people laugh. And you're very good at it. The way the Hurricane character was presented, it was supposed to be fun. That was the idea. And obviously Booker T coming out and doing the Spinneroonie, it's supposed to be fun. I can get behind that. And I can even get behind people like you and not necessarily jump to, boy, that's some bullshit. However, when he throws in your nappy hair, pretty fucking hard for me to get behind.
Oh, and I don't get behind the nappy hair either. And, but you go fast forward or go backwards. Rock saying that was all okay.
Well, but you know why that is.
I'm saying you're saying it because a white man saying it to a black man, that's bad. And I'm saying that it's not good at all. So I'm not going to defend it. I'm just telling you what the angle and what it was. And people like to pick out, certain words. You want to pick out that one thing, but when you look at the overall scope of it, that was what the angle was about. Someone from WCW who had been a 5-time champion, not being worthy of being in the WWE
with his nappy hair.
Well, that's the one thing you want to pick on, and that's what you want to hang your hat on. Then cool.
There is a section of fans. We're going to skip ahead here. Obviously we're going to cover it in great detail, but there's a section of fans who think that this offensive bullshit, because that's really what I think it is. They think that, this would have been okay. I mean, not really, but it would have been less bad. Maybe that's the right way of saying it, if he'd have won. So if you're sort of burying him and, I'm not saying Hunter's a racist in real life. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this promo, you could misconstrue, or maybe not even misconstrue.
And I'm not saying that you can't misconstrue it.
You could be led to believe, hey, they're going with a racist gimmick here. But the hope is at the end that the underdog, the babyface, the good guy, the guy who's being persecuted, fucking overcomes and wins. And that doesn't happen. Do you believe that if some of this, some of the more questionable remarks here would have existed, but then Booker won the belt, that maybe it would still be a hot button for fans all these years later?
I think that it probably would have alleviated a lot of that had that happened.
Was that when Hunter is out here saying nappy hair and dance and make me laugh and people like you, at that moment, not 3 weeks after, but at that moment, was the plan for him to go out here, get the heat, and then he's going to drop the belt at WrestleMania? Or was the plan at this point already, all right, go out there and embarrass him and say some racist shit, and then we'll smash his ass at WrestleMania?
Well, no, first of all, the plan was always for Hunter to go over at WrestleMania. And that was always the plan from the initial get go. But again, I love it when you sit there and you want to book everything. And well, if everything's a happy end, then what? Then what do you do? And when you look at the whole picture and you try to book a card like WrestleMania, you've got to have your ebbs and flows. You got to have your peaks and valleys. And Vince was adamant from the very start. There was one major title that was going to change hands in his eyes that night, and that was Brock. We were crowning one guy, one new babyface, and that was it. And it was going to be Brock's night. And everybody knew that from the start. That was never, from time to time, it'd be brought up. What if? No, it's all we're going to do. We're crowning Brock that night. There was really no more debate beyond that. So it's easy to sit back and go, well, they should have done it. But no, when you talk about the overall story and you talk about the whole package and everything else that you have to do and everybody else on the card and all the other matches and all the other stories, no, that would not have been the best thing to do.
Well, I'm just saying it feels like it would have been a natural thing when you're saying, oh, you could give them a happy ending. That does feel like the formula for wrestling, but not with Triple H, because 6 months prior to this, he was fucking guys' dead girlfriends and corpses, and that sets up a pay-per-view match. And oh, by the way, he wins there too. So get your chapstick out, motherfucker. You can't defend this. The babyface should have won.
No, he shouldn't have won in the whole damn. No, he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. Again, go out and buy a wrestling promotion and go out and promote it for 10 years. And with that logic, it won't last too.
I'll tell you this, if an indie promoter,
you have to have heels and baby faces. You have to have something for the baby face to overcome. And if you go in every big show, well, the baby face overcomes it, then you got to have them have something for them to fight for.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm not suggesting that the baby face has to always prevail.
You just said that's the formula and that's what we should do. Always have a happy ending.
No, I'm not saying that, but it is baby face territory. You've told us on that for this fucking show for 2 years. True or false?
That is true.
Okay. So, but not if the baby face has nappy hair, right?
No.
Okay.
I'm telling you that the end of the night for WrestleMania, that night, we wanted one guy to be the star, one guy for the big championship, that one big title change, that was to be Brock Lesnar.
I'm fine with that. I think my question is, in hindsight, can you just
so you're saying we made our decision on Booker's hair?
No, I'm saying if you knew he wasn't going to win, maybe you shouldn't have included that shit because it's not a good look.
Well, I didn't include it. And again, that goes back to delivery sometimes. And it goes back to, if you look at the totality, not one promo, you look at the totality of the entire promotion. And I think you will find that we didn't focus on his nappy hair. That's one line out of one promo. When you look at the totality of everything that we did in that promotion, you will see it was about WCW and WWF.
Can you just say, hey, we fucked up. We shouldn't have had him say that.
Oh, do I think he should have said that? I said that already. No, I thought it was bad. I don't think he should have said that. I don't think that was written for him. But I don't know that he didn't go to Booker and they said, hey, yeah, go ahead and do that. I don't know that. But I'm saying that I don't think it was good, but I also know it wasn't written that way, and that wasn't the intent, and that also isn't the way that the overall promotion was delivered.
Do you think WWE would ever veer into this territory again in 2018?
God, I would hope not.
Did you ever
when you look back, there's a lot of things that were done that never should have been done.
Sure.
Tons. Again, when you revisit revisionist history, yes, there's a shitload of that.
Do you remember there being any sort of comment from the locker room from guys like Ron Simmons or whoever who maybe had an opinion on this promo?
I don't know anybody that had an opinion on that specific promo that said anything, but I will tell you that there were times over the years that guys like a Ron Simmons or like Booker that would have said, hey, go ahead and go there. Again, trying to create natural, animosity and get people going, ooh, did they say that? Did they really just do that? And that was a different time in the business. And it doesn't make it right at all in any way, shape, or form.
Did you ever have a conversation? You know, you're really, I guess we should say right now, full disclosure, Booker T is one of your best friends in real life. True or false?
Absolutely.
And he was our guest, out in our Las Vegas live show a couple of months ago. And we've got another one of your great friends who's going to join us tomorrow in Florida. But I know at different times you guys have to have conversations about the business. Did you ever talk to him about this brief feud or promo or match at WrestleMania or any of that with Hunter? Did that ever come up in y'all's quiet time?
Yeah, it has. I mean, we've talked a lot about, you know, this exact, you know, type of situation, from, you know, Vince saying the N-word on TV and me having to go to Booker and talk to him about it, and Booker being cool with it. You know, yeah, go ahead, man. And, being cool with it. I think Booker's a realist and looks at it, and he's a very proud man that is willing to go out there and fight for everything that stands, you know, that he stands for. And he stands for being a man, just first and foremost. And I never looked at, you know, it's like I said to Booker one time, "You're black? Really?" He's a man, and that's all he is. And I go back to the antiquated way that the wrestling business used to be, where JYD leaves the Mid-South territory. And the answer to that is, I've got to get a black baby face. Wait a minute. Don't you just have to get a baby face?
Mm-hmm.
Why does it matter what color they are?
Right.
Well, because JYD was black and he was a big draw in Louisiana. No, JYD was just a draw. He drew whites, he drew blacks, he drew browns, he drew everything. He drew.
But in fairness, you know, we hear that narrative as wrestling fans all the time that, hey, they really want to put Alberto Del Rio in a prominent spot because they're trying to get the Hispanic community. And maybe 10 years before that, it was Rey Mysterio, with the idea that if you have a Mexican star, you can attract a Mexican audience. There is truth to that, right?
It helps. It helps with the Hispanic audience if you speak their language. Yes. However, the stars that happened to be Hispanic, Eddie Guerrero, drew everybody. Rey Mysterio draws everybody. Alberto draws everybody. That's the magic. They happen to be Hispanic. Use that. Use their bilingual, use their attraction, use their Hispanic heritage to bring the Hispanics that we may not have watching our product, that may only want to watch because they want somebody like themselves to root for. So, you know, yes, that's been, you know, that's marketing 101.
Let's move on. Let's talk about Kurt Angle. Now, we talked a lot about Kurt Angle in this moment in time in our Kurt Angle episode, which is available in the archives now over at youtube.com/something to wrestle. But I do feel like we should mention here that, his certainty for WrestleMania was certainly in question. He did an MRI and it showed that his neck was in terrible shape. He had tube discs that were in bad spots. He had, against the spinal cord, he had multiple bone spurs. He had lots of calcium, built up, and he's in major, major pain. And he's probably been in that pain for like 6 or 7 years, right, Bruce?
Been with that pain ever since the Olympics.
So the news is he's going to have neck fusion surgery, which is going to have him out for a year. And this comes right before WrestleMania. And the creative team is now tasked with, what the hell do we do? And the original plan was Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle. And all of a sudden they have to come up with a new match. What else was considered, Bruce? The dirt sheets at the time seemed to think that the informal locker room vote, whatever that may be, was that people thought Chris Benoit was probably a worthy opponent for Brock. But maybe Vince McMahon wasn't really seeing Benoit, at least at this time, as a world title level talent. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah. I don't think that Vince felt that Chris had the personality to be able to pull it off. And it was just such a shock first of all, when you're planning for something, then it's like, hey, guys, everything that we've worked for up to this point may not happen. And there was even a point where it just wasn't going to happen. We need plan B. We talked about Benoit. We talked about Eddie. We talked about taking the Raw Championship and the SmackDown Championship and going back to a unified title. You name it, we talked about pretty much every what if that you could imagine on the roster. Does Undertaker come in and does Big Show? Yeah, if there was a what if scenario, we examined it. And in the meantime, while all this is going on, Kurt is going to different doctors and getting different opinions and going in and I think looking for somebody to tell him, hey, you can do this. Because in Kurt's head, he was never not going to do it. And I really believe that. And I think if he could have not, if we could have not gotten that news, I think that would have been Kurt's perfect world. But at the same time, it was devastating news and you had to know. And it's for his well-being and his family and everybody else. It's like, okay, shit, what do you do? And then they get in and say, well, he's been doing this for all this time without any issue. And you go back and say, yeah, he has. He's been doing it for all these years, frankly, a long time with the exact same injury. So do we do one more match and get done with it? And that was Kurt's argument. And that was Kurt's pitch. I can do this match. He didn't want to drop out.
And one of the reasons, and lots of wrestling fans, and this is accurate, think that the guys take a lot of pride in, man, I want to go. I want to be in that featured spot. This match is important to me. But if he's in the main event of WrestleMania for the world title, he also stands to make a lot of fucking money. Does he not?
Sure he does.
I mean, and it's probably to a point, his pain at this moment, he's probably not even sleeping right at night, right?
I doubt he's sleeping. Well, I know he's not sleeping. He's hurting. And he had been hurting for many years and had been masking it and been, doing a lot of things to compensate for that pain that weren't all that healthy for him.
Well, something that is healthy is a good night's sleep. So let's get back to Mattress Firm and keep the ball rolling, shall we? Everyone knows how important stretching is before an event, and so does Mattress Firm, except it's your dollar. Your budget stretches further when you're shopping at America's neighborhood mattress store. It's the true home run, and you'll have a ball. They're the head coaches when it comes to mattress expertise, but know this, they're more than mattress experts. They have a game plan that helps you transform your mattress into a bed. From adjustable bases and sheets to headboards and bedroom decor, they literally and figuratively have you covered up like your favorite cornerback.
Go to mattressfirm.com/podcast to see what deals are happening as I read this sentence to you. They even offer you a 120-day sleep night trial to ensure perfection and a 120-night low price guarantee. So you paid the perfect price. Talk about a 1-2 punch, a knockout, if you will. Score big with the perfect bed. Head to mattressfirm.com/podcast to get the play-by-play on how you can monumentally improve your sleep. Today, tonight, and tomorrow, mattressfirm.com/podcast.
One of the rumors and innuendo that make the dirt sheets, specifically the torch, involve Shawn Michaels. Now, we should remind you that Shawn Michaels came back at SummerSlam 2002. So this is his first WrestleMania back that we're about to cover. And Shawn, of course, is a changed man. But here's what the dirt sheets have. Shawn Michaels walked around backstage like he owns the place, says one colleague. During Michaels' WWF title run in the mid-90s, he was literally given keys to Titan Towers in Stamford. Quote, he knows Vince McMahon respects people who don't bow down to him and kiss his ass, and that's never been Michaels' style. And even though he's not a top guy and he's not into drugs anymore, he still will walk right into Vince's office without knocking just to get a cup of coffee. It shocks all the other wrestlers to see him conduct himself this way, but Vince doesn't seem to mind. Bruce, we've talked a lot about Shawn, Lord knows, in the last 2 weeks, but their relationship has always been different than just about every other relationship Vince had. Is that fair to say?
I think that it was almost like a father-son relationship in a lot of respects. And I wouldn't say it was really any more different than his relationship with Undertaker either.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that Shawn and Vince had the different relationship? And do you think that Shawn thought anything of just walking into Vince's office to get a cup of coffee? Was he sort of flexing for all the boys to show him his position as far as pecking order goes? Or is that just, their relationship and he didn't think anything of it?
Well, again, that's their relationship. He didn't think anything of it. Vince's coffee was usually better than what was out there for the general public. And like I said, I don't think it's any different than Undertaker. Undertaker walked in without knocking as well and did the same thing. So I think people looked at Shawn because Shawn did have a cocky arrogance about him that the guys looked at and said, oh my God, look at him. He thinks his shit doesn't stink. And if you're going to feel that way about him, there's really not much you can say that's going to change people's opinions there.
Here's a fun note from the Torch. Tenacious Z, aka Zach Gowen, is telling friends he's not yet signed his WWE contract. The story making the rounds is that Z feels the company is offering him a very low downside guarantee, and he's holding out in hopes that the company will raise their initial offer. Allegedly, they started out at $75,000 a year, and some of Z's friends are defending his stand, with a lot of them saying that maybe he should prove his worth before haggling over money. For what it's worth, according to the Torch, there were still a lot of wrestlers on the main roster who had a $500 a week downside guarantee. What do you recall about negotiations with Zach Gowen? Do you remember him sort of, being difficult to deal with, or a tough negotiator, delusional? What do you remember?
I didn't have to negotiate with him. That was all Johnny A. So I don't know. He was always easy as hell to deal with from my vantage point. And I think that it's just a lot of, rumor and innuendo and dirt sheet gossip and shit. What else did he have? He's making $100 on the independent scene and he's offered anything. That's what used to crack me up. When I would hear these things or read about it in the dirt sheet, you sit there and go, okay, compared to what? What are you negotiating against or for? And the other side of that is, okay, then we offer you nothing. Next. So I just kind of laugh at that when people would bring that up. And I never heard that. And like I said, he was, from my vantage point, especially creative and dealing with him through the times that he was with us, he was always easy to deal with.
It's pretty fun, to hear sort of insight into the way you guys are thinking, because you guys really do have the ultimate, or had the ultimate leverage, like, okay, if this isn't enough money, go do it somewhere else. Like, what's everybody else offering? Because at this point, there's not a lot of options.
And it's still that way.
No, I just meant had, implying, you're fucking persona non grata up there. Not that they have competition, but that, you don't have to carry Triple H's water for him. You just do.
I don't carry anybody's water for him.
Howard Stern challenged Chris Jericho and his band Fozzy to go ahead and go head to head in a celebrity battle of the bands for Stern's band, The Losers. And this happened on a March 4th edition of the Howard Stern Show. They played one of Fozzy's songs, and Howard said something like, their song's not moving. They sound like a hair band. The music doesn't match the vocals. Jericho isn't very good. It's just a boring song. And of course, his sidekick Robin adds, you can really see how one voice can ruin a song. So the next day, Jericho calls in and accepts the challenge. Do you recall, this is one hell of a rub for Fozzy, because at the time, this is before Howard Stern moves to satellite. He is certainly the king of all media here still. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, hell yeah. And just getting mentioned on Howard back in the day was a big thing. Getting him talking about you in any way, shape, or form was good.
Of course, Jericho's still on tour with that band and still with them. Jeff Hardy has dabbled in some music at different times too. What do you remember the reaction from the boys being when you see a Jericho or a Jeff Hardy go out and try their hand at music?
I think that depending upon how good they are is the different reactions. I think some people will roll their eyes, but you look at Jericho and what he's done with Fozzy now. You know, he's been out, he's done the big festivals, he's touring, he's a legit, rock band, man. He's a rock star, and you can roll your eyes at it and laugh at it all you want. But the fact of the matter is he's doing it. He does have a following, and I think people are a little envious of that sometimes when you look at it and go, who the hell does he think he is up on that stage, and all those people cheering and going, Y2J, Fozzy, Fozzy. I witnessed it. I thought it was cool as hell.
Let's talk about Jeff Hardy, because he was also trying his hand at music here, and he goes to JR, the head of talent relations at the time, and asked for every other week off, which JR had to think was suspect at best, but he still grants the request. And doing this, of course, means Jeff is knowingly taking a pay cut, but allegedly WWE sees him as such a big draw and so valuable because he's moving so much merchandise, and he's still getting tremendous reactions from the crowd, especially those of the female variety. Now, the reason for wanting to go every other week is he wants to focus more on his music. And he confirms this in late March on a radio show where he admits he'd rather be in the world's best-selling rock band than to be WWE champion. But he says he still has a passion for wrestling, and he doesn't want to leave the business until he becomes world champion. When do you remember it being apparent that Jeff maybe was lacking some of the motivation that maybe his brother had?
When we split him up, and it was always viewed at the time that Jeff was the talent, had the charisma and everything else, and Matt was the solid, dependable one that's always going to be there. So I think if Jeff Hardy could stay at home, do his paintings, do his artwork, build his motocross tracks in his backyard, and play music and do nothing else, he would be perfectly content. And play with this little girl and hang out with his wife. Jeff would be the happiest person on the face of the earth. He's a free spirit. Jeff Hardy is the epitome of artist, and he would probably be best described as the wrestling version of Jim Morrison in a lot of ways.
Why do you say Jim Morrison?
Just reading a lot about the Doors and Jim Morrison and kind of his philosophy. Jeff kind of exudes that same kind of philosophy, a very free spirit, likes his poetry, likes his songwriting, likes his art, and likes to just go to the beat of his own drum.
This past week, Jeff Hardy got himself in a little bit of legal trouble. This is not necessarily news when a wrestler maybe behaves badly on a roadway. Do you remember there being a specific time when Vince had like no tolerance for a charge like this? And what was sort of the turning point when some concessions were made? Because it's not nearly as hard and fast and maybe as once was, as far as a rule for getting in trouble like this, right?
I think it kind of comes and goes. And unfortunately, a lot of times it's judged on what bad publicity that comes back on the company itself. So when guys are constantly getting in trouble and having these mishaps, look, everybody screws up, and I live in a glass house, so I don't want to throw stones. We all screw up, and we all have our moments where we wish we could have a do-over or another do-over or another do-over. We're human, and we screw up sometimes. And I think that Vince realizes that and tries to give everyone the benefit of the doubt as best he can. And sometimes he's human too. He'll get fed up and just say, fuck it, no tolerance. And then it'll be, well, there was a special circumstance. And everybody's different.
To be honest, some of that tolerance has to be, and this is, maybe unfair, but it is reality. Some of that tolerance is determined by your position on the card and your level of contribution to the company. If you're running a traditional company, not a wrestling company, and a new guy on the job gets himself into some trouble, maybe it's easier to get rid of that guy than it is your established guy who's been a great asset to you for a long time.
Absolutely. If you're top salesman that's bringing in, he's writing up orders, 2-3 orders a day, gets into trouble, you're going to help him out before you are the one that maybe turns in one a month.
Yeah.
So,
that's reality.
That's just business. That's reality.
Let's talk about the next SmackDown. Rey Mysterio earns a shot at the Cruiserweight title, beating Tajiri and Jamie Noble. And I feel like I should mention, since we're talking about Jamie Noble, that highlights air on this same SmackDown of Nydia running wild on the Playboy Mansion lawns. And this is happening in the hopes of taking Tori's spot as the cover girl. Hypothetically, if somebody was cheering her on, what might that sound like, Bruce?
Get on up in there, baby. Go. Let's get in that grotto. Let's go in that grotto where they got them bubbly waters and we can fart and make our own jacuzzi. Come on, baby. Let's get on up there. I know that Hef's up in there somewhere. He wants to get some on it. Hey, Hef, take a look down on here because you know you want to dive in it, baby. Come on, you about get lost, you old geezer. Something like that.
You sort of alluded to it earlier. Cena was doing raps everywhere here, and he does one on Brock Lesnar on this episode of SmackDown. And there's rumors running rampant at this time that the rapper Fabulous was supposed to appear at WrestleMania 19 for a rap battle. And allegedly there's some sort of problem on Fab's end with the law, but there's also rumor and innuendo that maybe nobody wanted to do it for fear that the WWE crowd may be inclined to cheer the wrestler rather than the performance, no matter what was said. As an outsider, maybe you're going to get the shit booed out of you either way. Do you remember having conversations with Fabulous or even Jay-Z? Because there is a moment where people start to say, well, hey, maybe Jay-Z will come in. Of course, these days that would seem ridiculous, but back here,
but at the time, at the time it was reality. And we were having conversations with both of them, actually. And we even had conversations with LL Cool J as well about coming in and doing something. It's funny, that rap world, especially then with Cena, there were some that were like, oh man, I'd kill him. Then there were others that were like, well, wait a minute, he may kill me. And they wanted their stuff fairly well scripted out, but everything just broke down. Every time we turned around, we would get one, and I don't remember exactly what happened with Fabulous, but he was the first one, and he was the first one we were talking to about doing something. I don't remember what fell out. Went to Jay-Z. I think there was a scheduling conflict with Jay-Z. LL Cool J was just, by that point, it was too late in the game that he wasn't able to free up his schedule. He was doing his television show. And they were recording then, so he couldn't do it. And so we just did the next best thing. Goddamn. We'll wrap to their cardboard cutout. But yeah, that is true. We were negotiating with a few of them.
The same episode of SmackDown has Brock Lesnar get a win over Paul Heyman, inside of a cage match. Of course, he comes into the company a year prior with Paul Heyman as his advocate, and he's a super heel, but now maybe not so much. Roles have reversed a little bit, and allegedly the match is heavily edited before we see the F5 hit on Heyman for the win. Wade Keller would write, originally when Lesnar lifted Heyman, Angle was supposed to enter the ring through the cage door. The door was mistakenly still locked though. And as they scrambled to unlock the door, Lesnar held Heyman upside down in the air for a while. And after about 30 seconds, he just sat Heyman down. Just then Angle decided to climb the cage rather than wait for the door to be unlocked. And at that point, Lesnar lifted him again just in time for Angle to jump down and interfere. And to the fans in the arena, the whole thing looked like a mess. Do you remember this?
There's another word that I would use for it that I won't say here. It was horrible. And the door couldn't get open. So Kurt decided to climb. It was just terrible. And the idea behind it was short and sweet and get Angle in there and do the angle with Lesnar. But the damn cage door was screwed up and he couldn't get in. but abominable. There's a word. It's close to the other word I wanted to use too.
Oh, I'm going to say the word. The word is abortion. And that word has always been a part of wrestling. And it's sort of weird. I've always wondered, like, how the fuck did this get into wrestling? I mean, there's so much about the wrestling sort of slang.
Well, I'll tell you how, because it's like when you abort something and, like on liftoff, abort. And then when, you should have done something or something was so bad, it was an abortion. It should have been aborted in the very beginning. And it's not really in context to how most people view the word abortion. It's just, abort, get out.
Well, there you go.
It was bad.
It's just weird. It's one of those words. It's like, you even heard Cena recently say on TV, boo-boo face. In real life, boo-boo face is not a thing, but in wrestling, boo-boo face is a thing. And
he got boo-boo face on at the boo.
Let's talk about the next week on Raw. It's March 10th, and Booker T's cutting a promo, and he brings up all the things that Triple H said the previous week about people wanting to see him dance and how people like Booker are here to lose to people like Triple H. And Booker T says something like, my first impulse was to step to this fool, but I chill because I realize one thing. I am an entertainer, and I entertain each and every one of you 24/7. The each and every one of you is a line we've heard Vince McMahon, I think, insert into promos for years and years. Is that a Vinceism, each and every one of you?
Absolutely. And I don't know, but I bet you that I may have been one of the first ones to use that and maybe overuse it. I used to do that a lot as Brother Love, each and every one of you. But I got that from Vince, and that was something that he would instill. But that was the first time that I ever remember using it and hearing it is when I was doing it. And it probably was there long before me, but that's when I remember it the most.
So Booker goes on to tell his story. He says he's the youngest of 8 kids. He grew up in a single parent household. His father passed when he was very young. He had a lot of trials and tribulations and a lot of heartache. He ran amok with the law, got in trouble. They said his biggest mistake landed him in jail. They put him behind bars. And he said something like, when you step to somebody and you put a gat in their face and tell them break yourself, you have committed aggravated armed robbery. You see, I sat in that cell and I sat there for a long time, but when I raised up, when I stepped out, I said, Booker T, you got to make a stand or you'll fall for anything. This ain't no Milli Vanilli. This ain't no Vanilla Ice crime story. This is real. And he talks about a Triple H doesn't know anything about him. He hasn't walked in his shoes. He hasn't seen what he's seen, but you want to see me dance? And you said people like me don't win championships. Why don't you walk down the aisle? This of course brings Ric Flair out, who says, Booker, you're no Michael Jordan, you're no Tiger Woods, and you're damn sure not Triple H. 19 months in the big house means you're bad to the bone, man, but you've been dealt a card, not a bad card, but the card just doesn't say world heavyweight champion. And Triple H isn't going to come out here and lower himself to Booker T's level again. And then he says, Nate, take him a message. Next week at Raw in St. Louis, bright lights, big city. You'll have 2 choices. You can meet Triple H when his jet lands in St. Louis and that door opens and the champ and Nate walk down the ramp. You can pick up our bags and carry them down over to that long limousine. You can put on the chauffeur's cap and you can drive us downtown. Then you can take our bags to the building and you'll have done something on that day you're qualified to do. Or you can make the mistake of a lifetime and you can show up next week uninvited and get the ass whipping of a lifetime. Well, you know what's going on there. Booker T goes into Triple H's dressing room, finds him wetting his hair, and he says, you got something to say to me? And Triple H says, yeah, and pulls $1 out of his pocket and throws it at Booker and says, get me a towel. They start brawling. Chat me up, Bruce.
What you want to know?
Carry the bags, put on the chauffeur's cap. Here's $1. I'm in the bathroom.
Heat. You got a heel champion talk to someone that is beneath him, that he feels is beneath him from the Greenwich, Connecticut type heel that we have. That's what it was. It was heat. And I'm not going to defend. I'm not going to get into your racism bullshit and everything else. It is what it is.
Do you remember Hunter ever asking anybody else to get his bags as part of an angle?
Not off the top of my head. I don't.
Okay. Anything else you want to say?
No.
No, I didn't think you wanted any more of that. This is one of my favorite moments in Raw history. The Rock comes out, and this is during his mega heel run here. And some of my favorite stuff from The Rock. He does a song about Cleveland sucks. And of course the hurricane comes in, but let's talk a little bit about this version of The Rock, this Hollywood version of The Rock, when he's coming back as a heel and he's doing The Rock sing-alongs and just shitting all over everything in the local arena. This has to be done because The Rock was so witty and so fun for so long that they're going to cheer him no matter what, unless he just directly makes fun of the live crowd, right?
Well, it still goes back to, Vince saying, regardless of him shitting on them, he's shitting ice cream.
Right.
It's tough to get heat.
All right. Good talk, man. So Jerry Lawler hosts a Girls Gone Wild wet t-shirt contest on this episode of Raw, and he has 4 strippers and Stacy Keibler. Chat me up, Bruce. What do you remember about this? How did it come together? Who booked it? Who green lighted it? This shit would never happen today.
Oh my God. There was a time too that we were looking at, different time, different era, different place. We were looking at possibly doing the Great American Strip Off and going around the country and going to the top strip clubs in the country and doing a pay-per-view event that would be called the Great American Strip Off and crown the world champion stripper, if you will, or the, American championship, maybe doing the UK too in different places. Then you have world champion stripper. So we're experimenting with a lot of different things, and Girls Gone Wild. We had the relationship with Joe Francis from Eric Bischoff and giving them exposure, and man, times change. But it was all about, Joe Francis and giving the Girls Gone Wild stuff some exposure and getting to that pay-per-view that we did later.
How fun is the main event here? Hurricane beats The Rock when Steve Austin distracted The Rock. Austin walks ringside as The Rock setting up for the people's elbow. So Rock turns his attention to Austin and then is rolled up by Hurricane and pinned. Probably a career moment for Hurricane. One of the coolest moments in Raw. And, we've heard lots of rumor and innuendo that at different times, some of the top guys could be difficult to do business with, The Rock included. The Rock had no problem putting the Hurricane over here, though, did he?
No, not at all. I believe it was Rock's idea. And Rock and Brian Gewirtz, coming up with a story to tell. And he loved putting Hurricane over. It's a great story.
Do you think at the time that putting Booker T in this spot instead of Hurricane may have helped Booker T, or was this beneath Booker T's spot since he's quote unquote in a world title match?
Well, it didn't fit. It doesn't fit to put Booker T in that spot because you're confusing the issue at that point. And then Booker going over Rock doesn't make sense. It was to try and put the underdog in there. Booker wouldn't have been looked at as an underdog in that position. Hurricane was looked at as an underdog. And again, it was the whole Rock dynamic with Hurricane. And that was some entertaining shit.
Oh, it's tremendous.
The underdog.
Some of the best stuff. Around the same time, it comes out in the Torch that Kevin Nash is looking to come in shortly after WrestleMania. Supposedly he'd been talking to Vince McMahon saying he wanted to come back as Diesel. And Keller sort of freestyles that this is probably Nash catering to Vince McMahon's egos, since Vince is known to sort of push his own creations. Of course, Diesel doesn't wind up returning until 2011. Do you remember there being discussions here about maybe trying to bring back a silver haired Big Daddy Cool?
It's funny. There was never any consideration on Vince's part ever to bring back a silver-haired Diesel. And Vince hated the silver-haired Kevin Nash and the silver-headed Diesel to boot. That's why when Kevin came back in that Royal Rumble as Diesel, he had him with the brown hair and the brown goatee and everything else. It's just not what Vince saw for Diesel. And so that's probably sounds more like, Kevin Nash just creating his own hype there, so on and so forth. But there was always talk, about bringing Kevin in for different things. As far as silver-haired, that was something Kevin would pitch. Vince never saw it and hated the gray hair. Just thought it made him look old. I think he's a damn handsome man with the gray hair myself.
Let's talk a little bit about pitching ideas, because Tommy Dreamer allegedly pitched an idea that got him removed from the Raw writing team just a couple days after he started. The official line is that Dreamer was removed because the office decided it was a conflict of interest for an active wrestler to work as one of the writers. But a lot of people were saying the real deal is Dreamer was questioning gaps in storyline logic and things of that nature. And people weren't happy about it, specifically Michael Hayes. And they're saying that Michael Hayes maybe even went out of his way to sort of campaign against Tommy Dreamer to get him removed. And Dreamer tries to sort of squash some of this when he's on Bite This. And he says, oh, the reason that I was removed is because I pitched myself as winning every match at WrestleMania. And he puts over the work ethic of McMahon and the writing staff and hope that he got to do it again in the future. But according to the rumor and innuendo, one of the ideas that maybe wasn't met with all smiles is that Rob Van Dam should have been the person to take on Triple H at WrestleMania 19. And when he was told RVD isn't over enough for that spot, Tommy argued about all the RVD signs and the pops that he gets. Do you remember Tommy's short run on the writing staff and why it came to an end?
I can tell you, I was never in one writing meeting ever with Tommy Dreamer present in any way, shape, or form. He may have sat in with the Raw guys for a couple days or so, but as far as him being a active member of the Raw writing team, well, I don't ever remember that. I could see them saying, hey, you want to sit in with us for a few days, or you want to come in and see if maybe this is a fit? I could see that happening. Yes. But I don't, I was never in on any meeting with Tommy Dreamer being a part of it as far as Raw creative or anything like that. And I was doing mainly SmackDown at the time. That's what I say. They may have brought him in and said, hey, Tommy, what do you think about some things, and gotten his input. And he may have thought he was on the creative team, but I never, ever heard that.
William Regal was removed from the road around this time because he's still struggling with the parasite that he had that shut down his lower intestines. So he's receiving some medical treatment, and this thing's been lingering for quite a while, but not everybody's sympathetic. According to the Torch, quote, "You are what's in your stomach," is the joke being told by some of Regal's less than sympathetic colleagues. What do you remember about the parasite, and who did he have heat with to be sort of chatting with Wade this way?
I don't know. 'Cause I always found Regal to be a stand up, straightforward guy. And it's funny if somebody is friendly with someone in the office, and they must be a stooge. If somebody doesn't like somebody and they talk to Wade Keller, then they're an asshole. Regal busted his ass, I guess, because he showed up to work on time. He did what he was asked to do. He had suggestions and carried himself in a professional manner, which, by the way, he didn't always do. Then you're going to have heat with people. But I remember the parasite, and that was, some bitch damn near died. But it was a tough time for him.
Girls Gone Wild is sort of taking over the company here, and a lot of people with Girls Gone Wild are not pleased with the way it's coming together, because they feel like the WWE is sort of overproducing parts of the pay-per-view. And Joe Francis sort of goes into business for himself. And at one point, Eric Bischoff and some other WWE producers just sort of throw their hands up and just scrap the script. But according to the rumor and innuendo, there is an idea that someone floated to Vince McMahon to help promote Tori Wilson's Playboy. Maybe she should show a breast on the pay-per-view. and he turned it down, concerned that maybe it would hurt her Playboy sales rather than actually helping. Was there a debate as to how much titty was too much titty for drop top titty time?
Drop top titty tipping time.
Well, there's no tipping involved in Playboy, but we'll go with it. Let's talk about drop top titty tipping time here, because this is a ludicrous conversation. And I love the idea that you guys are all sitting around a boardroom and Vince has this furrowed brow and maybe got a pencil in his mouth, and I just don't know the right amount of titty. How much titty's too much titty?
Well, boss, I have found that if you get 3/4 of the areal area, then that is enough titty for me. And sometimes only 1/4 of a nip. That's enough to get a rise out you. It is for me. I'm getting a little roused just thinking about it, Dick boss.
I mean, was there a consideration of, goddamn, Tori, gonna need you to pull up?
No, our girls were not going to do any of that. The fact that he even had them involved was a stretch in and of itself. Thank God I did not get nominated to go down and produce in any way, shape, or form the Girls Gone Wild pay-per-view. It is one of the most frustrated times I could ever remember, just listening to Eric Bischoff talk about it. For the production team members that went down, they were like, oh my God, it was insanity. And I think my favorite one is the discussion of Snoop Dogg talking to Kevin Dunn, and Snoop Dogg shows up like an hour and a half late for the whole production and everything. And the cops have already come in and said, hey, look, if there's any hint of drugs back here, if there's any smell of marijuana, if there's any hint that there may be something going on back here, we're arresting everybody. Everybody's going to jail. And there better not be any underage girls and blah, 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 blah. So everybody's worried about Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg shows up late, and he, is in rare form allegedly. And I guess Kevin goes to speak with Snoop Dogg. And while Kevin is talking to him, Kevin's getting louder and louder, and Snoop is just turned away from Kevin. And Kevin's getting frustrated trying to talk to Snoop Dogg, and Snoop Dogg comes back with the one of my best comebacks I've ever heard is just because I ain't looking at you, motherfucker, doesn't mean I ain't listening to you. And that was the quote of the entire show from everybody. Was like just hilarious, and Snoop Dogg just went on and did his own thing anyway. But I was thankful I was not a part of that little debacle, and it's probably one of the funniest Eric Bischoff stories, just listening to him being frustrated over the whole thing as it went on was kind of funny as well.
The March 13th edition of SmackDown, we would see Jamie Noble removed from the grounds of the Playboy Mansion.
Yes, he was. That, and for his shoot, that guy, the head of security for the Playboy Mansion, was ready to have Jamie arrested. And he's like, hey, Bruce is one over here telling me to hit the damn doorbell. I'm just hitting the doorbell. You can't do that to me. Come on, baby. Get them titties out. Show half your titties. Come on, baby. Show me how pretty they are. Baby, I like that.
Speaking of that, on this same episode of SmackDown, Sean O'Haire is backstage, and he convinces Dawn Marie that it would be a good idea to show her breasts to the crowd. What can you tell us about this? Who booked this shit?
The Svengali Sean O'Haire. That was Vince's idea, that he could talk people into doing, things that they didn't want to do. And, oh God, obviously didn't work.
There's lots of promos here about Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan. And in a prior episode, they even had a debate, but they're really trying to hype this up. I'm curious, when did you guys know the decision for WrestleMania is going to be Vince and Hogan? Obviously by February and March, you knew, but did you know 6 months out, 3 months out? And who suggests Vince McMahon is the right opponent for Hulk Hogan?
Well, for me, that was a big part of bringing Hulk back, because as big as Austin and McMahon was, the idea was to get, you know, the ultimate for nostalgia purposes would be Vince and Hogan, because it was the ultimate heel and Vince McMahon against the ultimate babyface from yesteryear in Hulk Hogan. And I thought it was important to get to that match. So in my head, we were always going to that. That was a big thing of getting Hulk back and pitching that idea. He wanted to do it. He being Hulk wanted to do it fairly soon. And I was like, God, no, build to this. And let's get to WrestleMania with it. I thought it was a WrestleMania match.
Let's talk about the match that happens here between Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar. Angle has his hood over his head and Brock jumps him from behind, hits the F5 and he covers him, but he gets off of him and looks down confused. And then Haas and Benjamin distract him. Kurt rolls in and trades places with his brother Eric, and then small packages Brock for the pin in about 90 seconds. And then Kurt runs out, but Brock grabs Eric and F5s him into the post. Now, originally the plan was going to be that Brock would beat Kurt quickly for the title because of how bad Kurt's neck was. But then Kurt does his sell job and convinces everybody he can do one more match at WrestleMania. So they do this angle instead. And I thought this was really, really well done. What do you remember about this angle?
Well, I remember going back and the first time seeing Eric and thinking about, you know, we'd used him with Undertaker and some different things. And it was, like I said, Kurt did a hell of a sell job and felt that he's been hurting all this time. He's been working with it. And he knows that if he's careful, that he can have the match. And he felt that it was important that Brock win the championship at WrestleMania. And he wanted to give that to him. So, you know, we'll do it. But it was also a way just throw a little bit more heat on that match with Kurt, you know, getting that pin on Brock, letting you know, hey kid, I can take you at any time I want to. And that was feeding into that whole thing of if Brock were in his prime and Kurt were in his prime, who would win? And that's what we were building up for this whole match.
Hypothetically, if Kurt would have dropped the belt right there, what would you guys have done with Brock?
You know, like I said, we talked about everything under the sun from Benoit. We even talked about Eddie. We talked about Taker, Big Show. We thought about having a tournament for the damn title. We talked about having a 3-way with, you know, Undertaker and Big Show involved in it. A lot of different things. I mean, every scenario under the sun, but there was never one, that's what we're going to do. By the time that Kurt came back to us and said he's going to do the match.
Backstage around this time is when we finally have the Ric Flair, Eric Bischoff confrontation. We've covered this in great detail on our Bischoff episode. But that same episode is where we see Paul Heyman and Brian Gewirtz get suspended for 2 weeks. What do you remember about maybe the most eventful week of backstage bullshit in the history of WWE?
Oh my gosh. You know, first of all, I wasn't in the building when Flair and Bischoff got into it. And I remember getting a phone call, I think from Jerry Briscoe, and said, hey, your children got into a fight, because I always produced everything with Eric and Rick back then. So my wife was in the hospital and I was flying out in the afternoon to go to St. Louis. I'm like, oh man, what happened? And, you know, I was getting bits and pieces of it. And I finally got a hold of Eric before I got on the plane. And I said, what happened? He said, I don't know. I mean, you know, he told me his version of it. He was in on the phone and Rick came in and started throwing punches, and he got his hands up and didn't know why Rick was mad. And apparently they got together with Vince and everything was fine and Rick was fine and everything was good. So right after that, I believe I talked to Stephanie and she says, yeah, when you get here, just get them together and run their night through with them. And I got them together. We did pre-tapes that night together and it was like nothing ever happened. So it was, it was a little surreal. The Brian and Paul thing, like we talked about, that was kind of like a pinch fight, but it was ridiculous. I say pinch fight. I don't think they even touched each other or anyone even raised a hand other than Paul coming around the corner like he was going to do something and Brian not backing down from him. So, Pete, Irish Pete, not Doherty, but, oh my gosh, he'll probably send me a text after this saying you screwed up my name. But Irish Pete got in the middle of them, and before we knew it, whatever was going to happen was all done. So it was much ado about nothing, pretty much on both parts. But the funniest part was in St. Louis, I'm getting there, I'm expecting all this tension, and both guys were like, okay, what are we doing? Shook hands at the end of the night. Thank you. And everything was great.
Well, let's talk about the next week on Raw. We see Triple H and Ric Flair. This is from the Torch. Cut a promo that was void of the racial slurs they've been throwing at Booker T. Instead, Jerry Lawler on commentary made a comment about Booker T likely being in jail. And then Goldust walked to the ring and stood up for Booker. Triple H and Rock then attacked Goldust, which led to Booker running out to make the save. Why did you guys decide to make Booker T's stint in prison part of a storyline?
Because it was real and it was something, I don't know if Booker's book had already come out or was coming out. I know shortly after, but he was in the process of it and it was out there. It was out there. You got a mug shot and you've got a record. Everybody wants to go, oh, this is a terrible person, this terrible person. Booker had paid his debt to society and he'd really turned his life around. And it was a pretty damn positive message and a good story that he was at the bottom. He had committed a horrible crime. He did his time and he's come out and he's a stand-up person after that. And you too can, if you screw up, man, it doesn't have to be the end of your life. So it was a real life story and one that he wanted to get out there.
On this same show, we see Chris Jericho cut a very serious promo about his desire to end the legacy of Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania. Then he would team with Christian to beat Scott Steiner and Test, who had Stacy Keibler with him. Jericho is probably somebody who grew up wanting to be like Shawn Michaels, right?
Yeah. He patterned his whole damn career after it in a lot of respects, even going back to the, tag team with Lance Storm and Smoky Mountain. That was their version of the Rockers, and Chris wanted to be Shawn Michaels and Lance would be Marty Jannetty. So he looked up to him and he was a big fan of Shawn growing up.
The main event of that show is Steve Austin beating Eric Bischoff in a no DQ match. And afterwards, The Rock hits the rock bottom on Austin and steals his beer. But there's commentary in the Torch about Steve Austin I want to go through here. Here's what Wade wrote. Steve Austin's return hasn't exactly set the world on fire. His performances thus far have been lackluster in every way imaginable. He hasn't even hit a double behind the mic. Wow. Much less the expected home run by now headed into WrestleMania. We really only know about Rock's motivation for the feud, that he's never defeated Austin at WrestleMania, but we haven't heard anything about what is motivating Austin. Is it his past hatred of Eric Bischoff? Well, he's already kicked Bischoff around the ring twice, once on pay-per-view and once on national cable TV. For Austin to connect with fans and frankly to become motivated himself, he needs a specific motivation to drive his on-air character. That's what made his initial main event run in WWE so awesome, his obsession with McMahon, or perhaps better put, dealing with McMahon's obsession with him. He was the beer-swilling, deer-hunting, blue-jean-wearing common man whom fans reveled in seeing beat up the rich, suit-wearing, snobbish, probably pedicured Vince McMahon. But you can see the apathy in Austin's face. He's acting, not feeling. He's just going through the motions of who he thinks he needs to be rather than just being himself. Unless himself today is just a shell of his former self. The lack of spark in Austin may be because he's depressed over the deteriorated condition of his neck. He was motivated to come back full time and help WWE out of their current doldrums. And now that his neck likely can't handle a full-time house show schedule, he can't be the all around MVP he wanted to be. Do you agree with this assessment of Steve here that he really wasn't feeling it here. And a lot of it had to do with his neck, and his work showed that.
In hindsight, yes. However, at the time, no. And I think that, we were looking at it, we were getting to the Rock Austin 3, and it felt big and it felt good to us. And there was a buzz about it. In hindsight, going back and looking at it, yeah, he was a step off, and he maybe wasn't the Steve Austin of old, but that comes with injuries, and that happens after a while. But I think, hindsight looking at it, yeah, I can see that definitely.
You guys did something on TNN called Third Degree, which was an all interview format that featured Steve Austin, Triple H, and Hulk Hogan. It goes down on March 23rd. And the show was broadcast live from the building that used to be the World. And the wrestlers were interviewed mostly in character by Michael Cole and Taz. But Steve Austin did break character a little bit to talk about the events that led to the return that he had to the company. In one breath, he's talking about his feud with Eric Bischoff, but in another, he's talking about the secret meeting he had with Vince McMahon to work out their differences. And Triple H kind of broke out of character when he denied using the racial overtones. And McMahon had been advertised for this show, but Michael Cole read a statement that said he didn't want to kill Hulkamania prior to WrestleMania, so he wouldn't be there. What do you remember of this TNN Third Degree? Is this something Vince tries to put together to get some more press and push for WrestleMania, or was TNN calling just thirsty for more content?
No, first of all, they were always thirsty for more content, but it was an opportunity to take that offer and be able to use it to plug WrestleMania. And it was an idea that Vince had to just be able to put guys to give that shoot feel about, hey, here the guys are, and be real with it. So it's, an attempt, and sometimes guys are a little uncomfortable breaking their character, but then when you break in and out of it, it's kind of hard. It's like Dixie Carter when she was a heel on TV, and then she would go on Twitter and she would be a heel about storyline stuff, and then a babyface to fans tweeting her. It's tough for the audience to differentiate sometimes.
It comes out here in the dirt sheets that King of the Ring is going away, and it's going to be replaced by Bad Blood. King of the Ring, of course, debuted in 93. Why did you guys scrap it in 03?
Why did we scrap King of the Ring? Because Vince was tired of it, didn't like the tournament concept, and wanted to try something else. There was also a big push for, God, what was it? Help me out. The summertime WCW pay-per-view, the Great American Bash.
Yeah.
That we really wanted to do. We owned it. We wanted to do a Great American Bash, and Vince just didn't like it, but he hated the tournament concept, and he knew he just wanted to scrap King of the Ring.
It comes out around this time that Kevin Kelly is out of the company, to quote, pursue other opportunities, according to your brother Tom on Bite This. That's the official reason. But Wade Keller says he's heard he was actually laid off. Kevin Kelly, who many people remember as Hermie, thanks to The Rock, had been working as a co-host on Bite This and was also a producer for Confidential, but Finkel replaced Kelly on Bite This that week. What was Kevin Kelly doing? Why was he out here? What's the real scoop?
Well, best I remember, Kevin was doing play-by-play, and I actually thought Kevin was a pretty damn good play-by-play host. He didn't have the look Vince wanted. He's rotund. Okay. Well, we all are. And there was, also his other duties were in talent relations, and he was helping JR out during the time, working with developmental talent, doing some other things with the WWF.com. But I think it was just a cost cutting measure, and Johnny coming into that position and cutting costs, and some people had to go, and Kevin got caught up in that. Nothing personal. It was just, cuts had to be made, and there were other people that could do his job, so they made the cuts.
It's announced here that Shark Boy was scheduled to work 6 matches for the WWE in April, but he hadn't yet been given a contract, so it was probably just tryout matches. Of course, Shark Boy doesn't get a deal. Why didn't Shark Boy get a contract here, Bruce?
Are you ribbing me?
No.
Because he's a shark.
Well, it's a gimmick, yo.
Yeah, Dean's actually a hell of a trainer, but just the body, it just didn't work. And the gimmick was something that Vince wasn't really interested in. And I think Dean was really wanting to do the Shark Boy gimmick. And me personally, I love the Shark Boy gimmick. I found it even more entertaining when he was doing the Steve Austin knockoff Shark Boy gimmick. I found him highly entertaining, but Vince didn't, and he didn't see anything that he could do with the Shark Boy gimmick. Just thought it was kind of silly. Let's make him a plumber.
Let's talk about Hulk Hogan. He's on Regis and Kelly on March 19th. He's there to promote his book and, of course, WrestleMania. And when Regis asked if he could beat Stone Cold in a match, Hogan says yes. Was Hogan always campaigning for that match at WrestleMania with Austin? Because it certainly feels like, even when we covered our show a few weeks ago from 2003, that he's really pushing for this.
Well, I think that anytime that you're put in that position, you're out in the public and they're going to ask you that question. What do you say? No, I think he'd beat me. No, I don't want to have that match. There's no other way to answer that than to say, yeah, I'd kill him. I'd beat his ass.
Let's talk about Chris Jericho. He's doing lots of tours to promote WrestleMania and his Fozzy CD. He lands a spot on The Late Late Show with Craig Kilborn on March 18th. Then on the 19th, he's on Fox Sports Net's Best Damn Sports Show, period. And he sort of takes other athletes to task for taking off so much time for injuries. And he says something like, I would be fired from WWE if I were to call Vince McMahon and use those same injury excuses as those athletes. These days, of course, that would not be well received. But in those days, it certainly felt like in the wrestling business, you had to suck it up, kid, right?
Well, also, hang on though. It's also a heel talking about how wrestling is so much tougher than any other sport and saying, I'd go out. What's he got? A torn meniscus. I went out with 2 broken legs, and he's staying in character and being a heel and putting himself in the wrestling business over.
Well, but the main event is a guy who's is being held together by duct tape and really probably shouldn't be wrestling.
That's true too. And again, that's the business. I'm saying, as far as the interview and that comment, that's what you would say in that regard. And you're putting your sport over any other sport. And you're talking about how tough it is. So you always want to portray that picture. And in real life, yeah, you're going to want to go out there, and that was the way, man. You taped up and went out, get the match in the ring.
Shots from Tori Wilson's Playboy spread become available online on March 19th. And this is a full week ahead of the issue being on newsstands. What's the reaction in the locker room when one of their colleagues has drop top titty tipping time?
Happy. Happy. Tori's pictorial in Playboy was positively tremendous. Beautiful lady, still is to this day. And I think everybody was clamoring for copies of it. I've got an autographed copy of it in my office.
The page just stuck. Never mind. March 20th. We see on SmackDown, Bob Costas talk about the Hogan McMahon match, and he compares them to an old timers game in baseball. I find this kind of funny because a couple of years prior to this, there was a very famous confrontation on Costas' show between Vince and Bob. What do you remember about Bob here in 03? Was he the smug asshole we all know him to be from our XFL episode?
Oh, Bob. I always got along with Bob. Bob was always really nice to me. And Bob Costas was always a huge wrestling fan, and more so a WWF fan. The altercation with him and Vince about the XFL was real. And that was something that, that after the fact, however many months later, they both apologized and moved on from it. But, Bob could be kind of condescending and very smug. After all, he did real sports. He did baseball. So that's just who Bob Costas is. And personally, he's a pretty good guy, a nice guy. And I always knew him to be a big fan of the wrestling business.
The same episode, we see the Los Guerreros vignette on a golf course. Pretty famous vignette from the SmackDown era here. What do you remember about these? Did you shoot or produce these vignettes on the golf course?
I didn't shoot them. We wrote them out ahead of time in the production team. There was a vignette team at that time that would go out and shoot the vignettes themselves. And it was a lot of that input and a lot of that stuff came from Chavo and from Eddie. So we just used it and pretty much went absurd as we could and had a lot of fun with that stuff. We wrote them out. We kind of outlined them and they went out and shot them, and the talent was able to improvise and do a lot of stuff. If you remember, they were cut together big time. So they had a lot of cuts in them, and there was a lot of stuff that was used and not used just to make the very best vignettes we could.
Bobby Heenan appears on this episode as well, and he's really trying to put over Hulk versus Vince. This is coming at a time when we haven't seen a lot from Bobby Heenan. How was he feeling at this point, and how'd you guys get him to agree to do this?
Just asked him. It was trying to go back and capture that era of Hulk and Hulkamania when it was big. And one of Hulk's obvious biggest rivals was the Heenan family. And we were looking to do more things with Bobby. I believe they were doing a DVD on Bobby at the time and getting him to do some other things. So it was natural. Hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we also get you to comment on the Hulk Vince match as well? So this is a combination of things we did with him at the time.
Let's talk a little bit about the contract signing that happened on this show. This is the most memorable thing that built up to WrestleMania, at least for me. Mean Gene's here, and he brings out Hulk Hogan to sign his contract against Vince McMahon at WrestleMania. And then Vince shows a pre-taped walking segment on the Titantron and then appears behind Hogan and beats on him with a chair. Vince signs the contract, and then he makes Hogan sign with his own blood. Pretty violent way to do this. Whose idea was it, and how do you think it came off?
You know, it was Vince's idea. Well, actually, Vince's idea. He loves the damn contract signings. It was Hogan's idea to sign in his blood and to get the color and have Vince do the whole thing in his own blood. That was something that Hogan wanted to do, and that was his input to that. Vince loves those big contract signings because it makes it feel big in his regard. After a while, it becomes very predictable.
Right.
You know, something's going to happen. It's like, okay, here's the contract signing. What's the angle going to be? So, that's what it was, but it was good. It was violent as hell. Jeez, this whole, that whole build up and that match and everything about it was violence in a way you couldn't do today. And it was I don't want to say excuse, but the excuse was, well, what else can they do? They're limited in everything that they can do. So we turned to violence.
Let's talk about the go home edition of Monday Night Raw here on our way to WrestleMania. Austin opens the show, and this night there's no traditional entrance ramp in Sacramento. And he says he's upset about The Rock's treatment, and he's staging a sit-in until The Rock comes out and even requests a song. Well, eventually Test and Stacy come out. Test gets stunned. Lance comes out and calls out the ref to make the pin on Test, but Austin does it instead and then stuns him too. And then Bischoff comes out with cops and a restraining order, and Austin leaves without a fight as Bischoff hypes the Rock concert, and The Rock sings Jailhouse Rock as Austin is leaving. Let's fast forward.
You know what would have been better if he sang?
I'm ready.
If he would have said, "Hey, Steve, you know how I spent my day today? Spend my days working hard on the go, but the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight."
Triple H and Ric Flair are taking on Booker T and Goldust here. The pedigree is reversed into a catapult, and then an axe kick on Triple H gets the pin. So if you're familiar with the formula, if Booker T got the pin here, it's coming to WrestleMania. Chris Jericho comes out for the pre-WrestleMania hype interview, and he asks Shawn to join him man on man. And Jericho admires Shawn's video package from last week and talks about how he wanted to be Shawn growing up. And we even get footage of Jericho's debut match, and they sort of compare and contrast the two. And he says he grew out of it, and now he wants to be himself because he's better than Shawn. And Jericho talked about how he wanted to grow up to be Shawn, but Shawn's only 5 years older than Jericho. Today, Chris is 47 and Shawn's 52. But certainly Shawn was the trailblazer here. This had to be a big thrill for Jericho to be working with him.
It was a big thrill. And, regardless of the age difference, still Shawn was first, and Shawn was the guy that Chris emulated and wanted to be like. It was a huge thrill. And this thing, the other part about it, this wasn't supposed to last to WrestleMania. I think this was supposed to be, like a 1 or 2 match and be done with it, but they had such chemistry and it was working and they were clicking so well that made it all the way to WrestleMania with it.
Rock comes out for the concert at the end of the show, or towards the end of the show, and he's singing about the fat women in Sacramento, and just really getting great heat here. And outside, an ambulance pulls in, and this allows Austin to drive the truck into the arena, and Rock calls out to the cops. But of course, Austin drives right into the arena. And it turns out to be the Hurricane who gets hauled off by the cops. And then Austin appears from the back of the truck and hits the ring to get his revenge. Pretty fun little finish. We didn't really talk about this version of the Rock very much though. So I want to ask, whose idea was it to have the Rock start singing? This feels like a Brian idea.
It was actually a Rock idea, and Rock used to love to, sing, and he would play his guitar. There was a period there where he had I want to say it was a Willie Nelson signed guitar that Willie had given him, was carrying around. So he would go out and he would do, what if I went out and sang? It was a way to entertain the live audience and not have to do a whole hell of a lot. So he could go out in live events. Shit, he'd put in 10 minutes singing and doing gaga before the match would ever begin. And also at the end of the night for television tapings, he would always grab the mic and do a song. And there was the period where he and Steve were doing sing-offs and going back and forth for the TV shows. At the end of the TV shows in the dark, that's how we came up with that segment that time where they actually did the sing-off in the ring. Wasn't nearly as good as the stuff that they did improv before that. It was when I learned that stepped on a pop top, ruined my flip, whatever I did. I fucked up my flip flop. Anyway, I just fucked up that line, but that's the first time I knew what that line was in the Jimmy Buffett song.
Jimmy Buffett. What do you think of this build to WrestleMania 19? Obviously it's the most important feud probably in the history of the WWE. And you could even say the biggest feud in the history of wrestling, with Rock and Austin at 3 WrestleManias. And it only happened at the odd years, 15, 17, and 19. How would you compare and contrast the builds? I enjoyed the Rock's work here, but it didn't feel like it was the same as it had been in the past for Austin. I thought Austin was the better performer at 15. I thought they were both probably at the top of their game at 17, but I did think the Rock had even gotten a step better by 19 of the 3 in the builds to the match, not the actual events themselves. How do you think 19 stacked up against 15 and 17?
Probably the third best of the trilogy. As far as the whole build for the show, WrestleMania, the overall event, I thought the build for Brock and Kurt was excellent. I thought the build for Vince and Hulk was excellent. And I thought the build for Steve and Rock was good. Looking back on it, it was an okay, build getting up to it, but the overall show was excellent. I mean, it was good, and everything meant something, but, I thought that the main matches, the money matches were done very well as far as the builds, telling those stories, getting into it.
Let's get to WrestleMania, man. We're like over 2 hours here, like 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh, hell, I thought we were wrapping up.
No, we're just now getting going. We're finally here. But we had so much to build to here. On Sunday Night Heat before WrestleMania, Chief Morley and Lance Storm retained the World Tag Team titles over Kane and Rob Van Dam with an assist from the Dudleys. Why wasn't this match on WrestleMania? I mean, it feels like RVD is one of your most popular guys in the company. The tag titles are on the line, not even on the main card.
You can only do so much, and something's got to give. It's funny. I was talking to somebody that was on the Raw writing team, and we were like, how was that decision made? And Vince ended up just making it. There was not a match that was, this is definitely a Heat match.
Right.
That just didn't happen. It's something had to be on Heat and something had to open up the show. So that was the match that got the nod, and it was not because it was a lesser than match in any way, shape, or form. It was a great match to open up for the live audience, and it was a great match for Heat to get people excited about WrestleMania. So, somebody's got to start, somebody's got to finish.
What'd you think of the opening package? A really cool little video talking about how important WrestleMania is. Lots of footage of the guys, sort of B-roll footage that they used for many, many years. I thought was really well put together. There's the shot of Angle from underneath, and, you know what we're talking about. Really iconic shots that were done during this time. When did you guys shoot those? What did you think of the video? How far in advance is an opening video like this for WrestleMania complete?
Dude, it's not complete usually until a day or two before the show itself. I mean, they're shooting stuff up until the very last minute, but what I love is the iconic pictures that you see throughout that. I love going back and seeing the old timers and telling that history of WrestleMania and of the WWF, because that's what WrestleMania is all about. And I just thought it was another great, production piece. I enjoy watching that stuff a lot of times, more so than I do the matches.
I did too. I think most of our listeners do as well. Let's talk about the matches though. We've got the Cruiserweight Championship on the line, and one heck of an opener. We've got Matt Hardy version 1 with his little MFer, Shannon Moore, defending the title against Rey Mysterio. Mysterio's here in a Daredevil themed outfit. Ultimately, the match only goes about 5.5 minutes before, what do you know, the heel champion Matt Hardy gets the win. Why was the match so short? What'd you think of the match?
I thought that the match was great. I thought it told a nice story, and it was a perfect way to open that damn thing up, man. They came out, they tore the house down, and they got the hell out of Dodge. Simple, clean heel finish in that, 1, 2.5, and he hooks the bottom rope and he got the hell out of Dodge. I just, from a producer standpoint, watching that going, man, there was nothing wrong with that. It opened up WrestleMania on a high note with Ray's whole entrance and the pop out of the gimmick, and I thought it was great.
It is sort of interesting that just a few years after this, I guess 3 years later, Rey Mysterio is going to go from the opening match at WrestleMania to winning the world title at WrestleMania 22. What'd you think of the Matt Hardy version 1 character, and how would somebody have explained that to Vince? Because there's no way he knew, right?
It was, Jeff was a star, man. Jeff was what everybody was talking about. And Jeff was a big thing. What do we do with Matt? See if he has any ideas. And Matt had this idea of the version 1 and the whole, that thing called the internet that was just starting up during that time and getting kind of big. So he pitches this idea and he pitched it to the creative team. I don't know that Vince really understood it. However, the guys at the studio, the younger guys at the studio, the younger producers at the studio, they got the concept, and they like doing the Matt likes to eat sushi cooked medium well, that kind of stuff that they had on the side during all of Matt's entrances. And Vince felt that, okay, if the younger guys get it, I don't have to get it.
Right.
Just go do it and do it well. And he would, okay, I don't understand it, but they get it and they like it. Go ahead and do it.
How fun is it too, that I believe this is the first time a Hardy ever won a match at WrestleMania. Of course, the Hardy Boys had been in WrestleManias for several years at this point. This is the first time they get a victory. I mean, it's a featured spot to be in the opening match at WrestleMania, even though, traditionally old school wrestling folks may say, oh, it's the curtain jerker. But the first match at WrestleMania,
Hate that attitude.
Still a pretty damn big deal, is it not?
It's a huge deal. And I didn't know it was the first time that they ever won. That's crazy. Maybe that is where he broken that record.
Oh God, let's move on.
No.
Next up, we see the Miller Lite Catfight girls arrive, and they argue over what the real main event is. What can you tell us about the Miller Lite Catfight girls?
Well, they paid money for that spot to have the Miller Catfight girls. It was a promotion with Miller Lite, obviously. And if you go back, you ever watch 2.5 Men?
Yeah.
Okay. Remember the redhead Candy?
No.
That was Alan. It was Charlie's girlfriend first, then Alan's girlfriend. Then Alan ended up marrying her.
No.
It's in reruns right now, and she's a big part of the show, and I watch it when I fall asleep at night. One of the Miller Lite girls looked just like Candy when I was going back and watching this stuff and going, oh my God.
You just sidebar all of that for that bullshit. How about a wrestling story, motherfucker?
I did. No one knew. This is, again, when people critique creative, they say, why did they put the Miller Lite girls in there? That's stupid. Because they paid us money.
Right.
So we didn't like it as much as you didn't like it. All right. However, the fact that they paid us money, we love it. So you got to write them in and things, and you just have to give them exposure and try and do it the least offensive way you possibly can.
Which one of the boys were most excited to see them there?
Probably A-Train.
Roll Tide. Before the show on Sunday Night Heat, Big Show and A-Train took out Nathan Jones. So that creates a bit of a handicap match, because with Nathan Jones out, now we've got the Undertaker taking on the Big Show and A-Train by himself. Why was the decision made to take Nathan Jones out of the match beforehand? Can I freestyle a guess?
Sure you can. Go ahead.
You didn't want to risk him fucking up the match, so less is more.
Exactly. We wanted to have a passable match, and felt that with him out there looking lost, that it would not have been good. So let's limit it to 2 moves and pray that it works, but put the spotlight where it needs to be. And that was on the Undertaker.
We get Limp Bizkit here to perform Rollin' live for the Undertaker's entrance. And
rolling.
how would Jim Cornette sing that song?
Rolling, motherfucker.
Undertaker rides the bike down. He's got the American flag on the back of the bike. One of the cooler entrances of Undertaker's career at WrestleMania, right?
Actually, yeah. You know, the thing about it was, to me, is if you watch Undertaker when he comes down the ramp, when he guns the bike, because that was always funny to me. The guy, you could tell the guys that could ride, and like you go back and watch DOA, how they'd be hitting that brake and shit. Undertaker and Austin on vehicles was absolutely terrifying to me, because where most people would slow down is where they would speed up. And just watching Taker take the corners and the people getting out of the way and just so damn crisp and all that other shit, I was like going, geez, man, why do you have to do it on the biggest stage of all, where you can wipe out and more people can see it? But he didn't. Some bitch could ride.
Pretty fun match here for what it is. I think it's a lot better than a lot of people may have expected. A-Train almost has like a breakout performance in this for me. I remember at the time watching it and being beforehand just kind of but after this being like, damn, it was actually pretty fucking good.
You know, I think everybody should go back and watch this. It was fucking good. And I am watching this saying to myself, oh God, in my head, it was a stinker.
Right.
When it happened, I'm thinking this is going to suck. Oh my God. But when it actually, the match was great. I mean, it was logical. It told a good story. And like you said, man, I'm sitting there going, God, why Matt Bloom, A-Train, wasn't a bigger star just baffles me. because he could move for a big man. I thought he had a good look,
Right.
but there was just something missing with him. And we tried, man. We really tried. And there were a lot of people that felt that he could have been a big star, but there was just something that missed, that never really clicked to get over to that next level.
Eventually, when it looks like all hope is lost for the Undertaker, Nathan Jones comes down and gives a spin kick to the Big Show in the aisle. And then eventually does a run into the ring and delivers a kick to A-Train. And then Taker hits A-Train with the tombstone and gets the pin. And then we get the celebration of the Undertaker with the American flag at WrestleMania. It's an interesting time when Rey Mysterio is in your opening match, Big Show and Undertaker are in your second match. What a fucking roster, huh? What did you think overall of the Undertaker's position here at WrestleMania?
Well, that tells you how stacked that the roster is when that's what you end up with. But when we would do the lineups for WrestleMania, again, what most people would traditionally go, oh, it's only the second match on the card. That's not how we looked at it. We looked at attractions and we looked at pacing of a show and getting big stars out there. What it does to the audience is it tells you, don't leave your seat. Don't leave the screen, because anything can happen at any time. So it's just a different way of looking at it. And that's how we tried to program it, tried to do the lineup like you would a movie, and you keep people glued to the set.
Somebody who wasn't glued to the company is, Jones. He would be sent to OVW not long after this and wound up quitting in December of 2003. Overall, why don't you think it was a hit? Was he just not athletically gifted? He just didn't get wrestling. It wasn't the look. It wasn't the size.
No, the look and the size were there. I think it was the mentality. And I don't think that he ever really understood the psychology of the business. Big, tough guy, big, strong son of a bitch. And in his head, I think he felt he should have been a much bigger star and should have just been able to come in and be on top. And there was probably a period, like if he was around during the Hulk Hogan days in the late 80s, you could have brought him in and gone around the horn 2-3 times with Hogan.
You know, I'm glad you said that, because I was like, if you would have plopped him in 87, 88, he'd have been fine.
Yeah, and it would have drawn a lot of money. But now I think the audience was expecting a whole hell of a lot more.
What we were expecting were the Miller Lite Catfight girls to run into Tori Wilson and Stacy Keibler.
While the two girls, while Stacy Keibler and Tori are reading Playboy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Next up, women's evolution, baby. We see a triple threat match for the women's championship with Trish Stratus, Jazz, and Victoria. What's your favorite Jazz match, Bruce?
My favorite Jazz match or
Yeah.
Jazz?
What's your favorite Jazz match?
This had to be right up there. I always liked Jazz, man. She was a hell of a talent. Tough. And also her husband, Rodney Mack, Red Dog, was another one. But again, they were great in the ring. Great people. There was just something missing on that connection with the audience. But her in-ring stuff, man, was solid as hell. And I thought that the match was pretty damn good.
Eventually, Victoria hits the ropes and runs into a chick kick, which gives Trish the win and the title at 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Trish is your new women's champion. You guys opted to have this on the main show and not on the pre-show because you wanted to really feature Trish, right?
Well, yeah, you wanted to have the women's championship on the main show, and yes, we wanted to feature Trish.
I'm just saying, if this was Victoria and Jazz, the tag match is on the show and they're on heat.
Well, you wanted to have the girls on the show as well. So that was a big part of being on the show. And we had another tag match on the show. So unfortunately, one of them had to go.
Coach interviews The Rock here, and The Rock says he doesn't care what people think. He's here to do what he hasn't done before, and that's beat Steve Austin at WrestleMania. And if Hollywood's taught him anything, it's that the first act and the second act don't matter. The climax is what everyone remembers, and that's in Act 3, and that's tonight. This wasn't the silly, funny, ha-ha Rock, but I thought this was a great promo as a heel, don't you?
It was an excellent promo. That, and who wrote that? I'll give a shout out, Brian Gerwitz.
Next up, we got the tag team titles on the line when Los Guerreros are out there with Chris Benoit and Rhino and Team Angle. Of course, Team Angle are the tag champs. This is an underrated match, man. And they don't get nearly as much time as you might imagine. Only 8 minutes and 47 seconds. The finish comes when Eddie pulls Rhino to the floor, but Shelton comes in and pins Chavo to retain the titles. It's pretty amazing to think about that here Benoit and Eddie are against each other in a big tag team match. But the next year at WrestleMania, at the end of the show, they're both standing there holding world titles just 1 year later. What can you tell us about this triple threat tag team match that I really enjoyed?
Well, it was a great match, and looking at what we were trying to do here was really give credibility, because we're losing Kurt after WrestleMania. Wanted to give credibility to Haas and Benjamin, who we had a lot of high hopes for. Both young guys, great talents, and just trying to put them in a position to, even without Kurt, they've got the championship and have credibility. Just watching the talent in there. And I always love, we talked about Chavo and Eddie before and how underrated Chavo was for being in the right place at the right time. Everybody involved in that match, superb. I just watched it. Like I said, I kept wanting to find something I could fast forward through, and I would find myself just watching mesmerized going, shit, this is good.
Next up, we see Stacy, Tori, and the Catfight Girls, and Stacy and Tori are arguing over who made WrestleMania, Hogan or McMahon. And the Catfight Girls decide they need to settle this argument in bed. What the fuck is this?
Well, we gave them a lot. We gave them a lot of verbiage there. We gave them a lot of lines. Hogan, McMahon, Hogan, McMahon. You work with what you got, man.
Next up, we've got a great match. Chris Jericho and Shawn Michaels. As Shawn makes his entrance, he shoots confetti into the crowd out of guns that were placed in the aisle, and about half of them don't seem like they work. Whose idea was this? This is like Johnny B. Bad from 10 years prior.
Jason Robinson, who was the lighting director, would oftentimes come up with little entrance stunts for the guys, be it lighting or pyro and some different things. And he would work with the pyro guys hand in hand to come in with something. It's like if you remember during the Trish entrance, when she walked down the aisle, they had the confetti guns going off there. And so this was just something for Shawn to shoot off. Yeah. Some of them were duds. It was kind of like the time when they tried to shoot off the t-shirt cannon and just nothing worked, but trying to do something different.
It's a really fun match. Lots of high spots in here. It's probably one of the more underrated matches of Shawn's WrestleMania career. And one of Chris Jericho's absolute great matches at WrestleMania. You should go out of your way to see this if you haven't in a while. You'll notice some things that look different. Shawn's haircut, having the little Dutch boy haircut, looks a little different. But the actual match itself, I remember mostly for a couple of spots. The back suplex at the corner that Shawn reversed in midair to sort of crash on top of Jericho. Of course, the iconic Jericho Bulldog and then Lion Salt that were executed perfectly. Shawn dropping the elbow off the top. Very slow, very dramatic, very cool. And then all the teases for the Sweet Chin Music finish that never really come. And then out of nowhere, a pinning combination from Shawn Michaels for the 1, 2, 3. And you feel like you're getting your feel good moment after where, hey, maybe I couldn't beat you, but I respect you. And the handshake comes and the hug comes, but then Jericho kicks him in the nuts. Good stuff. I enjoyed this match. What'd you think?
Loved it. And it kept, Jericho goes out, gets pinned in the middle of the ring, fair and square, clean as a whistle, and walked out of there with more heat than he walked in. That's the beauty of a match. Shawn, superb, but the story that they told in that match was excellent. And when a guy comes out stronger than he was going in off of one little move, obviously the whole match told a great story, but that one kick in the nuts after all said and done,
that's what everybody remembers.
You think you're going to have that moment? it made him.
Jericho had a lot to say about this match in his book. He wrote, "Our first meeting was almost a throwaway segment. I would confront him about being a relic from the past, and he would super kick me, and that would be the end of it. But there was a certain electricity when Sean and I stood nose to nose in the ring, and everyone from the fans to the boys to Vince himself could feel it. When Sean and I walked back through the curtain, Vince approached us and said, 'We've got money here.' I agreed, and since it was December, I immediately began thinking WrestleMania. And when I approached Sean about it, he was hesitant. 'I don't know if I'll be around that long,' he said, but I really think he meant it. He was a little gun shy about returning to the ring full time, as he'd been out for 5 years with a back injury. But the more he thought about it and the more we talked, he decided he was ready to return at WrestleMania, and he wanted the return to be against me. I was gobsmacked by his decision. When I first started wrestling, I was essentially a Shawn Michaels clone. I had similar tights, similar canary yellow hair. I had the same high spots as him, but things had changed. I wasn't a clone anymore. It was pro versus pro, and I was looking forward to see if I could live up to the standards of a Shawn Michaels big event." And this is Shawn's first match back here at WrestleMania, Bruce. And he sort of says that, before and now, he's a different person, and he says he's a new person. And this sort of feels like a new event, because before, his work was his life, and now his work is just his work. His family is his life. How different was he to deal with here at this WrestleMania, say from WrestleMania 14 when we saw him last?
Completely different person. And it was a completely different human being. He was guarded in a lot of respects because of his past reputation. And so he was, walking on eggshells a little bit because he knew and he recognized and brought up, yeah, I used to be a dick, and I was a different person then. And he was trying to make a conscious effort to not be a dick and to say, hey, no, I've changed and I'm a different person now. So there was that. And when we went into this, that's like I said before, there were no plans to have this match at WrestleMania. And as they went on and the chemistry was there, they were clicking and they were having great matches. They enjoyed working with each other. Man, we had a WrestleMania match on our hands, and probably one of the best matches both of them had in a WrestleMania. And for a WrestleMania moment, that was a beautiful thing.
Jericho says they really patterned the angle after a classic kung fu movie plot where the student feels he's better than the teacher. And he says really the story sort of wrote itself, but he came up with most of the 27-minute match when he was shopping at Dick's Sporting Goods for Speedo undertights that week. And they sort of laid it out to where they felt like they could have the crowd on the edge of the seats the whole time for 27 minutes. So there's lots of false finishes here. And of course the story after, where we see that Jericho really is just a dick. He wrote in his book, "The general consensus that our match stole the show was a huge compliment. Only 18 other matches in the history of the business could make that claim, and to do so was the goal of every single performer who'd ever been on a WrestleMania. Personally, winning the Undisputed Championship was an amazing moment, but stealing the show at WrestleMania 19 topped it. In a lot of ways, it was the greatest night of my career. I thank Sean for that, and I also take pride in the fact that he thanks me for the match as well. After WrestleMania, Shawn Michaels was back, and I had helped him get there. When we talked backstage afterwards, we were told that our match had gone too long. Shawn wiped the sweat off his face and said with a smirk, 'When you have a match as good as that, you can go as long as you want.' Yep, HBK was definitely back." Do you remember it going too long there? That feels like something you would have been telling him.
Well, no, because I was doing so many other things at this WrestleMania, and it was just so damn involved with Vince and Piper and Hogan and all that stuff. I was everywhere else. I don't even think I watched this match live. So I watched it after the fact, and obviously just watched it now. But it was without a doubt one of the greatest, it'll go down as one of the greatest WrestleMania matches ever. So both guys did everything that they were asked to do. And sometimes, it goes long. If it affects the show and affects other things, that's not a good thing. I don't care how good the match is. You have your time, you need to hit it. But sometimes if you steal the show, it's forgiven.
So let me ask, Bruce, if you weren't in Gorilla and you weren't really like timing the show or giving cues like that, what were you doing here? Were you in the back with chauffeur's cap on, covering up your nappy hair, carrying Hunter's bags, or what were you doing?
I just told you what I was doing.
You said running around.
I was running around working with Vince and Hogan and Piper and getting all that stuff for their match and going over everything we were doing there and working with Kurt and Brock on their stuff as well. But I had other,
but I guess
didn't deal with the Raw stuff at that time.
Chat me up about where those type of meetings happen. I guess I'm looking for like,
dude, I'm all over the place. I'm in dressing rooms. We're in Vince's office. We're in the dressing room. We're in hallways. We're in showers. It's all over the place.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to ask, and I'm not trying to beat you up, I'm trying to make sure I understand. When you're talking to Hogan, Vince, and Piper, are they in 3 different locations, or can you get everybody together and y'all just talk through the shit?
Sometimes they are in different places, and we'll go, we'll all be together, go over everything for the match, and then separate. And Vince will go, God damn, I've got this. Let Terry know. And then Hogan's like, okay, we'll do this. And it's all over the place. You're doing wearing a lot of different hats, trying to make sure that the whole show is coming together, and you're not able to sit down, especially at this pay-per-view in a stadium where it had to be all over the place. And I had to be with Roddy. A lot of people didn't, other than myself, Vince, Hogan, maybe 1 or 2 other people, no one else knew what the hell Piper was doing there. They thought he was just there as an old timer signing autographs and making an appearance.
Well, maybe it was time that Piper, shifted his career into gear. Next up, we see referee Sylvan go into Vince's locker room. Of course, he's going to be the ref that we see in a little bit. He was also the ref of the Rock Hogan match at No Way Out 03. Then Tony Chimmel announces the new Safeco Field attendance record of 54,097. What would Meltzer say about the attendance here, Bruce?
He'd probably say it was really only 9,000 people.
Next up, Limp Bizkit performs the WrestleMania theme. What is it again, Bruce?
Crack Addict. I love it.
And then the coach brings out Tanya Bollinger and Katana Baker, better known as the Miller Lite Catfight Girls, for a pillow fight. This brings out Stacy Keibler and then Tori Wilson, who want to jump into the action. The tops come off, the bottoms stay on, but asses are spanked. And then our man, the coach, gets de-pantsed. Probably not exactly who we wanted to see lose their pants here.
I want to see chocolate ass. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry.
What'd you think of this segment?
I was glad it was over.
It's so disappointing too, because when they come out and they get in a bed, you're like, what the fuck is this? Like the male part of me is like, hey man, roll tide, about to see a little drop top titty tipping time. And then you're like, man, if I brought my daughter to this show, this would be like, nah, I'm out on this. And then coach loses his pants. It's womp, womp.
So then it's okay.
What?
For your daughter, the coach loses his pants.
Well, she's not going to see anything on coach, right?
Well,
next up, we got Triple H taking on Booker T. I know you're excited to talk about this one. Triple H is out here in his lavender pants, and he doesn't have a ridiculous entrance. He just comes to the ring, and he comes first. Booker T actually comes out second. We see Booker hit the Harlem Hangover, but Booker's slow to cover, and Flair puts Triple H's foot on the rope to break the count. And then Booker tries to hit the ropes for the scissor kick, but he can't put weight on the leg and collapses. So Triple H hits the pedigree and both men are down. Triple H just lays there and eventually crawls over and gets the pin. It's 18 minutes and 47 seconds when the bell sounds. But what everybody's talked about for years and years and years is that Booker T didn't win after bringing up his criminal past and chauffeur cap and here's $1, get me a towel and get my bags and nappy hair and dance for me. And the fact that he lost to the pedigree, but most of all, that it took Hunter 24 seconds to pin him. So usually when there's a finishing maneuver, maybe there's a couple of seconds when you're trying to see, can he pin him? But this goes on for like 21 seconds before he ever puts his arm over him. And a lot of people feel like this just buried Booker T. I know you don't believe that. Get that chapstick ready, Bruce.
fuck you and your chapstick shit. It's people that don't understand the business. If you're going to lose, you want to lose to somebody's finish. If that's wrestling 101. And I thought the match was great. I thought the finish was good, and it told a damn good story. So people that don't like it, there's no explanation that they're going to accept anyway. So fuck it. I'm not going to give you one other than it was the right call. It was a damn good match, and it was what it was. And you're going to make a mountain out of a molehill over whatever. Oh, it was, would it have been okay if it was 21 seconds? Would have been, that's silliness now. That's just somebody overanalyzing and trying to pick a fight and pick shit out that's just not there. It's like, why did they put this match on first? And why was this on Heat? Well, it's because this guy said something to this guy's. There's not that much thought put into that kind of shit. It's, you have to do a job. You have to do a lineup. You have to do a match. What's the best finish? And the best finish was pedigree 1, 2, 3. So that's it.
Let me ask this, because there's an expression in the wrestling business that a lot of people have heard. The only thing that's real is the money and the miles. Would this have been Booker T's biggest one match payoff of his career?
I have no idea. Probably was a good one, but I'm sure it was a good one for him. Yeah.
Next up, we get a street fight. Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon. If you watch nothing from this show after we've talked about it, you need to watch this. This is the match that seemed to be promoted as the main event of the show, and Hogan's career is on the line in this match. And of course, Hogan's out first, and then Vince McMahon. And to my surprise, this is a more than passable match. I'm not going to say it's like a 5-star clinic, but I am going to say that these guys worked their ass off, and they proved that in order to get a lot of heat and to get the fans behind you and to tell a story, you don't have to use 100 moves. But there is crazy shit going down in here. They're hitting each other with chairs. Everyone's bleeding. Vince McMahon's bleeding. They're setting up table spots. Vince McMahon climbs a fucking ladder and puts Hulk Hogan through a table. You hear me? Vince McMahon put Hulk Hogan through a table when he jumped off a goddamn ladder. But maybe
with a leg drop.
With a leg drop, because that's Heat, Roll Tide. But maybe the most iconic scene from this entire match, and you know what I'm going to bring up. You and I talked about off air because I asked, how long did you guys practice or set up, or ahead of time did you decide you wanted that Vince McMahon peeking over the apron with that devilish grin as his face is just covered in blood when he pulls the pipe out from under the ring? So he sees Hogan laying prone in the ring. He's looking for a weapon to sort of finish him off. He finds a pipe, and when he peeks up, the camera catches every bit of it. It's like out of a Hollywood movie. And to my surprise, you said,
good camera work.
It wasn't planned.
No.
So it was just, the guys knew, hey, Vince is over there. Let's shoot and see what happens when he comes up. And Vince just happened to do it, and it happened to be caught on camera, and it feels super set up. But you say, nay, that was organic, and it just happened.
100% organic. That's Kerwin Silfies, great directing. Stu or Marty or whoever the hell it was that got the shot, and Switcher in the truck, seeing it, whoever pointed it out, say, hey, watch Vince over here, get that camera there. And sometimes, man, you get lightning in a bottle, and that's what they did.
Now, you told us the story on the Roddy Piper episode, but we'll tell it again here briefly. Piper was not always part of the plan for this match, and you guys reached out just right before WrestleMania to sort of make the deal for him to appear here, right?
I called him the Friday night before, and what are you doing? I'm just sitting here, and pitched the idea to him. It was something that Vince and I had talked about, where we wanted to do. He felt the match with Hogan needed something, and was looking for something from the outside to make it that big pop, that big moment. Being in Seattle, knowing that Piper lived in Portland, but also just when you look back at the 80s, who were those icons? It was Hulk and Roddy. I pitched Piper, and Piper was not a popular name. Not, one of Vince's first picks. But people in the office, Roddy could be somewhat difficult to work with at times. And I knew that anybody else would have poo-pooed it, but Vince listened and was like, call him and see if he's interested. And we did. He drove down, snuck him into the hotel, got him into the building. And like I said, people thought that he was there to do an appearance, like he was going to be up in one of the boxes as one of the legends to sign autographs and hang out with people at the event. But, I walked him out, put him in a trench coat, walked him out into the crowd, big hat on his head. And we stood and watched the match underneath the one of the sound trusses and sound areas there. And when it was time, I walked him to the ring, moved the security guard out of the way, and got him in the ring. I don't think at that point, I don't even think Jim Ross knew he was a part of the match. Jim knew he was there, but was like, what's he there? I said, talk to Vince, and Vince was just like, don't bother me now, JR. I got a match to do. But I don't even think at that point, JR knew that he was involved in the match.
So Piper comes into the ring. He's wearing a trench coat and a hat, takes the hat off, then the trench coat. The crowd pops. They know the story. This is back to WrestleMania 1. And Roddy picks up the pipe and he acts like he's going to hit Vince, but instead turns and hits Hogan. Then he blows his nose on Hogan and gets out of there. Vince crawls to Hogan, covers him. Hogan kicks out. Vince goes for the pipe, but referee Brian Hebner tries to stop him. So angry Vince throws Hebner out. He grabs the pipe again and motions for his referee Sylvan to come down. Eventually referee Mike Sparks gets into it with Sylvan on the floor, and Vince hits Hogan with the pipe and drops a leg on him, but only gets a 2 count. And you know what's coming. Hogan hulks up, delivers the 3 punches to Sylvan, and then tosses him to the floor. Vince tries to hit him with a double axe handle, but it's too much for Hulk. He's hulking up, man. 3 punches, the boot, and then 3 leg drops gets him the pin. Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon, with a handful of moves, go nearly 21 minutes here in a damn entertaining match. And Shane comes down from the back to check on Vince, and Hulk poses, and there's no confrontation. But it told a great story. And the story here is it only took 1 leg drop to beat Andre the Giant, but it took 3 to beat Vince McMahon.
Is that what the story was?
I'm just busting balls. I really enjoyed this match, man. This is a great, old school wrestling, is it not?
It was. It was classic. And like I said, it wasn't pretty.
Right.
But it told a great story, and they busted their asses. There were some of those shots, man. You look at some of those punches that Vince is throwing and hitting Hulk in the face and watching Hulk's reaction like, Jesus. It was a great story, man, all the way around. And it was something that it was nice to get there. It was just so nice to get there. And then I wanted, which we'll talk about later on at some point, but I wanted to get there with the hair match later on with the whole Mr. America thing later on, but it didn't happen. And that was just one of my, that was a proud, happy moment for me, because when you have something big like that and have it come off and they have the surprise of Roddy Piper in there, it was just some cool shit. It was some really cool shit.
How is this WrestleMania different from others when Vince, who's normally sort of the puppeteer, is actually participating in a match? His day has to look a lot different, right?
It does. And for those of us, trying to run things, it becomes less stressful because he's worried about his match and you don't have him breathing down your neck, and more stressful because he's worried about everything. So it's, you get both sides of it, and I don't know which one is better, but for me on this day, I was running all over the place, and I had one of those little carts, too, with a driver that would drive me everywhere because it was just such a damn big building, and I'm fat and I'm lazy. But no, just running all over the place. It was crazy. And he's sitting there, he's trying to get his match, but he's watching the show, and of course he has to nitpick every little thing. So it gets crazy, but at the same time, it's a little less stressful because you don't have him yelling and screaming at you.
Let's talk about Vince. You know, he's in tremendous shape here. And one of the promos, it's kind of fun. He says, you know, for 20 years, I've often wondered, you know, who would win in a fight, me or Hulk Hogan? He told us a few years ago, or a few episodes ago, at a trade show, it was actually kicked around and discussed. What if he made a spectacle of himself at one of those NAPTY deals and he attacked Hulk Hogan? When this is a marquee match and one of the featured matches, or the money matches, as you called it earlier, how serious does Vince McMahon take the training? We can look at him and see that physically he's taking that serious, but from a wrestling standpoint, how serious is he training? Who with? How often? Where? Talk us through that.
Vince is in the ring every day. And during this time, you know, he's in the gym, he's in the ring, he's training with my brother Tom in the studio. And he takes it very seriously because he doesn't want to be embarrassed, and he wants to go out and put out the very best show that he possibly can, and wants to show everybody that, hey, I can do this. So he's putting everything into it that he possibly can, up all night long, whether it's training in the ring or training in the gym. He's going to show everybody, you know, if I can do it at my age, you can do it at your age.
You think this is Vince McMahon's best match ever?
You know, that it's a toss up between,
Can I guess?
some of the stuff he did with Steve.
I was going to guess
go
you were
back
going to
to
say, St. Valentine's Day Massacre in this.
Thank you. Yes. The blue cage, the big
Yep.
blue cage.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that those two are probably, you know, the best Vince matches, defining big match moments for Vince.
Let's talk about the next match, which a lot of people probably have as the real main event. Steve Austin and The Rock. It's the third and final match. And unfortunately it's Austin's last match ever. And, you know, I think sometimes if you grew up the same era as I did, you sort of take Austin's career for granted sometimes because it was so short and it's not what we necessarily grew up on. Like, I grew up a Hogan guy, but nobody was cooler in this era than Stone Cold Steve Austin. And he was everybody's favorite, but he wasn't on top just a ton of time. You know, he became the guy 4 WrestleManias or 5 WrestleManias prior to this, but he missed a whole year because of surgery and then walked out for several months as well. So all told, it's not the longest run on top, but nobody had highs as high as he did. And it hits you in the feels to watch this match, man, knowing this is it. And his, stomping to the ring that night, his entrance and the way it was shot from behind instead of the front was maybe one of the most iconic shots in the history of the company. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you know, and I cried at the end of the match, you know, knowing what I know now, and just, you know, watching it's emotional. You know, seeing Rock, you know, telling him he loves him at the end and having that little moment there in the middle of the ring, you know, those are things as a performer, and those are things being in the business and being as close, you know, as you become to these guys, that those are the special moments that you just can't recreate. And that people, unless you're there, it's difficult to relate to sometimes. And as a fan, you can relate to it as a fan and have those feelings. But when you work as closely as we did with people, and for me, I don't know that I really knew it was Steve's last match at that point. You know, watching it now and knowing that, it's doubly hard. But you had the feeling, but you didn't know. And it's just, you know, it's a friend. and it's someone that you care for and someone you respect. And for them not to be able to go out on their terms sometimes and have to go out because of an injury and just things like that you can't control. It's hard. It's just hard.
On the Mania of WrestleMania documentary, which is not on the network, by the way. So WWE, if you're listening, put that on the network. We'd really like to make it available for our listeners. It is on the internet. So if you Google Mania of WrestleMania, it will be there, but not on WWE network. Come on, WWE, help us out. Ventura, Jesse Ventura does the voiceovers for that. And they cover a lot of the Steve Austin story here. And I want to sort of paraphrase some of it. They interview McMahon on that documentary, and he says, Rock, as popular as he is, was never quite Stone Cold Steve Austin. And I thought that was a really telling quote from Vince, because obviously The Rock has gone on to be the biggest star in the history of the business. But as far as from a WWE fan standpoint, Austin was still another level. Would you agree with that?
I would. And Steve did it longer.
Austin is also coming back after a big layoff here where he walked out on the company last year. And Ventura said when he came back to some resentment in the locker room. And they show him, as they're saying that, shaking hands and trying to make amends, or so they're explaining, to guys like Kurt Angle. We've talked a little bit about this on our Austin Walks Out episode in the archives over at youtube.com/something to wrestle. But the reason this is sort of weird to watch back in hindsight now is I remember watching this in 2003 and I knew it was a trilogy match, but I knew that Austin had already bested the trilogy. So it's not like this is a rubber match necessarily. And I didn't think it was that big of a deal. And I sort of armchair quarterbacked at the time and wished for different matches, feeling I'd already seen this one twice. I might have felt differently knowing what I know now, because when I watched it this time, I approached it totally different. Stone Cold is quoted in that movie we're talking about, The Mania of WrestleMania, saying, I didn't want anyone to know about my health problems because I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin. He felt like he was bulletproof, which is what his vest said on his back that day. But he, the person, Steve Williams, was not. He, the person, Steve Williams, quote, I didn't have any business being in the ring. And Ventura says exactly what Bruce just reiterated. No one really knew it was going to be his last match. And Steve said in that documentary, because really, who cares? You're just a gear in the machine, and I was a gear that got used up. So they just put a new gear in, and the machine keeps rolling. And he was saying he was rolling the dice, even being in the ring that night. But he didn't want to stink the joint out. That was his primary concern. And he's doing this interview for this documentary the night before WrestleMania. And he's saying, I don't want to stink the joint out. That's my primary concern for tomorrow. But of course, right after that interview, he goes to his hotel room, panicked, and called JR thinking he was having a heart attack. So they go to the hospital. And that's what we hear about this whole incident from the documentary. But let's go ahead and put a bow on the match. It takes 3 rock bottoms to get Austin out. And Austin says that at that moment, he just really wanted the match to end. He was physically spent. He was done. And after the match, rather than The Rock getting her up and running around and celebrating, he rearranges himself so he can sit and look straight down at Austin, pushes the referee away, and says, I just want to thank you. You have no idea what this means to me. I appreciate you and I love you. And when asked on the documentary, hey, what'd you say to Austin in the ring after? The Rock says, I'm not telling you. But Austin shared it in the documentary, and he told you what I just said. And he says that he said it back. I love you too. And that's sort of an interesting finish to their rivalry, because those guys did not start off as friends and had a huge competitive rivalry. But it is sort of fitting that if Austin really understands the business like we know he does, and he knows that this is the next top guy and this is the guy who deserves my spot, then if I'm the worn out gear, he needs to replace me. And he's happy to do so. That's a relationship that a lot of people who aren't in the business like myself, probably don't really get, right, Bruce?
Yeah, exactly. And when you give your body, when you're in the ring with somebody, you're giving them your body, and you have to trust them. And watching this match, you go back and watch it, it's a cliche. By God, he left everything in that ring. That night, those guys left everything in that ring. You felt it, you saw it. It was real. It was captivating. And again, in hindsight, when you watch it, you go, Jesus Christ, this is unbelievable.
It really is.
We didn't know that was Steve's last match. I got the call late Saturday night from Vince, just giving me a heads up. The Raw team knew until the next day that anything had even happened the night before. A lot of people chalked it up to Steve, drinking all the Red Bulls and coffee and just going 9 million miles an hour. And he had his own health in his head, and was going through a lot of issues that probably complicated it even more when he went into the hospital. But, I think the only people that knew he was in the hospital were Vince and JR. That night, Vince just gave me a heads up and said, be thinking in the back of your head. I think we'll be okay, but keep it in the back of your head. Like, is he okay? Yeah, he'll be fine. So it's when you hear all about it after the fact, you're like, damn. And that son of a bitch went to the ring.
Let's talk about it. Austin wrote in his book, damn, I think I'm going to die. I'm dying for sure. I'm getting off the elevator on the 27th floor of the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Seattle the night before WrestleMania 19. And my heart is beating so hard, it feels like it's going to crack a rib to jump out of my chest. And I'm saying to myself, I'm 38 years old and I'm fixing to freaking die right here, right now. I'm having a damned heart attack and I'm wondering how the hell it could have happened. I've been working out twice a day at the gym and doing nothing but focusing on the match. Mentally, I'm ready, despite all the challenges I've been through in the past couple of years. Injuries, surgery, rehab, divorces, and most unexpected of all, leaving the WWE. Physically, I look like someone who deserves the name Stone Cold, but truthfully, I'm a walking disaster. My back, neck, and knees are a mess. I've got 2 fused discs in my back and others just barely holding together. But tomorrow's WrestleMania, and I need to perform the best I can and put on a hell of a match. Hell, it could very well be the last one of my career, but I want to go out in a blaze of glory like anybody would. So standing here on the 27th floor of the Grand Hyatt, my heart pounding against my ribs like a gorilla trying to bust out of its cage, that wasn't in the plans at all. I'd woken up that morning feeling all right, but the more I thought about it, the problem went back to before that morning. The day before, which was Friday, I'd bought a couple of those high energy drinks from the gym, and I was in the habit of drinking 3 to 5 of those things a day, plus 1 to 2 cups of coffee or pots of coffee while I was off and working out. Those drinks are loaded with ephedra and crap, lots of caffeine. I should have known with all the warnings about ephedra, but it never bothered me until now. Famous last words. I worked out at a gym on Friday and then went back to the hotel, and I was a little emotional because I figured this was probably the last match of my career, so I didn't sleep well at all. When I woke up, it was one of those mornings where you need a crane to pull yourself out of bed. So I opened up one of those energy drinks and drank that thing down. This is before I had coffee, breakfast, whatever. Then I ordered room service and drank another energy drink. When my breakfast came, it was the normal egg white omelet and a large pot of coffee. I drank the whole pot. Then I called Kevin Nash to check with him before going to the gym. And we had a couple of cups of coffee together. When we went to the gym, I noticed that over the last couple of days, the reflexes in my leg were really jumpy. I have what's called a sustained clonus reflex in both legs. that is an involuntary shaking of the nerves, knees, whatever. I was nervous about the whole weekend. It's probably being my last match, about hurting my back, all that crap I'd been putting in my body and doing this stuff for months on end. Looking back, I was just wearing myself down. I went to the gym, but I didn't really work out. I didn't feel like doing a whole lot. So I did sort of a BS workout, a really light back workout. I did recumbent bike for my knee, just pedaling on it, not really trying to raise my cardio or anything. And Kevin had come over after he finished his cardio, and we're just sitting talking together. I said to him, look, pointing down to my foot, it was just resting on the bike pedal and the reflexes were just firing like crazy in my foot and leg. I said, look at that crap. He looked at my foot as it jumped uncontrollably on the bike pedal and said out loud, Jesus Christ. I went through the lobby, got in an elevator and rode it up to my floor. And as soon as I got out of that damn elevator, that's when everything started happening. My heartbeat might be doing 160 or 180 beats per minute. And then when Steve got to the room, he called the front desk to see if they had a doctor. He needed somebody up there. He needed help. And they put him on hold. So then he hung up and he called and said it was an emergency. And in the meantime, Liz was with one of the WWE executives, just happened to be walking down the hall. And he had the door wide open, waiting for some help. And he saw her and started yelling. He was as white as a sheet. His legs were shaking. He couldn't make them stop. And she rushed in, and then Bob and Chris from the WWE came into the room, and then the Dr. Robert came in, and they wound up taking his heart rate and got him into an ambulance and out of there. Once they get to the ambulance, they hook him up to all these machines to monitor his heart rate and blood pressure and get an IV going. They put 5 bags of fluid in there. The average person might get 2 if they're dehydrated, but he gets 5. And JR and Vince McMahon are coming to the hospital, and they arrive while he's still in the ER. And, it's a weird deal. They wind up keeping him overnight for evaluation. And it feels like the worst possible ending for a wrestler. I mean, you'd like to go out on a high point at WrestleMania, but you sure as shit don't want to spend the night before in the hospital. Nobody even knew any of this happened outside of a really closed circle of WWE executives who kept a hush hush. And nobody really knew this was the end, except maybe Austin and JR. Would you agree with that?
You know, I would, but I don't even know if JR knew. I think Steve, may have known in his head, but I don't know if he even shared that with JR.
When did McMahon know
that it was his last match?
Yeah.
Probably after.
I know that Steve is sort of a weird cat, and his attitude is, who cares? But realistically, the biggest star in the history of the company, don't you wish as a fan that there would have been a bigger retirement send-off possible for him?
Well, absolutely. And I wish as a human being that you wouldn't have had to have the send-off. And I wish that, it could have been a whole lot different, that he didn't have to go through all of that stuff. Unfortunately, we don't always get a pick, what happens to us and when it happens to us. I didn't like having my heart attacks when I had them, we don't get to choose those things. And this was unfortunate, and you deal with it as it's served up to you. So, you do the best with what you have.
It's an interesting to think about. We talk about this all the time because I'm a little obsessed with time, and, Stone Cold's done here at 38. I want to remind everybody, Nakamura's 38. AJ Styles is 40. So we're talking about a guy where we're saying, his body's broken down on him. He's got to retire. Imagine if that was Nakamura today, you'd be like, oh man, it was cut too short. Or AJ 2 years ago. But it happened to Steve at 38, man. It's a sad deal because you just assume at 38, oh shit, man, he's just getting started. He's got another 5, 6, 7, 8 years left, but it didn't happen.
Nope. Unfortunately, he's human.
Well, the next two guys at times didn't look human. Let's get to Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar, the main event for the world title, SmackDown world title. Kurt Angle's coming in as the champ, and he's probably here against all good common sense, but he's going to do his best. For at least 7 years, he's been dealing with this neck injury that had him in excruciating pain. The only way to get through it is to have painkillers. He's become reliant on them, and he's going to have surgery right after this. And instead of electing to have the traditional fusion surgery where he's out for a year, he's going to go with some new experimental surgery that may have him back in just 2 months. And we've covered all that on our Kurt Angle episode, which you can hear in long form, youtube.com/something to wrestle. This is one hell of a match, and Brock Lesnar is the guy who's going to come away with the nod. And it's a phenomenal match. Two of the greatest amateur wrestlers of all time. One's a gold fucking medalist, and one is an athlete like we've never seen in professional wrestling before. But unfortunately, nobody talks about the match. They all talk about the botched shooting star press, and we're going to talk about it too. But first, I'd like to just take a minute to reflect on how amazing it is that Brock Lesnar's even here. Brock's been in the company on the main roster for less than a year. This is his very first WrestleMania. And in his first WrestleMania, before he's been with the company a year, he's in the main event winning the world title at WrestleMania. That in and of itself seems ridiculous. But let's also remind you, this is at a time when the company has Rey Mysterio and Rob Van Dam and Big Show and Undertaker and Chris Jericho and The Rock and Steve Austin and Triple H and on and on and on. Shawn Michaels. I mean, you've got every star who's ever been a star in the company, from Hulk Hogan on down. And in his very first WrestleMania, he's in the main event winning the world title. That's a hell of a fucking endorsement from Vince McMahon, is it not?
He was the next big thing.
He was the big thing at this point. He wasn't the next big thing. Yeah. It's,
I mean, never before had a moniker fit someone as well as Brock Lesnar. And he was the big thing. He was, he had it. He was special.
Let's talk about the finish. Obviously people expect a Matt Classic here. Kurt's hurt. It's probably not as good as what it could have been, but it's still a phenomenal match. But nobody talks about the match. They all talk about the finish. And there's footage of Brock Lesnar landing flawlessly this shooting star press when he was in OVW. When did you first hear that he was going to attempt a shooting star press? Or when did you first hear that you knew he could do one, that you had heard about it from OVW or what have you?
I had seen it in OVW. I'd seen him do it, so I knew he could do it. The big question was why? That big bastard doesn't need to be doing a shooting star press ever. You don't expect it. There's no reason to do it. He's an amateur beast. He's a professional beast. Why would he climb up to the top rope and do that? Just logically and trying to think psychology wise, I never saw any reason for him to do it. So there were people that were enamored with all that kind of stuff that, oh my God, a big guy doing something like that shows his athleticism and everything else. I was kind of the mindset that he didn't need to do it. And he sure as hell didn't need to do it for the first time at a big stage like WrestleMania. Having never done it in that ring that I know of, not in our ring. So, I'd heard rumblings about it, and I don't know. You're going to ask me, who suggested it? I don't know. And there's, the rumor and innuendo that Brock had said someone had suggested it to him. He shouldn't have listened to him. I don't know who that was. I don't know who suggested it. I know I was asked during the day about it, and I said, you don't need it. He beat him with his finish. And Kurt was fine with him beating him with his finish. So I don't know, who it was that suggested he do the shooting star press, but he did it. And for all how do you know it wasn't planned for him to botch it and just do it head first into the apron like that?
Well, I hope nobody intended on jumping head first.
Yeah. God. I always tell guys, I said, it's live. We meant for that to happen. No one would ever mean for that to happen. It was ugly. It was brutal. That one I watched at Gorilla and I was terrified.
If you had to put your finger on who you think may have been the guy who suggested it, dude.
I've heard Michael, I've heard Paul Heyman, I've heard Angle suggested it. I don't know. I really don't know. I never, doing the research for this show was really the first time I'd heard that quote from Brock. And I'm thinking about it, thinking, who would it have been? I know Heyman always liked that. I know Michael likes big moves. I know Kurt's crazy. So I don't know. And I don't want to say it could have been anybody, it could have been Fit Finlay. Hey, how about you do this? So the end of the day, he decided he was going to do it and he did it. So it didn't work out, but it's the move and the match itself overall, before that was an absolutely brutal, flawless, great story all the way through that match. And Brock could have ended it with that F5 and gone home.
The shooting star was supposed to be the finish, but obviously it doesn't hit and everybody is sort of shocked. You can hear the referee or Kurt or both of them when he misses it and Kurt gives him an angle slam and then goes to pin him. You can hear him say, or those guys say, kick out. And sure enough, Brock does. And supposedly as that's happening, Kurt's trying to talk to him, say, talk to me. And eventually Brock says, yeah. And Kurt calls the audible and they say, hey, just hit me with an F5 and let's go home. So an F5 brings it to a close. 21 minutes and 8 seconds gives Brock his second world title. Of course, Lesnar remembers none of this. And afterwards, Angle says when he finally got a chance to look eye to eye with Lesnar, he could see that nobody was home.
Nobody was home.
Brock had a long distance stare where he was looking well past him. And Kurt says something like, hey man, go hit all posts to, celebrate in the turnbuckles with your world title. And it's a weird situation because you're worried about the guy and you don't know what we know now about CTE, but clearly he had a concussion and Kurt's in bad shape and he doesn't feel good physically. And he's not really happy with the end of that match, I'm sure. And there's tremendous footage on this Mania After WrestleMania documentary that you should go find, where Brock really doesn't want anything to do with anybody backstage. Everybody's trying to tend to him and he's just having nothing to do with it. Briscoe's trying to hold him down and console him and just wrangle him in. But
Briscoe was the one that I said, go get him before he kills everybody. Everybody was all over him and they were trying to get him on a stretcher and take him to the hospital. Brock blew up. Now there was one little blow up right before that, on the way to the stretcher that they don't show in there. And that's where, he threw me halfway across the hall, because I was on him trying to tell him, hey man, let's get you looked at and let's make sure you're okay first. And he just did the roar, and I went flying. So when they finally got him to sit down and everybody started doing it, he did it again. I was like, Jerry, you're the only one at this point that he's really going to listen to. So that's why Briscoe got in there and was like, hey, big boy, calm down. It's me. I'm the only one that's going to touch you. We can go to the dressing room, but you got to let these guys look at you. And Brock was pissed off. There was a camera there. He was hurt. It's like a wounded animal. You corner a wounded animal, they're going to lash out. And we just wanted to get him down and get a doctor to look at him and make sure that he was okay. 'Cause obviously he wasn't. And, it was scary as shit. And everybody's tending to Brock. In the meantime, in another dressing room, all by himself. Kurt is coming down, man, off of the match. His body's starting to, cool down and calm down. And so we get Brock in the dressing room. He's got a million people around him. And I'm like, where's Kurt? Oh, Kurt's dressing in this other dressing room down here. So I walk down to see Kurt. I walk in and Kurt is standing in the shower. The shower's going. He's naked. Just holding on to the shower in the middle of the room. It was like a group shower, locker room type thing. And he's holding on to the shower. And I'm like, are you okay? And nobody's home at all. So I'm like, Kurt, are you okay? And he looks at me with a completely blank stare. Had no idea. So I go in the shower. I take Kurt, get him a towel, take him out. And I'm like trying to talk to him. And his wife, Karen, was right outside the door. And I said, hey, I don't want to alarm you. You need to come in here. And he was just shaking like he was freezing. And in the meantime, I'm trying to get somebody to go get me a trainer, go get me a doctor, get somebody in here. And Kurt was starting to break down, as the adrenaline had worn off. He's starting to cool down, man. He's starting to feel everything in his body. And that's another one, cliche. He left everything out in that ring that night. I mean, everything. So now we got, the two guys in our main event are two toughest badass studs in the entire company. And they're a shell of themselves, just, they've beaten the hell out of each other, two warriors colliding, and both of them are a wreck at this point. So we get the doctor in. The doctor looks at Kurt, and we finally get him to where he stopped shaking, stood in there, helped him take a shower and everything, and the doctor stood in there with him. He came out, he dried off, he cooled down. And he's like, no, I'll be fine. I'm okay. It just was coming down. I got cold and I'll be okay. I'm like, dude, you gotta, no, we got to take you in. Both guys refused to go to the hospital, just flat out refused, would not go, would not do it. It was scary. I mean, it was really a scary, scary time. Brock had his entire family there and, they're all concerned. But it was quite the aftermath, to say the least.
Naked and shaking so violently, couldn't control it is the condition of Kurt Angle after his body had just completely shut down on him. Karen Angle is in this documentary Mania After WrestleMania and doesn't even look like the same person that we've probably seen on TNA in the last few years, but it's weird to go back and think about this moment in time where Kurt Angle was like, I'd rather die in the ring than not go out there and do it that night. And then you've got on the other side, a guy who should easily be on a gurney with a neck brace, and he's just having nothing to do with it, man.
Well, and then it gets even scarier because, I don't know, scarier, but just more drama and more craziness. We're at this hotel, the Hyatt downtown. And of course, after WrestleMania, you have the WrestleMania party. Well, I'm kind of in charge of SmackDown at this time. And my two top guys are hurt. Now, I'm in the middle of the floor. On one side of me is Dusty Rhodes. On the other side is Brock in the rooms. There are three rooms on the floor kind of lined up, and I'm in the middle. I got Brock on one side, Dusty on the other. Kurt is on the opposite corner, but like two floors down, one, something like that. He was on another floor on the opposite corner, and I'm running between the rooms. Brock had his whole family there. Kurt just had Karen. He had his daughter there, and I go down. I'm like, Kurt, everything okay? Made sure he was going to be tucked in. And he's like, I'm going to the party. I said, no, you're not going to the party, dude. Now I'm playing dad. You're not going to the party. Bruce, I'm fine. I'm going to the party. No, you're not going. Karen, He can't go to the party. Okay. You guys need to chill. If you're not going to go to the hospital, you're not going to go to the party. Okay. You're grounded. Go to your room. And Kurt's adamant. And then he promises me, he says, okay, I won't go. So now I go up and check on Brock. And Brock has his whole family up there and his mom and dad and his daughter and everything. And I'm like, hey, man, how you doing? He says, I'm fine. I said, no, you're not fine. I said, man, we got to get you checked out. With concussions, you're not supposed to sleep. You're not supposed to have anything to eat or drink. You're not supposed to sleep. None of that stuff. And I said, look, I'm next door, man. I'll stay up with you. Probably don't want that, looking at his family and everything, but I'm here. This is how's Kurt? I said, oh man, that son of a bitch wants to go to the party. He's going to the party? Well, I'm going to the party then. I said, no, you're not going to the party, dude. You're going to stay up here. You need to chill. Well, both of these children went to the party. And I'm furious. I'm just like a pissed off parent. Like, what the hell are you guys doing? But if Kurt was going to the party, Brock was going to the party. Brock called Kurt. How you doing, man? You okay? I want to come see you. He's like, well, I'll meet you down at the party. And it's like, Kurt's going to the party. And they were like two children and both went to the party and ate and hung out for a while, let everybody know that they were tough and that they were okay.
Obviously they're very competitive because of their background, but they also have, a kindred relationship because of that background. And they're probably both very concerned about hurting the other one. I mean, I can't imagine being Brock that night. You got to feel like at any moment, anything you do to Kurt, you could break his fucking neck for real and hurt him real bad. And you want to try to take care of him. But at the same time, Kurt probably doesn't want you to pussyfoot around. He wants a good match. So you're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Kurt wound up having the surgery on April 11th. So not too terribly long after this, he would only be out for about 3 months and then he would be back. Something that's come out in years since though, Bruce, I've always wanted to ask about is allegedly the WWE doctors knew that Kurt had a tumor and they didn't tell him until after the match. Your response?
What kind of tumor? No, I didn't know that.
Allegedly, Kurt has said that the WWE doctors knew that he had a benign tumor in his neck before WrestleMania, but they didn't tell him about it until after the event.
I don't know. I've never heard that before, and I don't know why they wouldn't tell him.
Let me ask you this. Of course, we're just speculating here, but according to Brock, at a house show in Miami, a couple of weeks prior to this WrestleMania, he was advertised against The Rock in Miami. So it's Rock's quote unquote hometown. And according to Lesnar, about an hour and a half before the match, Rock comes over and says, hey, just want to let you know, Brock, I'm winning clean tonight. And Lesnar allegedly had no problem losing, but he did take offense to knowing that The Rock knew about the finish before he did. He felt like McMahon was screwing with him from afar by keeping him out of the loop. And he had no inclination to play the political game. So he doesn't wind up leaving the company for a whole year, but 2 weeks before being crowned the champion here, he already is starting to wonder, is this really somewhere I want to be? Did you ever have a conversation with Brock about that match in Miami with The Rock?
No, I didn't. And again, I think that you could chalk that up to just immaturity in the business and right. Feeling that and probably having people in his ear stirring things up, because there's nothing unusual about that.
One of the things that I, sort of took away from this documentary, The Mania of WrestleMania, is the conversation with The Undertaker, where they show him talking to the camera and the B-roll footage is him on the motorcycle riding to the ring. And he says, a couple of years ago, I was contemplating retirement, but I still have a passion for this and I enjoy what I do. Where else can you hit somebody in the head and get paid to do it? And he was saying that 2 years prior to this show, and this show's 15 years old. So he was contemplating retirement 17 years ago. And it's pretty timely because we just saw him ride to the ring on WrestleMania 19 on his motorcycle as the American Badass. And if you believe the rumor and innuendo, Bruce, a lot of people are believing that, with Kid Rock going to the Hall of Fame, we might see Kid Rock play the Undertaker to the ring one more time on a motorcycle as the American Badass. What would you put the odds at? Obviously, we're not on the inside. We're fans watching. What do you think? Undertaker?
I hope not.
You hope not?
Yeah. I don't think that's the Undertaker that people want to see.
Well,
that's just me.
If you want to be the person that people want to see, then you need to go check out our friends over at Just for Men, because their new hair regrowth from Just for Men is an easy to use topical solution that's clinically proven to help regrow hair. Plus, with a unique precision spray applicator, it's hair growth made easy. Simply spray in, sit back, move on. Start winning over thinning. Look for hair regrowth in the shave aisle, or visit our friends Just for Men at jfmgrowhair.com and use promo code regrowth25 to get 25% off your purchase. That's jfmgrowhair.com. And the promo code is regrowth25 for 25% off. Bruce, before we sort of give everybody an insight as to what we're doing next week, let's do some rapid fire Facebook questions. Are you ready?
Fire.
Ryan wants to know, wrestling in baseball stadiums used to be more of a thing. Why do you think WWE hasn't done many of these shows anymore?
I don't know. And personally, I don't think the baseball stadiums are the best venue for wrestling, just because of where you have to place the ring and because of the way they're positioned. I like being on all four sides. That's probably the biggest reason why WWE doesn't do it. It's just, you have a big old empty outfield for the most part, that you got to fill. But I don't know.
Chris Nifong wants to know, how do sponsorships work for pay-per-views? Who decides who will sponsor a show? Did Snickers just put up more money to be the sponsor here?
Well, whoever comes to the money with or whoever comes to the table with money is the one who's going to sponsor the show. You have salesmen that go out and sell sponsorship. So the biggest bidder is going to win, and there's always something that you can sell for a sponsorship. Well, you may be the title sponsor. There's a lot of different things within the show that they sell. So it's just a matter of who's willing to pay what for, how much for what.
Rob wants to know, what sort of payday is the ref making who works the main event?
It usually depends on the referee and the level of involvement, but they do all right.
Matt wants to know, any truth to the rumor that Bret Hart was contacted to interfere in the Hogan-Vince match?
Bret Hart was talked about, but he was not contacted to my knowledge, but he was talked about.
Lewis wants to know, it's always been my opinion that Scott Steiner muscled up too much in his career, and that he would have been able to have the showdown at WrestleMania 19 that you guys wanted had he not. What say you, Bruce? I guess the opinion or the question from Lewis is, do you think Steiner was too jacked to give you the type of match that you needed?
No, I think that, just Scott with his drop foot and some of his other physical ailments at that time kind of taken their toll.
James asked a great question. He says he went to a Raw in Seattle on August 12th, 2002 at the Key Arena, and Howard Finkel announced to the live crowd that next year WrestleMania was going to be there. And then later he came out and took it back and said it was being considered. Is this the reason why Seattle got WrestleMania?
Yeah, because Howard screwed up and we felt bad. Yeah, that's exactly why.
I was hoping you'd say
God
that.
Damn it, Howard. Now we have to have WrestleMania in Seattle.
Ash wants to know, how good was Victoria in the ring?
She was somebody that grew. She was a lot like Trish Stratus in that she got better as she went on. She trained out in California, went to OVW, and I think as time went on, she got a lot better. I thought she was good in the ring.
Josh wants to know, since the city's bid on WrestleMania, do the boys and girls receive any perks?
Well, they get their hotels and all that stuff paid for. That's part of the package, getting hotel deals and everything else. And for WrestleMania, that's all taken care of for the talent while they're there.
Martin wants to know, who designed the set? It was terrible.
What was wrong with the set? I thought it looked good. It's probably Jason Robinson and the guys in production.
David wants to know, what would have sounded like if Jim Cornette was watching the Shooting Star Press botch?
Why the fuck is that big motherfucker up on the top rope? God damn it. He's going to break his... Oh, shit.
Jacob wants to know, was the Lesnar angle always scheduled to go on last, or was another match considered for that last spot?
It was always scheduled to go on last.
David says, at the start of the Booker T match, they had a face-off with the referee explaining the rules and asking if there were any questions. It was a cool segment. Why wasn't it done more often?
Cool question. It is done. Here's the problem. Too many guys nowadays, they rush everything.
Right.
And if you just calm down and tell a story and take your time, it usually makes for a better match.
Ross wants to know, was Bruce ever involved in any of the other WrestleMania Fan Fest activities?
As a matter of fact, that was the last one that I appeared as Brother Love at any Fan Fest was in Seattle. But yeah, I was involved in all of them to a point.
Nick wants to know, was Shane going to be involved in the Hogan Vince feud after Mania?
No, sir.
John wants to know, any specific reason why The Rock wore Austin's vest the majority of the match? Was that his way of paying tribute?
It was just a ha-ha spot.
Corey wants to know, when matches get cut due to time, do the performers still get paid the same?
Yes.
Matt wants to know, did Brock ever want to do the shooting star press again after this, or was he told he couldn't do it?
I would hope he would never want to do it. Let me put it this way. It never came up again.
Paulo wants to know, did it ever feel that Triple H's title reign began to hinder Raw's overall product? I was a fan of Triple H at this time, although I eventually stopped watching Raw and just watched SmackDown because Raw was stale, with Triple H squashing every babyface that came his way.
Okay, what's your question?
Do you think Triple H's title reign hurt the Raw product overall?
Yeah, put it out of business.
James wants to know, why did John Cena not have a match, and who could have faced him?
Well, we explained that earlier. As far as Cena, we were going to do the rap battle with an actual rapper. And when it fell through and we kept trying last minute, trying to get people in that spot, and it just never came to be.
Axel wants to know, was Goldberg backstage at WrestleMania 19?
Nope.
Kevin wants to know, what's your favorite Limp Bizkit song?
Rolling, 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 rolling.
Neil says, WrestleMania was usually a babyface show. Why didn't that rule apply to Triple H?
I'm sorry. Was he in the last match?
No.
Okay.
Jonathan wants to know, what's a booger red?
That's a good damn question. One day out of the blue, JR came out with old booger red. No one knows where that came from. Undertaker doesn't know where that came from. I would ask JR that one because not sure where old booger red came from.
Michael says, after the success of WrestleMania 19, why hasn't Vince tried hosting a WrestleMania at Yankee Stadium?
Well, I think because he wants to go to the big building and draw more people. But Yankee Stadium would be a cool one.
Last but certainly not least, Travis wants to know, can we hear Johnny Ace sing Crack Addict?
I'm just a crack addict. I have no idea how crack addict goes.
I could tell that was brutal.
Rolling, rolling, rolling. That's what I do on my skateboard. I go rolling, rolling, rolling.
All right, boys and girls, next week we've got a fun episode for you. It's going to be all about the very first draft. So if you'd like to have a question answered about the draft, then shoot on over to our Twitter. It's easy to do. It's at Prichard Show on Twitter. We're going to have a post pinned to the top and you'll be able to ask your questions. The following week, man, we're bringing WrestleMania 4 to you. In the meantime, if you'd like a bonus show, we need to get to 20,000 likes on YouTube before WrestleMania. It's free to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and it's youtube.com/something to wrestle. Of course, you can wake up and do your morning deuce with Bruce every single day at facebook.com/something to wrestle. And we're going to have some maybe never before seen pictures pop up every now and again on Instagram. Like, follow, subscribe, all of it's free. We appreciate your support. Don't forget to come see us tomorrow night, St. Patrick's Day, at boxofgimmicks.com. It's hockey, it's wrestling, it's unlimited beer. You can't beat it. boxofgimmicks.com, and the promo code is WRESTLE. And Bruce, I guess we should also mention, if you wanted to come see us in New Orleans, you're SOL, man, because Something to Waffle sold out and the live show sold out, but you've got breaking news to share.
I do have breaking news to share because last minute, I will be a part of WrestleCon. I'm going to be appearing from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Friday, April 6th, from 9 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon at the Absolute Intense Wrestling booth. They're from Cleveland, Ohio. They're going to be hosting me Friday morning at WrestleCon. So one more chance to come on by and say hello, get an autograph picture, and just say hey.
Well, we're going to say hey next week. He is at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad, and we are out of time. We'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle With Bruce Prichard.
The world of MLW radio never stops. Do something to wrestle with. Bruce Prichard.
Well, you know.
That's not a rib. She pooted.
Let a rip.
No, yeah, but
There's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. And was he there? I was there. I don't give a shit. I ain't scared of shit.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
You, Bruce.
I love you. Give me double cheeseburger. You take double cheese. Double mayo. Double onion, mother.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With Bruce Prichard, coming to you live from Stamford, Connecticut. That's not a sentence I thought we'd ever say here on the program. How's it going, man? How are you?
Oh, just wonderful. Couldn't be. There's no way to be better, Conrad.
There is no way to be better. We're excited to be here with you today. Bruce is going to sound a little different because he is on the road, but the show goes on. So just as we've promised, we're going to hit you with that new stuff every Friday at noon. And we appreciate you joining us on the ride. And today's ride is going to be all about WrestleMania 20. But before we talk about that, let's circle back to last week. Stone Cold Steve Austin and his 1997. What was the feedback that you got, Bruce?
Well, I think that was the year that everybody realized that Stone Cold Steve Austin was the next face of the company. He was the man, if you will, to be the forefront, be the one that is going to have everything focused around him. It's where he came out and kind of his coming out party in many ways.
It really was. It's the first major year of Stone Cold Steve Austin's career. Of course, just a handful of months after that, he's going to become the WWF World Champion. That's available in the archives. And what else is available are tickets to our last non-Starcast live show. We had a blast this past weekend when we made a little tour of both Indiana and I've never been there before, Cleveland. A couple of really, really fun shows. I hope you had just as much fun as I did, Bruce, and we're going to keep the fun going. Of course, next week you're going to be in Australia. Probably the last time you get to see Bruce there. Go pick up your tickets right now. Only a handful remain at brucepritchard.com. And then WrestleMania weekend, the Monday after WrestleMania, is the biggest Monday Night Raw of the year. And right after that show, you'll be able to take just a few steps right there in Brooklyn and see Bruce Prichard and JR on stage, probably for the last time. I think everybody knows that JR's contract comes to an end at the end of March. He's been pretty public about that. And now with Bruce being back on the pirate ship, baby, we don't know when this will happen again. Tickets are on sale now at brucepritchard.com. Are you looking fun to having some fun with JR there in Brooklyn?
I am. I always have fun with JR, so it should be a unique opportunity right after WrestleMania, right after the first and craziest Monday Night Raw of the year. Yeah, I'm looking to have a lot of fun.
Well, let's talk about how we can have some fun today. We're done with our plugs for the day. It's going to be all about WrestleMania 20. I'm pretty excited about this one. We've covered, how we got here very recently with the No Way Out show and, of course, the Royal Rumble. We covered that Royal Rumble as being arguably the most underrated and one of the best ever. No Way Out was a very emotional show because we talked about the rise of Eddie Guerrero and just how special that was to you. And now here we are, WrestleMania 20, and what a historic show it was. Of course, the original show, WrestleMania, was at Madison Square Garden. WrestleMania 10 back in Madison Square Garden. So of course, for WrestleMania 20, we're back in Madison Square Garden again in New York City. It's March 14th, 2004, draws a sellout of 18,500 fans. It does around 825,000 buys on pay-per-view. Really, really a special show. Was there ever any other building considered for WrestleMania 20, or did it just feel like a no brainer? Since 1 and 10 were there, 20's gotta be there.
I think for a lot of us, there was no other building. There was talk of doing stadium shows because we were moving in that direction. So the thought was, well, come on, we're getting bigger. It's great that you did one there. It's great that you did 10 there, but now the business is such that does it deserve a stadium show? And Vince felt that the uniqueness of Madison Square Garden, the specialness of Madison Square Garden, where it all started, for this particular anniversary, that we had to go back.
I know you weren't there, but why do you think they moved away for WrestleMania 30? They didn't go back to Madison Square Garden. Instead, they do it at the Dome in New Orleans. Depending on who you believe, Hulk Hogan or others, it was the Silver Dome or the Superdome. I don't know. Chat me up though. What?
I think it was all of those things.
It was that day. Yeah, it was all those, brother. Why do you think, is the money just too large? Are you leaving too much on the table at this point to run an 18,000 seater for WrestleMania?
I don't know, because it's New York and first of all, you can command larger prices for the arena. It makes it a much hotter ticket. It's so much, I think people would pay triple the price to be there, to be in that intimate setting in an arena versus being able to pay $25 and sit in the stadium. So it was New York. It was 20, and it's where we were at the time. Now I think it's reached the point where it's got to be a stadium and it's got to be huge. That's just the feel. You want as many people as you can to experience that experience live.
Let's talk a little bit about the company news and notes at the time here around WrestleMania 20. Wade Keller would report that the latest round of quarterly financial statements would reveal that the company found a way to increase profitability even when revenues were down. He talks about how the revenue was down from 79.1 million, or down to there, from 92.6. So quite a tumble from 92 to 79, but at the same time, they're more profitable. Pay-per-view numbers are down as well. You're only doing 13.2 million that quarter compared to the prior year, which was 21.2. So again, major tumble. And even live events are down 27%. Talk to me a little bit about the change in the business from 03 to 04, because television revenue's down from 17.5 to 11, pay-per-views down, live events are down. What are you guys contributing that to? How much of that, in your opinion, not fact, but just your opinion, is based on the elimination of competition? And how much of it is just the ebbs and flows of a quote unquote cyclical business?
Well, it also had a lot to do with, we lost The Rock. We lost, now we got Rock back for the show, but overall we had lost The Rock. We had lost Steve to be able to compete on a full-time basis. So change was in the air. This was one of those moments where you take, 2 steps back to take 3 forward. So we knew it going in that it was a rebuilding process. And we knew that going through all of this, that we were going to take a little bit of a tumble, but you had to have these growing pains to get to the next level.
Is anybody panicked? I mean, is Vince does Vince know, because he's seen this with Hogan and others, that, goddamn pal, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, we'll be fine.
Yeah, it was calculated. We knew exactly what we were doing, and we knew that we would take a hit in doing it. We knew that by the way that we were booking at that point and the way that everything was business-wise, that yes, we were going to take a hit. We had lost 2 of our biggest stars. There was change in the air. It was becoming a different business. So by that token, you go, okay, we're going to ride through this and we're going to come out on the other side.
Well, one of the other things that makes the news here is, there's a write-off, of course, from shutting down the New York restaurant. We've talked about this before. How big of a pain in the ass was that New York restaurant?
Well, to those of us on the creative team, it was a huge pain in the ass, because we used to have to go and do live Sunday Night Heats there. But the restaurant had become a drain on the company, and I don't think that it was put together and run really well at that time. So while it was nice to have, and it was a great vanity project, I think, to be able to say, hey, we had a restaurant in Times Square, Manhattan, pretty cool for a few years, but when you are not making money out of that, it's time to cut bait.
Well, speaking of cutting bait, Goldberg is doing just that. Wade Keller would report that Goldberg is working just one more date with WWE, that being WrestleMania 20. Wade would write, he won't be brought back on TV, barring a change in plans, until WrestleMania 20. WWE did have discussions with Goldberg about a new contract, but no offer was made and the talks never got serious. A well-placed source says WWE officials asked Goldberg if he'd be willing to do some future shots with the company once his contract expires. And Goldberg was very forward with WWE and letting them know that he won't talk generalities, he'll only talk specifics. In other words, Goldberg wants WWE to approach him with an actual offer. The relationship between Goldberg and the office is still said to be strained, and sources say there is very little chance WWE will offer Goldberg anything more than a special appearances deal, and even less of a chance that Goldberg would accept anything more than that. WWE is interested in booking Goldberg for their tour of Japan, and if they offer him enough money for that tour and other special appearances, he would likely accept. Chat me up here. What's the tone and tenor of the talks with Goldberg in this era? Were you guys sort of done with the Goldberg experiment? Was he sort of done with you guys? What do you remember about this time?
We went into it knowing that we only had a year, as we discussed in the Goldberg episode available in the archives, that, all right, he's going to come in for a year. We would have liked for him to commit to more than that so that we could do more with him and be able to get a return on that investment. However, as we got into it, it was clear, I think on all sides, Goldberg didn't really have any interest in being on the road and being a part of the company for any longer than what his contractual deal was. And that was for that 1 year. So he was approached, he was asked midway through, and you've got to know a lot sooner than, a few weeks before the show, are you in? Are you going to stay? And Bill showed no interest. He wasn't interested in staying. So we moved on, and it's time to, okay, you can get what you can out of him. And then we had the same situation with Brock, and you get what you can, get the most return on your investment, and move on.
It's funny that you bring up Brock, because that's the next place I was going here in our show today. Wade would report that his purchase of a $400,000 jet for business travel was still a hot topic in locker rooms for both Raw and SmackDown. And he's spending his own money on the jet, but apparently that's not good enough for a lot of the boys. He's quoting Wade, pronouns pal, is quoting guys saying, who the fuck is he to buy a plane? Flair never had a plane. Austin never had a plane. Undertaker doesn't have a plane, but this punk has one. Another would say he did the worst thing you can do in wrestling. He individualized himself, which is instant locker room heat. And of course, a lot of the guys are questioning, hey, how can he even afford to do this since payoffs are down so much from lower houses? And we just covered at the top of the show, revenue being down. Do you remember that being a hot topic and maybe a faux pas on Brock's part?
I remember it being a topic conversation amongst people that he had a plane, but at the same time, here Brock, went on. Brock did what he wanted to do. Brock still does whatever Brock wants to do. So for Brock to go out and do that, it made his life easier, and it wasn't costing the talent, the company, or anybody else any more money. So if he's happy to go do that, go do it. No one was stopping anyone else from getting a plane or getting a bus or doing whatever else they wanted to do. So a lot of times that's just jealousy and people stirring up things for petty reasons to have something to talk about and bitch about.
Somebody would tell Wade, talking about Brock, he's not a team player at all. No one likes him. He's a jackass. He's not very social. He's not one of the boys. How you see him on TV is pretty much how he is in real life. And Wade even details that he's done some things to alienate himself beyond just flying private to house shows, but he was pretty vocal about his displeasure of being booked against Hardcore Holly on a South African tour, feeling like he should have been headlining and against a bigger name. Wade would also cite a source who would say the relationship with Lesnar and McMahon at the time could be categorized as strained and that he probably needed to take some time off. Quote, when you're in a meeting and someone says he'll kill everyone in the room, you know that person is on the verge of snapping. And the context of that conversation is when Vince was addressing everyone about the leaks to the internet sites. And of course, Brock tried to toe the line and said he would kill everyone in the room. What do you remember about the relationship at this point with Brock and McMahon? And do you think he really just probably needed a break at this point? He was just burnt out.
Well, I do think that he probably needed a break. However, at the same time, he was young. We were hoping to go with him at the time and do something with him. So you want to capitalize on that and make hay while the sun shines. So with him, it was, what are you going to do? And then when he decided he wanted to go on and play football, it's okay. You just move on. You can't do a whole lot if people don't like you and they're jealous of you and you're happy. Who cares? Brock was participating. Brock was doing what he was asked to do. And he is an individual. He is a very unique individual. So didn't like to hang out with guys, didn't like to travel the same way. Okay, travel some other way. It doesn't affect that's what gets me. It doesn't affect anybody else on the roster. It doesn't affect their life. It didn't affect my life. Okay, great. Go do that. I don't care because it's not affecting my job. It's not affecting how I get paid or anybody else. As long as you're working on time, you do what you're asked to do. Bonus. Good for you. I'm happy.
So check this out. What a tale of two guys here where people are down on Goldberg. People are down on Lesnar, according to the sources calling the torch. But Wade would say, Eddie represents this company so well, says one colleague. He's great. Houses are up. We had 2 sellouts recently, something that didn't happen when Brock was headlining as champion. People are chanting Eddie's name before shows. He's a phenomenal champion for us. If anyone deserves success, it's him. He eats, talks, and sits with us. He's one of the boys. Has there ever been, I mean, I know that I'm making a very general statement here, but the way sort of everybody in the locker room feels like Brock alienates himself and he's the big dog and he's better than, and how much of that is true or just perception or whatever. Maybe perception is just not very good for him amongst the colleagues, the boys in the back, as they like to say, but it is the total opposite for Eddie Guerrero here. Is it not?
Well, yeah, and Eddie also is one of those guys that's very personal. Eddie's whole life has been wrestling from the time he came out of the womb. Eddie was wrestling. So he loved the business, different person, and it's different people, and that's what makes the world go round is different people. But Eddie, that was the only life that Eddie Guerrero knew. So he loved it, and that's how he lived his life. And you don't have to like someone that you work with. However, Eddie was willing to do any and everything. Eddie had a mission, and Eddie had that feeling of, I've got to succeed. And he never thought he would be in the position to be the man. So when he got it, he really appreciated it and didn't want to see it go by the wayside.
One of the things we've never really talked about here on the show, but I know off air, you and I, with a friend of ours, have made jokes about is, your great close personal friend, Mr. Billy Kidman. And apparently at this time, Wade would write that he had, a little bit of an issue with some of the locker room, but maybe things had gotten better since he was now married to Tori Wilson. As random as that sounds, he would say that some attributed the change in Kidman to him being more comfortable with his relationship. But he would also report that there is a little bit of heat on Tori at this point because the general feeling is her second Playboy appearance had gone to her head. And some of that comes out.
That's bullshit, I think.
A little bit of this is reported as being blowback from her not liking something that was happening at a SmackDown house show. So she went over the agent's head and contacted Johnny Ace about a problem she had with the way her match was scripted. And he even writes, this is in the Torch. It's also worth noting that Tori has made it clear to everyone in the locker room that she will quit if Kidman is released from his contract. We've never really talked about this Kidman Tori thing. What's the nature of the relationship with everybody else? How's the office feeling about them? What can you tell us about Kidman and Tori here?
God, I couldn't tell you that much other than I know that they were married, and they weren't that, from my vantage point, that relationship never affected anything that I had in dealing with either one of those guys. But I will say this, as far as Tori Wilson goes, I can't think of someone who was nicer, easier to deal with, and a true professional in every sense of the word. She wasn't a wrestler coming in, but yet she did the best that she could do to fulfill whatever we had asked her to do at the time. If it was like, hey, Tori, we need you to learn how to take a bump and go out and do this, she did it. She put the time in to learn, even though that was never her job description at WCW or when we brought her in. It was like, okay, we may do some things. If we do, we'll train you and try and help you out. But as far as having a big head and being, I never witnessed that. I mean, she's one of those that, like, she's too sweet. She's too nice. I never, ever witnessed that with Tori. And that, to me, that was probably just coming from someone jealous of the situation and her position and getting the Playboy thing.
And listen, it's something that we joke about, but, a lot of the guys enjoyed ribbing Kidman because his wife was so beautiful. Fair to say?
Overachieving son of a bitch.
I mean, one of our great friends says, I fucking hate him, and just goes on this great promo, but it's in a funny, tongue in cheek, funny, ha way.
Yeah.
And not in this mean spirited, I really don't like you. It's you know, damn it, how in the world does somebody like you wind up with somebody like that sort of funny, ha thing?
Yeah, it's more of a head scratcher.
Well, here's a head scratcher for you. This is something that I didn't even know until I started doing research here. Wade Keller would report, it should be noted that much of the $5 million advertising budget for WrestleMania 20, wow, that's a big budget, is being spent on Time Warner entities as part of the WCW purchase agreements. One of the reasons WCW was sold for scraps was for bookkeeping purposes, but millions of dollars of future required ad buys by WWE were written into the agreement to pad Time Warner's books for the upcoming years. WWE is simply choosing to spend millions of dollars worth of the required ad buys for WrestleMania 20 rather than spreading it out during other months, which I guess is smart. And obviously it paid off. You guys do a good buy rate for this, over 800,000 buys. Do you remember that being part of the deal? Because I'll be honest, I had no idea that you guys were contracted to purchase ads on Turner Properties as part of that WCW buyout.
Well, I have no idea if it was, but I could certainly see Time Warner on the other side saying, please take this brand off of our hands for X amount of dollars, and we'll give you all this advertising on the other side. I could see it working that way, yeah. But otherwise, they're just buying advertising they would normally buy for WrestleMania.
Keller would say, as part of that sale agreement for the WWE to buy WCW, the company agreed to purchase $20 million in advertising on AOL/Time Warner properties over a 5-year period. So I think that part is sort of burying the lead, because we always hear the tiny number that was exchanged up front, allegedly $2 million, but the idea that there's another 20 million in ad revenue, which the company may have spent some of that anyway, doesn't make it nearly as bad of a deal. Wade would write, a source reports that WWE was not obligated to spend $4 million per year. It just simply had to spend $20 million over the duration of 5 years. And WWE officials spent less than $4 million advertising last year, and thus increased the advertising budget this year to $5 million. Obviously, this big of a spend has a lot of people in the advertising industry talking, but some people are taking issue with, well, they're only doing it because they're obligated to, which to me, who cares?
Conrad, if you were to go buy something and somebody said to you, hey, we're going to give you a great deal over the next 5 years for X amount of advertising, and it will be a quarter or an eighth of what you would spend elsewhere. And you take this other property off of our hands up front here. That's a great deal.
No, I
See,
think
people miss that part. It's like, oh, they paid this. Well, sure they did, because they probably got $20 million for $5 million.
yeah, that's what's not discussed here is what was the rack rate. So I do buy advertising from a mortgage company all the time, and I'll see a published rack rate and then I negotiate it and I say, oh no, well, I need to get it for this. Well, if it gets low enough, then yeah, hey, you do it. And if it's a gangbuster deal, then you do it long term. And for you to have a $20 million commitment spread out over 5 years, that probably was done at a discounted rate. I mean, what you're saying is on the money. You don't agree and earmark that amount of cash without getting some sort of a gangbuster deal.
Yeah.
Let's keep going here.
Business.
The Shawn Michaels injury has now been diagnosed as a torn ACL, according to Wade Keller. And, he's going to have surgery after WrestleMania sometime. But obviously he's going to get through the match. I don't think that I even remember, when I think about that match that we're going to talk about here in a minute at WrestleMania 20, that he's doing all of this with a torn ACL. It's pretty incredible, is it not?
Yeah. Well, you know, it is incredible. It's kind of crazy too, but it wasn't that bad that he needed to have it done immediately. It was one of those, okay, this thing is torn. If I do any more damage to it, it's going to completely go. But he had it protected and felt that he could definitely go on and get through what he needed to get through.
Did you have a backup plan in case he wasn't able to, make it happen?
Not that I can remember. I mean, you always have backup plans for other matches and other things, but you know, some things you go with and you put your focus on what you want and what you know you can deliver at that time. And if there was a chance that you're going to get it in the ring, you focus on it, make it happen.
Let me ask this. The February 23rd Raw has you guys sort of teasing and even outwardly pushing and promoting a Vince McMahon, Eric Bischoff match. And there's a video where Bischoff, made for Nitro, challenging Vince to a fight that aired. And then Austin brags to Bischoff about airing it. And then he convinces Bischoff if he had a chance against Vince, Vince hears it and vows to beat him up later. And then later in the show, Vince fought Eric to a no contest and Brock gave Austin an F5 from behind. And then Vince announces the match that Austin would be the referee in would be Goldberg versus Lesnar. This feels like at one point, if you're doing it in late February, it could have been at least discussed. Was it ever considered a Vince McMahon versus Eric Bischoff WrestleMania match?
No, but before we brought Eric in for the first 2 years after purchasing WCW, that match was pitched. So there were so many times that we would say, hey, what about Eric Bischoff and Vince? And Vince didn't feel it. He didn't think that was anything anyone wanted to see. And it was over. It was done. Nobody cares. So that took a little while, took a little while to convince him to bring Eric in at all. But once we had him, it was kind of like Sting and Undertaker. It was just too late. Nobody cared.
All right, let's take a time out right now to remind everybody that the biggest wrestling weekend of the year is finally upon us. It's New York City, April 3rd through April 7th. And if you can't get there, man, Fight TV has you hooked up. They're going to be streaming 20 live wrestling events, including the Ring of Honor and New Japan G1 Supercard from a sold-out Madison Square Garden, Impact Wrestling's United We Stand, WrestlePro, the WrestleCon Super Show, the WWN Super Show, House of Glory, and more. For a limited time only, the Fight Fest package that has over a $280 value is available for only $119.99. That's right, $119.99, and boom, you're in 20 shows, man. Take advantage of this super deal right now. Go to fight.tv or do what I do. Download the Fight app in your app store and take advantage of this unbelievable offer. One more time, it's the Fight Fest package. You get 20 live events for one low price. It's valued at over $280. You can get it for less than $120. Make it happen right now at fight.tv or download the Fight app in the App Store. And don't forget, Fight is F-I-T-E. That's FITE.tv, or download the Fight app. You're going to love it. Let's talk a little bit about the fallout from the Super Bowl performance. This is where Janet Jackson famously had the wardrobe malfunction where her nipple was exposed. Wade Kelly would write that both WWE and TNA have made a conscious effort to tone down their product on the heels of the Super Bowl because that controversy got so big so fast. And you even toned down some of John Cena's act a little bit. Talk to us about what repercussions you remember the company feeling as a fallout from Janet Jackson's quote unquote wardrobe malfunction.
Well, the police were out as far as the FCC, and they were looking at every program and anything that might be questionable that could slip through. Here you have on broadcast television a nipple come out in a live presentation. We were live a lot of the time. So Monday Night Raw was live, SmackDown was taped, but they were looking at that thinking that, okay, who's going to try and capitalize on this Janet Jackson thing and try to do something similar? I think that they looked at our programming and felt that it was edgy anyway. So let's make sure that these guys don't go too far. So we went the other way with it. We did. We reined it in and we pulled back to let them know that we're not going to get close to that. We're going to be good. And you don't need to look over our shoulder. We've got it under control ourselves.
Let's talk about the USA Today story. Wade would write, with USA Today working on a major story on the death rate of pro wrestlers scheduled to be published just 2 days before WrestleMania, WWE doesn't want to add any fuel to the fire. And that's how we got in to talking about how you guys were toning down the product. Do you remember this USA Today story? I mean, how did you guys first hear about it? Because for Wade to talk about it, it feels like you guys would have known about it before it was published as well.
I honestly really don't know. There've been so many people that have published those type of stories, and it's always interesting to me when they talk about all of these young deaths, and then they list guys that are 84 years old who passed natural causes, or someone getting hit in a car crash, or just crazy things like that. And they say it's all because of pro wrestling that he was in a car crash. So, you know, the mortality, immortality rate, whatever, is something that has people trying to examine why, what is it, what's making all of this happen. They're human beings, and it was an organization that when you looked at it, and so much of the time, there were so few that died on our watch that it's just not fair to paint everybody with that brush. And it's not fair to, when you look at football players who have unfortunately early deaths after they leave football or what have you, they don't paint NFL with that same brush. At least they didn't at the time. And I think that might have changed, but I just think sometimes they need to be a little more responsible in their reporting into what they do and how they do it.
Let's talk a little bit about, and I don't know when we'll talk about this piece of the puzzle again, but it's how you guys sort of changed your recruiting and adoption methods. The February 25th edition of the New York Times would have a story about the success of Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar, and Shelton Benjamin, because you guys had started to recruit from the amateur wrestling world. And they even quote Jim Ross here saying, effectively, there's two different routes you can go to get to the company. One is the amateur wrestling route, and one is the football route. Quote, what we do is not easy. The travel's not easy. The physicality is not easy. Working through injuries is not easy. And what you find is the guys who have already done that through amateur wrestling or football, they know what it's like. And they talk about how you guys started to develop relationships with collegiate wrestling coaches, and you're tracking players who might not be drafted by the NFL and players who've recently been cut by the NFL who may have the aptitude or enthusiasm that would fit a pro wrestling career. Are those JR? Is that something that JR had as a brainchild, or who first comes up with, hey, let's just start looking here?
Well, Vince was big on, he wanted athletes. Vince wanted athletes with an aptitude that could learn the business. And you take, and so often in the NFL, you get kids straight out of college. Their one hope is to play in the NFL. They don't make it. A lot of them don't know what to do next. This was an alternative for them. This was something to say, all right, you've got the athletic ability, you have the skill. Is this something you would like to do? Jerry Briscoe being out on the amateur wrestling circuit was something that Jerry did and Jerry loved and knew very well. A lot of the amateur wrestlers, greatest athletes in the world, in my opinion, but some of them didn't have the aptitude to make the transition from amateur to pro.
All right, well, let's move on to March 1st here. This is when Steve Austin rides an ATV to the ring. He talks about Brock Lesnar attacking him last week, and Vince McMahon interrupts him and said he didn't do it. Maybe Eric Bischoff did. And McMahon insults Austin's ATV. So he chases him to the back, drives into his limo, and the camera shows McMahon screaming inside. This feels like a bit of paint by numbers. It's almost formulaic television at this point. Let's put Steve on something with wheels and let him run over something or run into something. Is this something Vince really enjoyed booking, or who's always campaigning for Steve to drive something into or over something?
It was cool when Steve came out in something and was destructive. So I don't know I think it was Steve's idea about the four-wheelers, and goddamn, if I came down and had a four-wheeler, and then we got somebody to sponsor some four-wheelers for us, put it on the truck, man, and just made it a part of it. That was true to the Stone Cold character. That was something that Steve loved to do, and the audience loved it. Every time you heard that, it's like, all right, shit's going on. And that son of a bitch would fly down that ramp. Sometimes I just don't know how the hell he made the turns that he made, but it was a lot of fun. It was just a way to keep that character alive and true to the character.
It was fun. I mean, even if you didn't get to see him wrestle, you still got to see him entertain you and have fun. And he probably enjoyed not taking bumps as well. So later in that same show, Batista and Randy Orton beat Shawn Michaels and Chris Benoit in 19 minutes and 4 seconds when Orton rolls up Shawn Michaels, and Shawn and Benoit kept mistakenly hitting each other. And then they fight afterwards, and then Hunter and the rest of Evolution attack them. And the show ends with Evolution in the ring, and Foley comes out and introduces The Rock as his partner at WrestleMania. So Rock runs to the ring, and he and Foley beat up Evolution. And this is a big moment because Rock was really getting his movie career kicked into high gear here. But it had been rumored for a few months that he'd return at WrestleMania. What do you remember the negotiations being like to get The Rock back here?
I think, it was more of Vince had an idea. He wanted Rock at WrestleMania. Also, I think Rock wanted to be at WrestleMania. The biggest issues and if you will, controversy was at the time, Rock, his movie career was really starting to take off. He was doing more and more things. And some of the folks in Hollywood were in Rock's ear saying, you got to get away from that wrestling stuff, man. It's going to kill your career. If you do that, you'll never have a big career. So he was listening to that, but Rock's first love was always wrestling, and that's what he wanted to do. So he was trying to appease both sides of the coin. We had him there, but it became difficult to get him for dates because he was working us into his schedule. And it was something he really wanted to do. It was something Vince really wanted to do. It wasn't a big negotiation. It was just more of a coordination, trying to coordinate everything that he had in his schedule and be able to get him from filming a movie on the set, get him to us to do TV, and then vice versa.
Bret Hart would write a lot in his column in the Calgary Sun, and on the March 6th edition of the newspaper, he would run through his WrestleMania matches throughout his career, but he doesn't discuss WrestleMania 20, other than to say that he and McMahon had discussed him appearing at WrestleMania 20 recently, but he didn't feel he was ready to appear on camera. And obviously he had some other reservations. How close to fruition was that? Bret Hart showing back up at WrestleMania 20?
I think it was just discussion, and it never really got past that. It would have been great to have Bret there. Bret was a big part of WrestleMania 10. It would have been nice to have him in some form on that show, but it never really got past the discussion point. And I don't think Bret felt that he could deliver in a physical way.
Well, somebody who was delivering is Eddie Guerrero. On the March 4th edition of SmackDown, to close the show, Paul Heyman and Eddie go to a no contest. Heyman would retreat early after some kicks by Guerrero. So then Angle comes out and beats up Guerrero. Eddie would spit in Angle's face, and then Angle hits him and holds the belt in the air. And we're prime for WrestleMania now. We've talked a lot about your feelings on Eddie and what a big moment it was for him to win that world title at No Way Out. Between No Way Out and WrestleMania, is Vince feeling pretty confident about his decision to put the championship on Eddie's waist?
Yeah, he really did. And Eddie was a project that he felt putting the championship on Eddie would make Eddie take him to the next level, and he was ready to get to the next level. So for Eddie Guerrero, while I'll also argue as much as he needed the championship here, he didn't need the championship after this, because now he had been to the top of the mountain. There was nobody ever going to knock him off. So he really didn't need the championship for that long. He just needed to get that little sprinkle of dust there and move on forward from that.
Let's talk about WrestleMania 20. The show opens with a boys choir singing America the Beautiful, and a shot of Vince McMahon airs with a brief narration talking about 20 years ago. He began a tradition that changed our world. And then a montage of WWE wrestlers airs where they talk about the WrestleMania 20 and the importance of it. And the narrator closes with, "It all begins again tonight." And they go to a brief shot of Vince, Shane, and Shane's new son, his baby, smiling together. And that's the first appearance of the fourth generation McMahon on television. What do you remember about this opening video, the boys choir, just this opening montage? Because it's one people still talk about today, especially with, Vince and Shane's son. And of course, Shane being back on TV now. And there's always whispers about what's going on in that family. So to sort of peek behind the curtain and see a son like this and Vince as a grandfather, kind of a big deal.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it was Harlem Boys Choir, which they were excellent. And it was just a good feeling for New York City and the overall feeling of WrestleMania 20. The deal with the McMahon family at the end, I just thought was cool as hell, because it shows you how many generations. And now here's the next generation it's like Superman in the egg type thing. And I just thought it was really cool and emotional, and one of those moments that probably would only be done that one time, but you got it. And those that got it and understood it, it meant an awful lot to them.
Well, let's get into the matches, man. You got to start with a big bang here. Literally, you've got John Cena and the Big Show working for the United States Championship. They go 9 minutes and 13 seconds. It got 1.5 stars. It really makes John Cena. He becomes the U.S. champion here. What'd you think?
I thought it was a solid opener. And again, it's all about story. And the story was, Big Show, the big bully, and the furthering of that John Cena legacy and what is going to be next for him. So this was a big WrestleMania moment. If you're going to win it and win it at WrestleMania, that's a huge deal. So it was another step in the story, and I thought it was a really good one from that point as far as storytelling. Match is going to be what it is, but the story I thought was good, the way that they got there, and this was John's rapping days too, and having fun with that.
Yeah, he opens up by rapping that he's going to beat Big Show like a penis with an STD. And New York is solidly behind him. They're booing Big Show, chanting Big Show sucks. Every offensive maneuver that Cena musters up gets a big cheer. Eventually he hits Big Show with the FU, and Big Show kicks out. And Michael Cole would say he's the first person to do so. Cena grabs the chain. The ref makes him give it up, so he throws it in the corner. While the ref is retrieving the chain, Cena then pulls out some brass knucks and knocks out Big Show, hits another FU, and there's the win. Big babyface reaction, getting into it with the crowd. It's a cool moment, and we've covered this before on our John Cena episode, which is on the network, Something Else to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Next up, we see Coach in the back walk past Johnny Stamboli and Tom Prichard, and he says hi to them. And then he sees Teddy Long and gives him a hug and goes into Eric Bischoff's office, where Johnny Blaze was chatting with Bischoff. And Bischoff asked Coach to go find Undertaker, and Coach is nervous to do so. These little skits inside of a WrestleMania, are you for it or against it?
I'm for it because it's a story, and it's a thread that goes through the pay-per-view, much like it does the television show. So anytime that you can get people more interested in the show and make them think what the hell is going to happen next, even on a pay-per-view, even though they paid for it, it's entertainment. I like them.
Well, there's a lot to like in the next match here. Randy Orton's cutting a promo that's interspersed with clips of his feud with Mick Foley, which was obviously going to be a talk moving forward. I can't wait for us to cover that in more detail one day. Orton is flanked by Batista and Ric Flair on either side. They're all wearing suits. Orton skips the tie though, and they're really just trying to set the stage for the match later, which is going to be, a really, really big deal. When you've got Ric Flair and you've got Batista and Randy Orton and Mick Foley and The Rock all in the same match, that's all the star power you would need. Contrast that with La Resistance, Garrison Cade, Mark Jindrak. Here we go. Booker T and Rob Van Dam and the Dudley Boys. They're going to go nearly 8 minutes for the WWE Tag Team titles, and Booker T and Rob Van Dam are going to retain here. Wade would say the problem with 4-team matches is that the format is usually an indication that there isn't going to be a great over feud between two teams. So let's just throw 4 in there together and see what we can do. And he kind of thinks that's the case here. He says it's not really going to build any long-term storylines, but it is what it is. Star in 3/4. Booker hits a scissor kick. RVD hits a frog splash, scores the pin. He would classify it as okay for what it was. What say you?
Well, I think this is an example sometimes of getting guys on the card, making sure as many talent as you can get on the card can get on the card. So instead of just having a straight up tag team match, you add another 2 tag teams. I'm just not a fan of, I hate 4-corner matches and especially when it is a tag team match, because it's illogical if you want to win the match to tag out to someone else. And that logic will never really be explained to me, but people seem to like them. I'm not one of them. So I think it was just an order of getting more people on the pay-per-view and getting more guys on the WrestleMania card itself. Because when you look at it individually and you look at Booker T and Van Dam against the Dudleys, or any one of those guys against La Resistance and Cade and Jindrak, they could have a decent match. Put all 4 of them in there together and it's a hodgepodge, and it can be confusing at best.
Well, this is a little confusing because Coach is wandering around in the back looking for the Undertaker, and he hears some noises behind a door. And then all of a sudden Mean Gene walks out and he's got lipstick on his forehead. A few seconds later, Bobby Heenan comes out and says they're playing poker, but he's got lipstick all over his face too. And like Mean Gene, appears a little disheveled, shall we say. Eventually, of course, Mae Young comes out, starts making out with Bobby Heenan. Fabulous Moolah comes out. She starts kissing on Okerlund, and the ladies drag the guys back into the room. Fun skit here. What do you remember about Heenan, Okerlund, Mae Young, Moolah? None of them are with us anymore, but what a fun moment this was.
Yeah, it was, because you gave the impression, what the hell is going on in there? And it was having Okerlund do traditional Gene Okerlund stuff is always going to be classic, along with Bobby Heenan, just with the cells and what have you. You got to see some of those old timers that you hadn't seen in a while, and it was fun. So also adding Moolah, that was our bonus, because we got to put them in the pay-per-view and always come up with some kind of fun thing for them to do.
Here's something fun. Christian and Jericho are going to go nearly 15 minutes. They have a 3-star match. It's a very good angle. Trish is in the middle of it. It's been built up for the past few weeks where Jericho and Trish look like they're about to start an on-screen relationship. And then a few times when Chris would try to tell Trish how he was feeling about her, Christian would accidentally on purpose interrupt them. They have a series of near falls towards the end, and then Christian would drag Trish into the ring. Jericho immediately clotheslines Christian out of the ring, and then Jericho reaches down to help Trish, but Trish seemingly thought it was Christian and elbows him. Christian gets back in the ring, rolls up Jericho, scores the pin with a handful of tights, and a fun little post-match twist because Trish is asking Jericho for forgiveness, and then Christian returns to the ring. Jericho is going to go after him, but Trish slaps and punches him in the face, and then she slapped Jericho. So Christian enters the ring, gives Jericho his finisher, and the whole demeanor changed from sweet Trish to, as Wade would say, mean and slutty in a matter of a few seconds. She trash talked Jericho with a shit-eating grin, and then Christian grabs her by the hair and makes out with her, and Lawler screams, "Oh my God." And Jericho looks on with a broken heart. What'd you think of the match? What'd you think of the post-match? Lots of wrestling here, but some good storyline too. Wade gave it 3 stars.
Well, first of all, I thought the match was excellent. I thought they work great together, and they always have. So it's good chemistry between two Canadians and two friends that really enjoy working with one another. So that part of it was good. And the aftermath was the culmination of a story that I don't think anybody, even us, for a long time thought that we were going to get to. So every time you can get the audience and go, "Oh shit, I didn't see that one coming," that's a good day at the office.
Lillian Garcia is going to interview The Rock and Mick Foley backstage. And of course, Rock steals the show, including telling Lillian not to look at his package because the buffet is closed. He says hello to Magnificent Don Morocco, Jimmy Snuka, Hurricane, and Rosie. And he says he's home. And although fans are buying that less and less, coming from this is from the Torch, Mr. Can't mention WrestleMania on the Tonight Show 3 days before the pay-per-view. I find it funny that Wade took great issue with that. When Rock was on the Tonight Show, were you guys disappointed that he didn't plug WrestleMania?
Yeah, we were. But at the same time, sometimes just the exposure in and of itself is going to get people talking and talking about what he's doing, looking him up and seeing where he's going to be. But a different time, different place. And that's where it comes in, as I said earlier, about some of the people out in Hollywood and some of the people in Rock's ear telling, you got to distance yourself. You know, when you're on there to plug a movie, you're on there to plug a project, you got to leave that out. And that was during a confusing time for him.
What do you think of this promo that he does with Foley and Lillian Garcia? I mean, he really does prove he's the best of all time on the mic here, does he not?
Absolutely. And it was always good. If you give Rock a foil and then someone like Lillian that is, you know, people like, and he gets to talk about his strudel and things like that. Yeah. It's very entertaining.
So let's talk about the match itself. That's next. And this is one of the matches that people still talk about. Foley was disappointed with it. It gets 3.25 stars. They go 17 minutes and 9 seconds. Ultimately, Evolution gets the win over Mick Foley and The Rock when Orton pins Foley at 17 minutes and 9 seconds. I thought the match was fun, but Foley has written about and been very open about he wasn't happy with the match, and he asked Austin what he thought about it, and Austin was honest with him and said he didn't think it was that great. But I thought the match was fun, you know, especially when, you know, they're doing lots of comedy stuff. You know, the Flair doing the strut and then Rock mocking it with his version of the strut. I mean, this is fun stuff. I still look back at this and remember it fondly.
Exactly. And that is what it was meant to be. This was meant to be kind of, in a lot of ways, some nostalgia match, but you got Rock back doing entertaining stuff. You've got Ric Flair in the match and everybody's having fun. This wasn't a serious, heated, oh my God, I've got to go out and kill them and have a 900,000 star match. This was, let's go out and entertain people. And that's what they did. They went out and they told a good story based on the story they'd been telling on television, and the audience ate it up. So as a performer, sometimes you have an idea of what you think something should be. And if it doesn't meet your criteria for what you wanted it to be, then it sucked. When it doesn't really. And sometimes you think it's great, but you know what? Sometimes it really sucks.
The finish is actually pretty good. The crowd is up and down. They're way all over for this, which is good. They're super into it. The Rock gives the hot tag to Foley at about 16 minutes and 20 seconds. Foley, gets the double arm DDT and he pulls out, Mr. Sacco, and he's going to give it to Orton, but Orton gives Foley an RKO for the 3 count. And then Foley sits in the center of the ring, upset by his loss. He seems stunned. Rock is upset too with the loss. But when Foley finally stands back up, this New York crowd is with him, man. They're chanting Foley, Foley. And Rock leads the crowd in giving Foley a standing ovation. Cause I think a lot of people, forget that this is his return to in-ring action. He had retired and he's coming out for this match at WrestleMania with The Rock against Evolution. And The Rock's coming back from Hollywood. So this is a big moment. And, it feels like a special moment, but then it was
a special moment,
but they sort of almost abruptly cut to a Hall of Fame induction ceremony piece of footage. I don't know. It just feels like they could have let it linger here a little longer. It was a fun moment though. And I wish that people didn't shit on it as much as they do. Wade didn't hate it. He gave it 3.25 stars.
Well, again, it's evidence of the New York crowd. When the New York crowd appreciated it, which they did, they give a guy a standing ovation, and they did enjoy it. Overall, I think that the audience at home enjoyed it just as much and not as critical.
The clips of this Hall of Fame banquet are really something else. Heenan is breaking down when he says he wishes Monsoon was here, and he kisses the sky in honor of Monsoon, and just a cool moment, especially given, that we've just recently lost Bobby Heenan as well. The 2004 Hall of Fame class was Bobby Heenan, Big John Studd, Don Morocco, Greg Valentine, Harley Race, Jesse Ventura, Junkyard Dog, Sergeant Slaughter, Superstar Billy Graham, Tito Santana, and Pete Rose. That's a hell of a crowd, is it not?
It sure as hell is, man. When you think about it, I guess really with the exception of Harley Race and Billy Graham and Pete Rose. Okay, maybe more exceptions than I thought. But so many of those guys were instrumental in that first WrestleMania and New York and the expansion of the WWF back in the day. So when Vince really started the big expansion and going globally, that so many of these guys were a big part of it. Heenan, Studd, Morocco, Valentine, Jesse, Dog, Sarge, Tito. They were a big part of that core. Plus, you add in Superstar Billy Graham, Harley Race, who were mega stars in the 70s for Vince's father in New York and in Madison Square Garden. And to me, that's what I love it when it works out that way. When it fits the location, it fits the city, everything else. I think that's pretty damn cool.
Let's talk about the ladies match next. It's Tori and Sable. They get a win over Stacy and Jackie Gata. They go 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Everybody's stripping off everybody's clothes. Everybody's rubbing their crotches in each other's faces. Wade would say, this is a healthy dose of TNA without being embarrassing in terms of the wrestling. Tori and Sable gave each other a little peck as they walked to the stage. He gives it a 0.5 star. Tori and Sable, of course, get the win. What'd you think of the match? It's sort of just there, is it not?
Yeah. You're glad when it's over. Nice little addition to the card, but it wasn't by any stretch of the imagination one that you're going to go, oh my God, did you see that?
Next up, they show clips of fans in the lobby of Madison Square Garden, and most of the clips are of people who have European accents or just, not New York accents. And they're all talking about how far they've traveled to come to the show and how excited they are to be a part of WrestleMania. And Keller makes a great point here in the torch when he says they couldn't have paid and scripted anyone to endorse the WWE's product's international appeal better than those fans did. I mean, it's true, man. People come from all over, and why not shoot it and brag about it, right?
No shit. I think that was Dave. Hey, I couldn't understand damn word these people saying to me in the hotel lobby when I came up and they fought. Michael, hey, I wish they just speak English. They were speaking English, Michael, the King's English. But, it is great when you have so many people, like you said, all over the world, man, literally from 40 different countries that descend in one place at one time for one event. That's cool as shit. So yeah, we would capture that, and they still do it to this day.
I think with that win, Sable may have become the first woman to ever win 3 matches at WrestleMania, 14, 15, and 20. Pretty impressive considering she wasn't even really supposed to be a wrestler. Backstage, we would see Eddie Guerrero with the WWE title over his shoulder greet Chris Benoit, who's pacing backstage. And Guerrero tells him he shouldn't feel pressure because, quote, nobody expects you to win. And Benoit screams, I believe in me, and that's all that matters. And he says, tonight's the night. And Guerrero smiles and says, that's what I've been trying to get out of you. That's the Wolverine that I took on in Japan years ago. The Wolverine who's going to tear Triple H apart and walk out with the world heavyweight title. And he adds, I believe, Chris. A very good backstage promo. People, talk about the end of the night more so than this, but this was a cool little teaser for what was to come.
It was, and it was revisiting when Eddie and Chris came into the company as the Radicals. They were friends, and we separated them, and they each went in their different directions. We're on different brands. So it was nice to see them back together, and people loved that. They loved that dynamic of Eddie and Chris.
Man, this next match is wild. We've got Chavo Guerrero in an elimination match with Jamie Noble, Tajiri, Funaki, Nunzio, Ultimo Dragon, Kidman, Akio, Rey Mysterio, and Shannon Moore. This is for the cruiserweight title, and the rules are the 2 wrestlers enter the ring, and once a pinfall takes place, another wrestler enters, and Chavo Guerrero automatically gets position number 10. So for all of his complaining about having to defend against 9 other wrestlers, he actually only has to defend against 1 other wrestler who's already had to fight at least another wrestler. The most notable thing about this match, though, is fans online were talking about the fact that Ultimo Dragon tripped on his cape on the entrance. What do you remember about the match? Ultimo's slip up, and is this really fair that these guys, with all of these dudes, have 10 minutes and 38 seconds before Chavo just retains?
It's WrestleMania, and you get on the card, and sometimes you may not have all the time in the world, but for the audience, they get to see all of these guys and compete, short or not. So here's your choice. You can go out and you can do a 10-minute match, or you can do no match. There you go. But I remember Ultimo Dragon. Everyone had, and this was during a time Ultimo Dragon was not the same Ultimo Dragon that he was 10, 15 years before. So for him coming in, he was more into his training people in Mexico City at his school than being the Ultimo Dragon of old. And I don't think that, the exception of a few people who read dirt sheets and bullshit like that, no one really cared. He was a guy in a mask that I had no idea who he was or what he was about. But I enjoyed the match because it was fast paced and it was a gimmick.
It is a gimmick. The match got -1 star in the Torch. Quote, why damage the credibility of the wrestlers and cheapen the meaning of pinfalls just to fit everyone on the pay-per-view for a disrespectful 30-second cameo in the ring? You've already said your piece about that, but boy, I can't wait for your take on this next one. This is the match everybody loves to shit on from this show. It's Bill Goldberg, it's Brock Lesnar, and Steve Austin is your referee. It gets 1.5 stars, but the real story is the way the crowd reacts to this. Austin drives to the ring on his ATV. Lesnar's out first, then Goldberg, and they're doing their best to call it, JR and Lawler. JR saying this is a genuine battle of the bulls. They're yelling at each other. They're mocking each other. They're doing, lots of, I don't know, trying to get the crowd into it, but the crowd turns fast. And the boring chants come pouring in very loudly. Goldberg's smiling, and Ross is saying on air he'll never understand when fans do that. And he's trying to do what he can to bring it back in, but the crowd is just overwhelming. There's a Goldberg sucks chant. There's a you sold out chant. I mean, there's just a lot going on here. Ultimately, Goldberg hits a spear and he plays to the crowd. The crowd's booing him. He's not happy about it. He follows with a jackhammer. He gets a clean pin, and Austin clearly wants nothing to do with this shit show at all and just wants it to be over. Goldberg stands on the ropes to celebrate, but doesn't get much of a reaction. Lesnar's slow to rise to his feet. Austin's staring him down, and more you sold out chants. Now the hey, 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 goodbye song. Lesnar even looks like he's about to cry and then gives the crowd 2 middle fingers. He turns and gives Austin 2 middle fingers, and then Austin gave him a stunner and 2 middle fingers. And he tosses Goldberg a beer. Goldberg doesn't even try to grab it. The crowd boos. He throws him another beer and he catches it. So they drink a little beer, and then Austin gives Goldberg the stunner. And Keller would write, that's how you book a post-match angle that gets over Austin and not the 2 departing wrestlers. When Austin left the ring, another beer was tossed his way, and it hit him on the side of the face. He recovered and drives his ATV to the back. So not a very memorable WrestleMania match, but more of a memorable WrestleMania moment, maybe, when the crowd took over and then Austin did what everybody in the crowd wanted him to: middle fingers, stunners, and beer. What a fucking mess. I need to know where you were when you watched this, what Vince's reaction was, what the guys thought when they came back through the curtain. What can you share?
I was sitting at the audio desk in the arena and just thinking to myself, like, holy God, because you felt it. I mean, obviously you could feel it at home. The audience knew what was going on. Both guys had been very public that they were leaving, and all the audience wanted, the only thing that they wanted, in my opinion, at this point, was they wanted Steve to kick both their asses, because Steve wasn't going anywhere and he was their guy. So the crowd wanted it to be over. They wanted their opportunity to do the you sold out stuff and basically boo him out of the building. I don't know if Brock and Goldberg really expected it to be as bad as it was. I think Brock did. I think Brock knew exactly what was going to happen when he went out there, but I don't think that they thought it would happen to Goldberg. And, Bill has a way when just the way he looks is kind of like, I don't care. And that audience felt it. They were like, fuck you too. They just wanted them out. You don't want to be here? We don't want you. Go. And that was the feeling I got. It was painful to watch. It was very painful to watch in the arena, because you sat there going, oh God, you feel for them. And I was just happy when it was over.
It's been said that Goldberg won because Vince was more upset with Lesnar than Goldberg. Is that silly? Well, tell us why Goldberg won.
Yes, that's silly. It's, what do? You got 2 guys leaving, put the baby face over, have a happy finish.
Do you think that Vince was obviously he tried the Goldberg experiment? It wasn't working out. It was probably disappointing for both sides. Is that fair to say?
It was disappointing for everybody. Yes.
Yeah. So it's probably,
again, you got lesser of two evils.
well, what I'm saying is it probably hurts him, a little more that Lesnar wants to leave. And allegedly Brock told Vince he was quitting 12 days before WrestleMania. What can you tell us about that?
He wanted to go play football, and he was adamant about it. There wasn't any talking him out of that decision. So okay, move on. I don't, doesn't want to be here. He's not going to work. Doesn't want to be here to do this. Then we'll do something else. But he's not going to sit there and waste time and energy trying to talk someone into doing something they don't want to do.
Talk to me a little bit about the release. Had you guys already negotiated the terms of release at this point, or you just knew he wanted to go home, but you didn't really have all that worked out yet? Cause WrestleMania was priority. It was just, let's get through WrestleMania and then we'll figure it out.
I didn't. I had no idea what they did on that. That was with him and talent relations. And I have absolutely less than zero idea as far as what they worked out other than he was leaving. I knew he was leaving and didn't really give a shit about the rest of it. I didn't care what the terms of his contract were or anything else when you're told, okay, all the creative you have and everything that you're doing going forward with Brock is no more. So you go, okay, come up with something new, come up with something else.
Wade would write, Brock is under contract to WWE for at least 5 more years, and that puts WWE in the power position when negotiating his release. The details haven't been worked out yet, but it's expected Lesnar will get a conditional release. Lesnar, who dropped Barry Bloom as his agent after Bloom got his original WWE contract, may wish he had the savvy and experienced agent negotiating for him at this time. It's likely WWE will prohibit him from working for any other pro wrestling or shoot fighting organizations for the remainder of his term, with a non-compete written into that release. Many within WWE believe he will return if his NFL deal doesn't work out, especially since financially he isn't, quote, set for life, as many have assumed. Lesnar has spent money the past few years based on believing he was guaranteed 5 years of high 6-figure downside guarantees. Now that he's walking out on those future earnings, the money he spent on toys like snowmobiles and expensive cars doesn't seem as wise as it once did. He's also spent a considerable amount of money on real estate rather than safer long-term investments. Do you remember there being conversation internally like, well, this NFL shit's a pipe dream. He didn't play in college. He'll be back.
I think there was a feeling that he would be back, and it is true. Yeah, he didn't play in college, so I think everyone thought that, what's he thinking? How does he come to the conclusion that he's just going to be able to walk on and play football? He'll be back. That was a general feeling, but at the time, I didn't care because I didn't have him anymore. So next, good luck to you, buddy. Just didn't, especially around WrestleMania season when it is so crazy and somebody throws a monkey wrench into plans, gotta go.
I do want to mention too that, Wade would write, considering all the circumstances, including the tension between Lesnar and management in recent weeks, they are separating on good terms. There isn't overt bitterness on either side. Instead, it's a mutual agreement that Lesnar couldn't go on the way things were. WWE management is upset with Lesnar, but they also understand that he isn't making this decision lightly. He tried to make things better for himself by buying himself an airplane to travel to shows. It just wasn't enough. His anxiety was boiling over. If the travel schedule for the company wasn't for him, then there's nothing he can really do about it. WWE doesn't want someone working for them who is miserable. Is that an accurate summary from Wade Keller?
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's keep it going here. Let's talk about Rikishi and Scotty 2 Hotty. They get a win over the Bashams and Charlie Haas and Shelton Benjamin and the APA. They go 6 minutes here and retain the World Tag Team titles. It's sudden death, meaning the first team to score a pinfall or submission wins the tag title. It only gets 1 star. Once again, this feels like the tag match we ran through earlier. Let's just throw all the tag teams in there at once and just get everybody on and get them a payday. Is that the same?
Short,
idea here?
yeah. Short, painful, and glad it's over.
Next up, we get a promo airing for the returning Edge. He's coming off of neck surgery, which had him sidelined for quite a while, but we're getting people hyped up. And next we see Jesse Ventura walk out to the ring. And Jesse says, what would WrestleMania be without Jesse coming out and doing an interview with somebody? Where's my man? Who am I looking for out here to interview? It's the star of the #1 rated TV show on NBC, The Apprentice, Donald Trump. And Ventura walks to ringside and interviews him in the front row. And of course he compliments his hair, and he asked Trump if he ran for office again, if he'd have his moral and financial support. And Trump said, for sure. And Ventura jokes, maybe they need a pro wrestler in the office in 2008, talking about the presidency. It gets a half-hearted pop, but it is kind of ironic given where we are now. What do you remember about Jesse this day, and any memories of Trump here?
Well, whenever it always seemed like if we were in a nice location, Donald would come to the live events and he would come to WrestleManias. So Donald was a friend, and he was, especially in New York, man, he was a big deal, and it was always nice to see him and nice to do stuff with him. He enjoyed it. He got the business and loved any opportunity that he could to promote himself. So I never had a problem with the guy.
Next up, we've got Victoria and Molly Holly. They're going to go about 5 minutes. Victoria gets the win here. It only gets 1 star. The match is okay, but I wouldn't say that this is either of their best matches. But what people remember is after the match, a shocked Molly Holly would attack Victoria and try to shave her head. Victoria fends her off with hairspray, and then she straps in Molly to the chair. And then Victoria shaved her head with a clipper. So she's got a crew cut. Wow. We're shaving chicks' heads on pay-per-view here. How did we get here? Whose idea was this? Was anybody against it? I mean, what does it sound like when you even pitch this to Molly Holly?
Molly pitched it to us. It was her idea, so that she would look different and be able to stand out amongst the women's division. So I loved it for all of those exact same reasons.
Hypothetically, what if she didn't pitch it and Vince did? What would that sound like?
God damn it, I want that hair. Here's what we're looking at. You're going to be bald like a smooth little baby's butt. Smooth. Yeah. She liked it. She kept it that way for a while.
Before they finish, they cut to Taz and Michael Cole previewing the Guerrero Kurt Angle title match. And let's get to it. Eddie Guerrero, Kurt Angle. We're going to go 21 minutes and 30 seconds rather. It gets 4.25 stars. The finish is really incredible, where, they're trying to get Eddie Guerrero locked into the ankle lock, and the boot comes loose, and Angle's surprised. That allows Guerrero to roll him up for the 3 count. And, it was really, really a fun finish. I don't think I'd ever seen it before. 4.25 stars. Fans are into it. Let's go Angle. Angle sucks. Dueling chants here. Really, really 2 of the best of all time. I loved it. What'd you think?
Absolute masterpiece. And hats off to Eddie Guerrero and Kurt Angle for coming up with it. The way that they did it with Eddie unlacing his boot the entire time, every time that Kurt would put the ankle lock on him, Eddie would unlace his boot. Now we told the story throughout the show that Eddie's unlacing his boot. Maybe the ankle lock is taking its toll on the ankle. He's trying to release some of that, when the whole time it was, okay, when you get that ankle lock, I'm kicking out, you're going to have a boot and I'm going to beat you. just pure genius, in my opinion, and one of the best WrestleMania matches I've ever seen.
Well, not one of the best WrestleMania matches you've ever seen is the next one, Undertaker and Kane, a little under 7 minutes. It gets 2 stars in the torch. Kane's out first, and they've got this cool New York set here for this one. And I do at least appreciate the Undertaker's, entrance here. And Lawler is screaming, Kane was wrong. The Undertaker isn't dead. And Kane's crying, I killed you. You're not real. The fans are chanting for Undertaker. It's the return of the dead man. Big moment in Undertaker's career. I thought it was what it was, but probably not their best match, especially in a no-win scenario where you have to follow Eddie Guerrero and Kurt Angle. What did you think of the match and the story leading up to it?
Well, the audience was ready for the return of the dead man, and they really wanted to see Undertaker back. That was the beauty of it, and that was where the payoff was. The match really wasn't the payoff. The entrance was the payoff. Paul Bearer was part of that payoff. And we talked about it in the Undertaker episode. It was not a great match. I don't know that on the big stage that Kane and Undertaker ever really had any great matches, but it was the spectacle, and it was the allure of the return of the guy that they loved from the American Badass back to the dead man, the Undertaker. So that part was cool to me, and that was something that everyone enjoyed and was able to kind of get behind. And that was the story, much more so than the match. And to that end, I think it was successful.
Next up, we've got the main event, and what a match it was, man. It's a 3-way, Chris Benoit, Triple H, Shawn Michaels for the World Heavyweight title. They got 24 minutes and 7 seconds. It's probably one of the best 3-way matches in history. Wade gave it 5 stars. It's hard to argue that. It tells such a phenomenal story, and the finish is something else. Hunter is reaching for the rope. Of course, he's in Chris Benoit's crippler crossface. The fans are going wild. Hunter can't reach that rope. He starts fading. He manages to reverse out of it, but Benoit immediately reapplies it, and Hunter taps out, and the crowd pops huge. The referee hands Benoit the belt. He starts crying with the heavyweight title. He stands, holds it in the air, and Guerrero comes out and congratulates him. They hug. Eddie's crying too. Confetti's coming down from the ceiling. They're both holding their world titles. I mean, this is a phenomenal match, but the finishing sequence is just outstanding. And then the post match visual here, unbelievable. And this is probably one of JR's best moments as a commentator. You know, I've been pretty loud and proud about really preferring his WCW stuff, but Lord, he did a phenomenal job here. What'd you think of the match?
Well, he also had a phenomenal match to work with. I thought the match was excellent. It told a great story, and it got Benoit, let everyone know in the building and all around the world that Benoit was a guy to be reckoned with, and he was now a top guy. If Shawn and Hunter both could have lost to him, I think they would have, and they argued over who should do the job, and both wanted to do it. And if there was a way that Benoit could have beat them both, they probably would have gone for that. But it was beautiful. It's a work of art. To go back in the 2 championship matches on this card, Eddie and Angle in this triple threat with Benoit, Hunter, and Shawn, to me are 2 of the greatest matches in all of WrestleMania history. And this won't be popular, but they were better than the Randy Savage and Rick Steamboat match from WrestleMania 3. It's just because of the story and the emotion, and I'm not taking anything away from Savage and Steamboat. These were just better as far as psychology, story, and feeling. And it could not have been done better, in my opinion.
Do you know who put this one together? This feels like something Shawn would have tried to lay out.
I don't remember, but it was something that the 3 of them worked on for a while and had a lot of ideas. And this was a lot of the talent that talked for a long time and came up with this masterpiece.
It really is worth going out of your way to see. You know, I know we put over the Eddie Guerrero Kurt Angle match, and I love that one and think you should go watch it. But this main event, probably the best three-way in history. Let's get your opinion. We'd love to hear your recommendations. Tweet us on Twitter, hit us up on Instagram at Prichard Show. Tell us what three-way you thought was the best, because this has got to be near the top. And what a visual it is afterwards to see these two guys, you know, who most thought maybe never had a shot at being in this spot, the top dog in WWE. They're too short. They're too small. They're not big enough, whatever. They don't have this. They don't have that. They overcame all of it. And it does feel like, a new day in the WWE when you've got these two guys as your world champs. Was Vince happy with the closing visual, these two guys in the ring and the confetti and all that?
Ecstatic, because it was a symbol of what's to come, what's next. So that was, it just was that visual of, okay, guys, here's who's going to lead us into the next chapter.
Any sort of hesitation that you recall from either Shawn or Hunter and Benoit being the man this night?
No, not at all. I mean, everyone was for it, and they felt that he deserved it. Is due to the work that he had done up until that point. They all loved his work and thought that with the right opponents in the right way, if you put him over in the right way, that he could be the man.
A lot of conspiracy theorists would believe that someone, maybe Vince McMahon, maybe someone else, didn't believe that Benoit had enough name value to main event a WrestleMania in a singles match. So maybe that's why they inserted Shawn Michaels into the mix. How would you respond to that criticism?
I would say it was a much more attractive match with Shawn in it. It just made it more attractive and harder to predict.
Historically, you've sort of poo-pooed 3 ways and 4 ways and all that and preferred just mono. Why was this one the exception to the rule?
I think because of the way that they put it together. It just was masterfully put together to where it was logical, and it was logical the way that people were eliminated from the match to allow two guys to concentrate on their stuff. And it was in many ways the template for future triple threats to pattern themselves after.
I know Vince is probably the type of guy who, if he was forced to answer, hey, what's your favorite WrestleMania? He would probably always say the next one, just because he's all, you know, the train keeps moving. Where do you think at the time, I'm not saying since then, where would WrestleMania 20 have ranked for him at the end of that show that night?
Probably number 3. Yeah, I'd go WrestleMania 1, 17, and 20.
So you'd say it was bigger than 3
or WrestleMania 3. No, number 4. Yeah. It would be 1, 3, 17, 20.
It's just cool to hear, you know, what you think his opinion would be. Where would you have ranked at the time? Not
Same.
Counting since. Same. Now that, you know,
Same.
all these matches have happened since, you know, 21 through 34 now. Where does WrestleMania 20 stack up for you now? Still number 4?
Yeah.
Out of all the ones,
I would probably go 3, 17, 20, and 1. But one's the start. So
right.
I mean, it was special in other ways.
This is, I think, the first time a WrestleMania main event ended in a submission. Do you think ending in a submission rather than a pinfall takes anything away? I know that Tony Schiavone has been pretty vocal that he thinks a submission doesn't get the big pop that a pinfall does. Do you think that the crippler crossface had been built enough here to where that was the exception, or do you just totally disagree with Tony's assessment?
I say go back and watch that match, and you tell me. That place came unglued. So I think it was as effective, if not more effective.
Whose idea was it for Eddie to come down after the match?
God, I think it was a lot of ours. I think everybody just felt that was a kind of cool thing to do. So you end with that picture of, hey folks, here's your leaders. Here's the guys taking you to the next level. And, let's go. It's a new chapter, new book. Tune in on Monday.
Talk to me about, Chris. Did Chris know that Eddie was coming? or was that spontaneous to him?
I think it was spontaneous to him. I don't know if he knew or not, but we knew. We had Eddie there to go on out and made sure that everybody was there.
We didn't talk much about Kurt Angle, but the rumor and innuendo is that Kurt was hurting pretty bad coming into that match and had some numbness in his fingers. And we've touched on that before. What was his physical state heading into WrestleMania? Did he have any problem putting over Eddie? Was he a proud supporter here? Carry me through sort of the physical and mental mindset of Kurt for this show.
Well, first of all, Kurt Angle had zero problem putting over Eddie Guerrero. He was happy to do it, and he was happy to give him the best match and do the best that he could. Again, guys saying, oh, I don't want to put this guy over. First of all, they have no say. They do have a say, but they don't have a say. And it's an honor to put someone over, and if you can get them to the next level. And that's how Kurt looked at it. I don't remember WrestleMania 20 specific what shape Kurt was in, but you could tell, you certainly couldn't tell that there was anything wrong with him in that match. So I'm not really sure about that, because it was, man, he's a machine. He's a cyborg.
Well, it was quite the special show, and I can't recommend that everybody go watch this one enough. There's lots of fun stuff on the undercard. I really enjoyed the Rock Foley match, and the Eddie Guerrero match is just outstanding. But the main event, where would you rank it? All-time WrestleMania main events?
Well, I look at it as a double main event with the two championship matches, and I would say that a lap, but yeah, it's definitely in the top five from Hogan and Andre and Steve and Rock to, I'm putting both of those matches in the main event category as far as the match quality themselves and where it took us after that.
Well, where we're taking
probably
you,
3 or 4.
Where we're taking you after this week is in our Wayback Machine. We talked about WrestleMania 20 in Madison Square Garden. Next up, we're going to talk about WrestleMania 10 in Madison Square Garden. Stay tuned. We're also finally going to get to WrestleMania 17, which is one of our most requested shows ever. King Kong Bundy's coming your way. Michael P.S. Hayes is coming your way. Stone Cold Steve Austin's 1998 is on tap. This is going to be a run for the ages here on Something to Wrestle. We appreciate your support and glad you're along for the ride. And we want to apologize again for Bruce sounding a little different this week. He's not at home in his studio. Instead, he's in Stamford, Connecticut. And with his new role with the company, this is unfortunately going to be what we have to deal with every now and again. And we appreciate your patience and support and hope you enjoyed this show as much as we enjoyed doing it for you. And we would love to see you the Monday after WrestleMania with good old JR and Bruce Prichard on the stage, probably for the last time. Tickets are on sale now at brucepritchard.com. And don't forget, Bruce is going to be coming your way down to Australia, and we're making it happen, man. We're really excited that he's going to be there. Tickets are on sale now at brucepritchard.com. Don't you dare miss it. In the meantime, he is at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad, and we are out of time. Hit it, Bruce.
Shaka Khan.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, it's WrestleMania Saturday. We're a day late, but not a dollar short. It is the most unique WrestleMania weekend in history. It's a two-parter. Things get kicked off tonight, but today we're going to get in our Wayback Machine 15 years and talk about WrestleMania 21. How you feeling, Bruce? Are you excited? Are you exhausted? Is this the worst week of your life?
This is probably the most exciting week of my life. Every single day is another day in history and another day to just chalk up and go, holy fuck, what a book this is going to make someday, where people will say, you know what? I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. But it's been crazy, and it's made me think. It's just made me think about a lot of shit. This is not, look, I'm going to get on my soapbox, but this isn't a soapbox. This is just this is going to be me venting for a second, if you would indulge me.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
And I just, you reach a point sometimes where it's all you can stands and you can't stands no more. And I guess I'm pretty much at that point. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. And as you look at things through your lens. You look at things as how everything around you is affecting you. And when we do these podcasts and we do these shows, I give you my input from how things affected me. And that's the entire point of the podcast is to do what we do based on how it affected me.
Right.
And that's how I remember shit. That's my recall. And when you go through social media, which, by the way, I fucking hate, and you read some of this shit, and for whatever reason, I have friends and I have people that think that I need to see certain things, and I need to see what certain people write and what people say, and if someone says something and all this shit. And all I have to say is, to the majority, and I know this because, we look at numbers and we see of the majority of our audience, I think that they enjoy the show. I hope you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening. If you don't enjoy the show, don't listen. It's pretty easy. But I think that the majority, get it. But then there are those that just want to be so negative. And the negativity is kind of just taking me over the edge, because there are times, how those old Clint Eastwood movies, or the old movies where you see the guy that just looks, it's had the really bad day, and the guy comes up to him. Falling Down is a good example with Michael Douglas, where you don't know exactly what you're fucking with sometimes. And you don't know what other people are going through. And you don't know that that in the weeks past that they might have had a loved one in the hospital with, extremely serious situations that they're dealing with every single fucking day while they still work 20 hours a day, and then continue to do what they do for the love of the game, for lack of a better term, for just the love of a loved one, the love of a loved one, easy for me to say, for your family, and then for everything that they do to entertain, whatever the hell you want to call it, whatever you want to do to an audience. And that's what we've done. That's what I've done. And sometimes you don't know. Sometimes you don't know what the person on the other side is going through. And as open and as public as I am, and you know this, I'm a very, very private person. I have my public life, if you will, but I try to keep my private life very private.
Your family life.
My family life, yes. And I appreciate the understanding of some, and to those that don't understand, I want to say, go fuck yourself. I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say, move on. Move on, because in these times, it really doesn't matter. And Road Dogg used to say, would be funny as shit, because he would talk about the guys and they would come in, oh, my Twitter's blowing up, man. My Twitter's blowing up. And you look at their Twitter and it's like they got 10 comments or something.
Yeah.
So I use that a lot now, like, oh my God, my Twitter's blowing up. 2 people commented on this. And that's the reality of it. So I put it all in perspective. But you and I, last week, I think it was last Saturday, actually, when we tried to do this show last Saturday.
Yes, we did, a week ago. Yeah.
We tried to do it on Sunday. We we
literally
tried
tried to
every
do
day
this
this week.
for 7 days. Yeah.
Yes. And reality hit in so many ways to where I just I had to laugh coming home and finally going to bed at 6:00 in the morning one of these days this week and saying, shit, I gotta be back at the office at 9.
Yeah.
Why am I even going to bed?
I don't send you the screenshots from social. I assume somebody does, but I assume you're frustrated this morning because, you saw some negative pushback on Facebook and the like, because our show was delayed and people didn't know the personal family stuff this week, or that, while the rest of the world is quarantined, most of WWE is, but somehow, you're still managing to be at the office. So now a show that would probably normally be put together by a small army of people is put together by a handful of people. And unfortunately you're in that. So this whole 2 and 3 hours of sleep a night deal this week, coupled with the, maybe negative criticisms of, I can't believe they're late on WrestleMania week is just, boiling over for you.
You know what? It was accumulation. It was an accumulation of shit that just, driving home last night which yesterday was my 24th wedding anniversary there. I'll share a private moment.
And you missed it.
But where was I yesterday, Conrad?
You were at the office until, past 10 o'clock. I know for sure because we were still talking. So yeah, you missed your 24-year wedding anniversary. Your wife's not always been the healthiest person. She's had some challenges, and another family member, and there's all this hysteria about coronavirus and COVID-19, and everybody's stuck at home, and you're still in the office every day, all day, trying to make sure that fans still have a fun distraction this weekend.
And come home and even you and I, it was funny because I said to you last night, hey man, by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, dude, I can't do any more. And I've been on the phone all morning doing more, which is cool. I get it. It's just sometimes the frustration and the negativity gets to me a little bit. And I don't believe that is the majority of people. And this is what I love the wrestling business. I love this. And without this, I don't think that I would be back involved in the wrestling business.
Yeah. And I guess that's worth mentioning, the love of a loved one that you sort of twisted around a little bit ago. Something in there you were alluding to is one of the reasons you used to do this podcast is because of me. And I appreciate that. And you feel like you have a commitment to me. And I really appreciate that, because I'm sure a lot of people online say, oh, now that he's got the big WWE deal, he doesn't need the podcast money. And technically that's true, but you enjoy it. And this is one of the only, there for a long time, me and you were together about damn near 24/7. And this is basically the only time either one of us have free time to get together anymore. And it's fun to do the show, man. But
yeah, and it's fun to, I feel horrible when I send you a text when I tell you, hey man, no, I think I'll be done at 4, and I'm sending you a text at 7 saying, yeah, it looks like it's not going to happen at least tonight. Hey, by the way, Conrad, 4 o'clock ain't happened. I'm sorry. It's fun to go back and forth with you and schedule our time and then get it all blown up.
Well, listen, I hope that, you guys get nothing but good news, and that everybody is safe and happy and healthy, and no big deal. But I am looking forward to WrestleMania, and I know this is weird, but I feel like, and man, I don't mean for this to sound negative, but maybe you'll appreciate what I'm saying. I think the expectations for this WrestleMania are so low because it's so unique. People were so excited about being in Tampa and having the live experience. And what a cool stadium that was, with a fucking pirate ship and WrestleCon and all the surrounding shows. It's such a tent pole weekend, not just for WWE, but for wrestling fans worldwide. And now that it's been effectively canceled, people, I think, have really diminished expectations for WrestleMania, because there won't be a crowd and the vibe will be different. But I think
I'm proud of it.
But that's what I was going to say is I think the low expectations mean that this is going to be a fucking fantastic show. I mean, sometimes a friend of mine will see a movie and then I'll hear it from someone else and someone else and someone else. And eventually I've heard this is the greatest movie I've ever seen. And I go into that movie with the expectation that this is going to be the greatest movie ever. And then when it's over, I'm like, it was pretty good. I mean, it was okay. But if I go into something with really low expectations and I'm like, I'm just trying to kill some time, when I'm done, I'm like, holy shit, what a fucking movie. And I think that's probably what this WrestleMania is going to be. I mean, you and I haven't talked about any sort of spoilers or anything like that, but I'm just saying, I think the expectations are so low and things are sort of so out of sorts in the real world that we're poised for a pretty fucking fun couple of nights here. I'm excited.
As am I, and I'm proud of it. And it'll have its naysayers, but I think that a lot of people are going to go, holy fuck. And we did what we needed to do, by God. So it's all good. And I don't remember WrestleMania 21 for shit, but I can,
I'll jog your memory today.
So this will be a memory joggy journey down memory lane, by God. We'll just talk about some other shit, because that's just the kind of fucking mood I'm in today. Am I moody today?
No, we're going to have fun with this because this is a great show. WrestleMania 21. I'm really looking forward to it. Before we get into it though, I do. Did you just blow your load there?
No, that was the train coming by.
Oh, okay. Was Ron Simmons on that train? Hey, did you hear that I did a little prank on April Fool's Day?
What'd you do?
On What Happened When on Tony's channel on Wednesday morning. I had Cassio Kid host a show announcing that he was the new permanent co-host, and then we played a best of ads, and it was one commercial after another for 90 minutes.
I like it. I hope they use promo code Wrestle.
Well, we played the train spot that you and I loved in there so much, and the penis extender, and so many funny old spots. But of course, the real show dropped 6 hours later. So at noon, they got WrestleMania 6, and you could also get WrestleMania 8 right now from Something to Wrestle. Bruce and I did record that one last week. It's up now at adfreeshows.com. Well, listen, you said you hadn't seen this show recently. Obviously, you've been very, very busy. I got to tell you, I don't remember watching this. I mean, I watched it in 2005, but I don't think I've sat down and watched it again until this week. And I've come to a new opinion. I've had an epiphany. I've had a moment of clarity, Bruce.
Epiphany. You kind of had epiphany.
This is my second favorite WrestleMania ever.
Wow.
WrestleMania 6 is still what I grew up on. Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, those were my guys. I just remember that so much as a kid. It's the one that stands out the most to me. But good Lord, what a tremendous show this was. And if you're looking for something to do this weekend, go back and watch WrestleMania 21. And right at the top of the show, I should mention that the WWE Network just put out a tremendous Untold. It's a 30-minute little snippet of Kurt Angle and Shawn Michaels match here. Johnny Gargano participates as well. What a phenomenal piece on the WWE Network. When you finish this episode of Something to Wrestle, if you don't have time to watch the full WrestleMania 21, go right to that Untold. I can't recommend it enough. And if you've got time, man, do both. But let's talk about it. April 3rd, 2005. So yesterday, when we hoped to drop this show, it would have been the exact 15-year anniversary of this show from the famed Staples Center right there in Los Angeles. It draws 20,193 fans from 14 countries and 48 states. It grosses more than 2.1 million at the Turnstile, making it the highest grossing WWE event ever at Staples Center. Why the decision to hold this show at Staples Center? I ask because 17, 18, and 19 are all huge venues, stadium styles, domes and whatnot. 20, of course, is more of an anniversary show. So it's back at MSG. Why not go back to a huge venue for 21? It certainly feels like you had the appetite for the product.
Well, versus a huge venue, it was a huge market. Sure. And that being LA, and that being able to go into Los Angeles and the Hollywood community, it was perfect for us. So it wasn't the giant stadium, even though, hey, we'll do that this next year. It was the huge market, and it was being able to do everything around Hollywood and around LA, which had been from WrestleMania 7, WrestleMania 2. LA was a staple. It's one of the major markets in the United States of America.
Tons of celebrities here. The theme is WrestleMania is going Hollywood. We've got David Arquette here. We've got Motorhead. We've got Adam Sandler. We've got Rob Schneider. We've got Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. We've got the Black Eyed Peas. Yeah, big part of our show. We got Billy Corgan from the Smashing Pumpkins. We got Anthony Kiedis from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. We got Ice Cube. We got Carmen Electra. We got Sylvester Stallone. So many big celebrities, including great friends of the show, Rick Rubin, Will Sasso, Macaulay Culkin. Vince has always sort of looked for celebrity involvement at WrestleMania. I guess instead of hoping you build it and they will come, let's just take WrestleMania to them. This is the most star-studded WrestleMania ever, is it not?
Yeah. I mean, every WrestleMania is star-studded by God, and the celebrities all come out. It's the hottest ticket anywhere that there is, and people wanting to be a part of it. But you look at when you go to where they live, it's a hop, skip, and a jump and easy to make. And out of the whole group, probably there's really only a couple that are celebrities to me. And that's, of course, Billy Gibbons, my good, close, dear personal friend, Billy Gibbons, and Rick Rubin, who I've had the pleasure of meeting and is one of the nicest guys and just absolutely pure genius when it comes to the music world. So, the rest are who they are. But when you have an opportunity to talk to a Rick Rubin, man, that's just gold.
By the way, I guess we should mention Rick Rubin is such a wrestling fan. Not only did he fund Smoky Mountain back in the day, but he listens to Something to Wrestle. That's a big time wrestling fan right there.
Even more reason to love him.
Let's talk about how we got here. Just a quick sort of backstory to this show. We've covered Royal Rumble 05 before. That you may remember. That's when John Cena and Batista both land at the same time. They have to call an audible. Vince runs down to the ring, tears both quads. Ultimately, Batista wins the match and decides he's not going to pursue the title on SmackDown. He's going to pursue the title on Raw, effectively quitting Evolution and cementing his turn against Triple H. So now on the other show, SmackDown, we had the No Way Out pay-per-view where Bradshaw would retain the WWE title, and that sets up his match with John Cena at WrestleMania. Let's talk about sort of the financial state of the company. Wade Keller would report on the way into this show. There's no reason for panic or rejoicing based on the latest figures to come in for WWE representing the third quarter of the fiscal year 05. Basically, the gist is the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's not necessarily growing, but we're not necessarily losing. It feels like the company is sort of just treading water financially. At this point, it feels like creatively, maybe Vince is looking for his next Stone Cold or his next Rock, as both of those guys have sort of wrapped up their in-ring career here. And we're in a bit of transition. I think if you could sort of chart the course of the more recent WrestleManias, of course, 18 happens right after, or 17 happens right after WCW goes under. We turn Austin heel. 18, we're trying something new. We're bringing back the NWO. Of course, Hulk and Rock just absolutely tear it up. And then we try the Triple H thing for a little bit. We get up to 19 and we're trying to push this new era of big stars as we sort of wave goodbye to Austin and Rock. Now we're pushing Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar. At 20, well, we're trying something new again with Benoit and Eddie Guerrero. And now here at 21, it feels like we're trying something yet again with Dave Batista and John Cena. It feels a little bit every year like we're still looking for our next big thing. And, you were in the inner circle. Do you feel like Vince had more confidence in Batista and John Cena being that duo compared to, say, Chris Benoit or Eddie Guerrero?
I think so. And I think that Eddie had reached the point of his personality being big enough that Eddie made JBL in so many ways. That's the character that JBL was built on. And Eddie did such a great job there that Eddie reached the point of don't Don't saddle him with the championship because his character work is so far superior to everything else that you can have, if you want to make somebody, be it Rey Mysterio, be it JBL, be it whoever, Eddie's the guy. And so you really didn't. I think that Eddie was already there, is one of those really strong talents, a go-to guy. But Vince was looking for more. He was looking for something else. And you had the two guys, the monsters from OVW, coming in and having their run for a while, and let's see what they can do. And the two that really emerged to the top were Dave Batista and John Cena.
This is a weird question, but we know that both of these guys are going to have tremendous careers, but there's not really a debate that John Cena is going to become the guy. And Vince probably never spoke like this, but if you had to bet, who do you think Vince would have thought would have been the guy? I framed the question that way to say, I think he probably assumed it was going to be Batista just based on the size and look, but it wound up being Cena.
Actually, it was Cena.
Okay.
And it was that intangible. However, looked at Dave and said, Dave can be the guy on Raw, if you will. And Dave can also get there. He looked at John, immediately and went, John had that it factor that it took a while to find it and bring it out, but it was always there that you knew. It's like having a, 800-pound marlin on the hook. And it's going to take you a while to get that fucker on the boat. But when you do, you've got a record. And that was kind of with Cena. It was in there, and it was just working to get it out. And once you got it out, it was all bets were off.
That's a great analogy. Let's talk about Vince. We briefly touched on him jumping into the ring at WrestleMania, or Royal Rumble rather, and tearing both quads. Well, as you can imagine, he has to have surgery to repair those. And Wade Keller would write, answering the question of whether Vince McMahon would let people see him in a wheelchair, he showed up last Friday at MSG, his favorite arena, for a Raw house show. He was in a wheelchair backstage with his legs both wrapped and elevated. Stephanie Shane and Linda McMahon were also backstage. He was greeted by a number of wrestlers. He did not show himself publicly in front of the crowd. But the show does well. It's up from prior MSG house shows. And the report would also continue. Office staffers have been affected by Vince's absence from the office on a regular basis, as some have had to make trips between the office or production studio and his home to let him see tapes of pre-produced videos for his approval or critiquing. The estimates for the time it will take him to get back on his feet and traveling to all events is about 6 months due to the serious nature of the double quad tears. Now, we know Vince McMahon ain't going to sit like this for 6 months, but still, Vince McMahon in a wheelchair, not a sight a lot of people ever thought they would see, and maybe perhaps causing some inconveniences running back and forth. What do you remember about Vince's time post-surgery?
Well, he worked his ass off to get to the point of being able to.
WrestleMania is 3 days, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, shit. Okay, I'll tell you what. That was just a quick text. That one I can answer. Boom, right there, and we're good to go. Vince is. I think that a good way to describe it would be, if you have one thing that you really love to do, the one thing that no matter what happens, you're going to do, whether it's your favorite meal, it's your favorite thing to do, just whatever it is, you got to go play Madden on Tuesday. Vince McMahon's favorite thing to do was work out.
Right.
And his favorite workout is legs. So looking at that was his goal. He wanted to get back to be where he could work out all the time, and he was working out like a madman. But he couldn't do legs the way that he loved to do legs. So he was constantly just rehabilitating, doing everything that he could to be back on his feet and get rolling. So that was a priority for him, and it was a little inconvenient for some folks, but for others that are used to, you're working around the chairman's schedule and what he needs, and that's what you do. So you get there and go for it.
Was he even more cantankerous when he's wheelchair bound than normal?
Not really. Frustrated with himself, yes, but not really. Cantankerous.
That's a Southern word.
It's a hell of a wine, by the way.
Yeah, it is. Let's keep it going. Let's talk about Chris Masters. Wade would write, Chris Masters has been told by WWE agents to be aggressive in the ring, which may have been why he broke Stevie Richards' nose in his first televised match on February 21st. WWE showed backstage footage of Richards' crooked, broken nose on the February 28th Raw to hype how stiff Masters' sledgehammer to the chest is. Masters wasn't previously known as a reckless or overly stiff wrestler. Let's talk about that for a minute. I'm sure we could probably do a whole episode on Chris Masters someday and sort of the ups and downs, but let's briefly talk about, the aggression, because we've heard Kane say, recently on the WWE network in an interview with Stone Cold Steve Austin, that Undertaker came to him very early in his career and said, hey, you can make it and you can have a run here and you can do well, but you got to turn this intensity up. When you go to a young performer, like a young Lynn Jacobs or a young Chris Masters, and you tell them, hey, you got to turn the volume up. I mean, things happen, right?
Well, yeah. And there's a difference between turning the volume up and being safe and turning the volume up and being sloppy and unsafe.
Right.
And sometimes guys mistake the two. They think that by being snug that you have to be stiff. Or you have to hurt people. You don't have to hurt people. It's, you can apologize in advance and you've just got to lay it in and you've got to snug it up if you're going to make it.
Let's keep going here and talk about James Bell. This is a name that we've touched on a little bit before, but this is quite the story. Wade would write, James Bell, a WWE senior VP from the company between 98 and 2000, pleaded guilty to mail fraud for taking in a kickback scheme where he received money under the table for giving certain companies licensing deals with WWE, including THQ and Jakks Pacific. WWE is now challenging those deals because they contend they were signed under illegal terms. He's going to face a maximum prison term of 5 years and $3.9 million in fines. Plus he's been ordered to return $1.9 million to WWE. What a fucking story, man.
Yeah. And that was, it's a shame because Jim opened up a lot of doors for WWE in the licensing world. And we went, that was at a point where we were licensing everything under the sun, lighters, condoms, you name it. We licensed it. And it was shit. We were just everywhere. And then to find this out after the fact, you're like, motherfucker, you want to believe and you want to believe that people are good. And unfortunately this was not good. And, goes around, comes around.
I feel like I should mention something I've been working on and I haven't even told you. We're working on something to wrestle condoms.
Well, if you're going to take Blue Chew, it's good precaution.
I'm going to send you some mock-ups. I think you're going to be pretty happy.
Wrap your willy.
We should mention during this time, Matt Hardy and Lita would break up. She's going to start dating Edge. And we've done a whole show on this early on in the archives. But I guess we could just very briefly mention you know, when you first hear about this, I mean, I'm sure this is locker room whisper campaign before it hits the dirt sheets, right? Or is that the opposite of the way you found out?
It kind of was, but it was also really quietly whispered. So it wasn't openly talked about. And I think that people really didn't even choose sides because they liked everybody involved.
Right.
And it was chalked up to, look, it's life. We're all on the road together an awful lot. And things happen sometimes. And no one was, at least from my vantage point, from what I had heard, was that there was nobody really choosing sides. Again, it was just, hey, man, you know, unfortunately this happened, and shit happens sometimes, man. It's life. It happens every day.
Go check it out in the archives for Something to Wrestle. We do have a whole episode very early on, I think back in 2016 on that. Let's talk about something else from way back in the day. Ted DiBiase, according to Wade Keller's report here, has admitted to not following the product, but has been hired by WWE in a role that will basically make him an agent and I guess a creative consultant to the creative staff. Keller would write, DiBiase has little formal booking experience, but was highly regarded by his colleagues during his peak wrestler years in the 80s as a world-class worker. He had recently been part of the religious-themed wrestling show circuit. He's best known for his $1 Million Man character. Talk to me about Ted DiBiase. We know that this is maybe not the best fit for him.
No, it really wasn't. And Ted is one of those examples of someone who could do it all in the ring and was one of the best to ever do it. However, Teddy wasn't one of those guys that could just come up with an idea and come up with programs and ideas and things to take you down the line. If someone else had the idea and said, hey, Ted, we need to get a match out of this, Ted could do that and do it very well if it was him. For Ted to give that knowledge or give that direction to someone else, it would be difficult for him. And Teddy was the first one to tell you that this wasn't his forte and this wasn't where he thought his strength was. Ted was much better at analyzing a match after the fact and telling someone where they could have put things and help them with psychology as to why you want to put this here versus there and why you do the things that you do inside of the ring. Teddy wasn't one of those to go, hey, I've got an idea for a main event at WrestleMania. Not what he did. And it was, well, we'll try you here because of your expertise, and in other, maybe you can help with some of the ideas that some of these kids are coming up with and mold them, you know, and take your knowledge and take their knowledge and put it together. But it just wasn't a good fit. And I remember the point where Teddy went to the hospital from, we don't know what the hell it was. I'm not sure that even he does at this point, except maybe being overweight and out of shape and just running too hard. But he and Dusty were having breakfast at the hotel, and Teddy's eyes just rolled in the back of his head, and he passed out. And they called the ambulance, got him to the hospital, and what have you. And I got there, and there was Dusty, and Ted's laying on the gurney, and he's come to now, and he's like, what the hell, man? He goes, I don't know if I was dehydrated, exhaustion, blah, 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 do what? And they needed to get a urine sample. And we'd helped Ted get out, and we'd got him into a gown. And it's just me and Dusty in the curtained off area in the emergency room with him. And the nurse comes in and says, yeah, we're going to need to get a urine sample. You can do it right here. And Dusty was like, oh, here come. Hang on. You're gonna need to stand back when he whips Big Jumbo out him. And Bruce, get over here because it's gonna take a couple of us to hold this for him and everything. Hold it. The sample. And we're just laughing so goddamn hard. We have no idea if Teddy's gonna live or die, but we had fun.
You touched on something. First of all, thank you for sharing the Jumbo story. I don't think you've ever told the full thing before, but you mentioned something there that really stood out to me that I don't think I've ever really considered. And that's, wow, that I don't know why I've never really thought about that, but perhaps there's some guys who can only really tell you sort of post match instead of pre-match. So they can't really help you lay it out, and they have trouble with the visualization. And it's almost like, let's make the analogy to maybe building a house versus remodeling a house. Teddy was a great home remodeler, but maybe not able to be a great home builder. Fair to say?
He was not a good architect, but if Ted were building his own home, it'd be great.
But he can't tell you how to build your house, but if you got a shitty kitchen, he can show you how to make your kitchen better.
Yeah. And he can build his own house.
Yeah.
But he couldn't build someone else's.
That's pretty fascinating, because I don't think I've ever really thought about the wrestling trade in sort of a pre or post way until you just laid it out, that he could watch your match and say, oh, you should have moved those pieces around like this and it would have worked better, as opposed to saying, hey guys, why don't you do it like this, just with a blank canvas, and that difference being such a critical difference.
Exactly.
Let's talk about 24/7. This is when, the company is sort of pre-network, and they're pushing out an on-demand video service to a lot of different cable systems. And now in this era, they just had a whole bunch of new cable systems sign up, including Cox Cable, which is a really big one.
You said Cox.
Oh my gosh. Listen, I got to tell you, I loved 24/7, and I loved some of the content they came up with, like Legends of the Round Table or whatever they called it. But it's, a semicircle of legends breaking down one particular topic, usually Mean Gene hosted. JR would be there a lot. Michael Hayes would be there a lot. Mike Graham, I think, was a staple. JJ Dillon was on some of those. Really, really fun stuff. Why don't you think, obviously the 24/7 service evolved. Why do you think maybe that particular format hasn't been brought to the network?
What, the format of 24/7? I think that is the network.
No, not that. I'm saying the roundtable discussions with the legends.
I think the different from Table for Three and different incarnations of it have been brought to the network, just not necessarily that one, roundtable deal. I loved it as well. I loved the whole 24/7 channel, and would just, you get lost in it. Kind of like you do the network now, when you do that deep dive and you start going through shit. It's like, holy cow.
What was interesting about the psychology of 24/7 is they put new content up every month, but they would also take out old content every month. So it really made it like appointment TV, where you were like, oh, I better hurry up and watch this. And I feel like sometimes on the network, we take for granted just how much stuff is there, but the whole add to and take away, where some of the stuff would age out, you're like, oh man, I better watch this before it's gone. I think that maybe changed the way I enjoyed the on-demand content.
Yeah, that's true too. And it's like you say, it made it appointment television and made it whatever date that was every month for you to go back and see, oh, what did they put up? And they would put it up like a new Legends, and then they would put up, the history of Florida Championship Wrestling, but they would do it on different days.
Right.
So you had to keep checking back and go back and see what else was new. And normally I would just wait until 5 or 6 days after, when everything they were going to put up was up. And then it's what you call binge watching. You're watching a binge, which means you watch it all at one time.
Is that your JR impression?
I don't know. That's a cross between JR and fucking, I don't know, Elmer Fudd.
Let's talk about The Rock. He does an interview here with Opie and Anthony, which once upon a time was a huge radio show, and it's on XM radio. And Rock is asked about his status with WWE, and he says that his contract lapsed, and he talked about being, quote, pissed off and, quote unquote, disappointed how WWE handled it, considering his family's long history with the company. And he said, even though I'd become this big movie star, I was always willing to come back and help him out in my free time. And they asked him if he's going to be at WrestleMania, and he says no. And then he hasn't talked to Vince in quite a while. this is interesting because WrestleMania is going Hollywood, and wrestling's biggest Hollywood star not going to be participating. Is this just everybody's got hurt feelings and their ass on their shoulders? Do you think Vince was ever going to reach out to Rock to be a part of this show?
I think it was just timing more than anything. And I don't know necessarily that Rock was even available. So it was probably all the above. And sometimes it's gets blown out of proportion when you've got a better story to tell. So that's where it was. And I don't know that Rock was even available for WrestleMania 21.
Vince does an interview with the Atlanta newspaper, and he talks about the state of the industry. And he says, professional wrestling isn't flying high through pop culture as it was during the late 90s. We're certainly not at our peak at the moment. Our business has always been one of ebb and flow, but not unlike any other entertainment business. When you look at the movie business, sometimes the studio have really good product and sometimes they don't. The same could be said for the arena business. It's been down across the board from concerts to family entertainment. So it becomes more competitive, and we're in competition with ourselves, whether it's other pay-per-view offerings or video games or things of that nature. We're in all of those platforms. And when you ask someone to bring their family, pay for parking, a hot dog, or a t-shirt, you're really talking about a lot of money. And we have to make certain that if someone goes that far and commits to the product, that they get their money's worth and then some. And it's not always an easy thing to do. I've always been fascinated when Vince talks about business when it's down, because we're all very familiar with the Mr. McMahon character and the bravado of, I held the fate of that company in my hands. And so sort of the Mr. McMahon, the conqueror persona, juxtaposed to, well, business isn't as great as it once was. The businessman. Talk to us a little bit about what you think his finger on the pulse of the future of WWE was in early 05 here.
Well, look, he's always got his finger on the pulse, and he's always looking several years down the road. So to be able to look and say, okay, here's where we are, and this is the ride. Here's the ride we're going to take, and look to the future. They're asking him to speak on today, and he's speaking on today and speaking on the past. But in Vince's head, he's always so far beyond it that when, little things come up like a dip in business that sidetracks him, that gets to be very frustrating, because you can't look at what are we going to do in 2010 here at this point. And that's where his head was.
One of the things that has often been discussed is, it's because, WWE doesn't have competition. They were at their best when they had competition. And in the same interview with the Atlanta newspaper, he would write, in some ways, I miss our great rivalry. We were both burning the candle at both ends, and it was a question of whose candle was going to burn out first. Because it was such an intense rivalry, both sets of talent were overexposed and overworked. At that pace, of course, someone's going to burn out. We couldn't really have a meeting of the minds. I couldn't have just called Ted and said, hey, let's slow down and both live for a while. That's antitrust, and you can't do that. Our country isn't based on that. It's based on competition. And there certainly was no goal by our company to be the sole survivor at this level of the business today. It just happened that way. As such, by being the only game in town, so to speak, it creates an awesome responsibility for us now. And he's saying all of this while, TNA is landing a deal with Fox Sports Net and is hopeful on landing a national television show. We know that's going to happen. That's definitely coming. Do you think Vince was not as, did Vince lose a step creatively? Was he less motivated without competition? It does feel like Vince is, if you guys were both going to not necessarily carpool somewhere, you're going to caravan somewhere, you're in your car and he's in his car, he's going to fucking get wherever y'all are going first, right?
Absolutely.
He's just competitive by nature. And so I wonder, does that sort of, when that goes dormant, does that part of his competitive nature and the creative juices that maybe come through that just go away?
No, he finds ways to compete with himself, and he finds ways to just look at what they've accomplished and go, okay, we need to beat that. So no, he'll always find ways to. Maybe it's not Ted Turner. Maybe now it's Paramount or Universal, and I've got to beat them. And he's always going to have something. He's always going to have a goal, and he's always going to have something to overcome, no matter what it is, or to invent, take to the next level.
Maybe
Just who he is.
Maybe the next competition is ECW, because the company is making great strides to build out the ECW One Night Stand reunion pay-per-view scheduled for June 12th in Manhattan. And there's been some competition pop up because Shane Douglas has announced that he's going to run an ECW reunion themed style show a day or two before in Philadelphia at the home of ECW, the former ECW arena. And they're going to call it Hardcore Homecoming. I really enjoyed both shows. It's the greatest wrestling weekend of my life. I managed to make it to both shows. Did you ever watch Hardcore Homecoming or have any interest in seeing it?
Can't say that I ever did.
Well,
And second question, no, I didn't have any interest in seeing it.
doesn't surprise me, I suppose. You're an ECW hater through and through.
I am not an ECW hater at all. I enjoyed the product that Paul Heyman put together, and I found it intriguing in the times that I would watch it. I didn't watch it all the time, but what I did see, I enjoyed.
Let's keep it moving here. We're going to talk about WrestleMania 21. We've, of course, got to talk about the marketing.
Nah, I hated it. Fuck it.
Let's talk about the marketing campaign. I think this WrestleMania, I don't think it's up for debate, has the best commercials in the history of any WrestleMania. And Wade Keller would say that they're spending more than $5 million in advertising to promote WrestleMania, to raise awareness for the pay-per-views, including putting the commercials on in 290 Regal cinemas in the top 25 markets. They're doing major ad buys on TV, radio, and of course, web markets. And this is a big deal because it hasn't always been something the company has done, but the idea that we're going quote unquote Hollywood and we're going to do all these Hollywood feature film spoofs and then run them before the movies start in movie theaters, that's fucking a no-brainer. I mean, great job by you guys from a promotional aspect.
Yeah, and it did do a lot for the awareness of the WWE. I don't know that it did a lot for the WrestleMania event itself, because there was no specific here's what we're doing. And they were excellent. They were some of the, I mean, to this day, people still talk about the Taxi Driver one with everybody. You talking to me?
You talking to me?
You talking to me?
You talking to me?
You talking to us?
Cut. Reframe.
Are you talking to me?
Talking to me?
俺に言ってんの?
So what am I saying?
Triple H with the Mel Gibson thing and Braveheart.
Sons of Scotland, I am Triple H. Now I've heard the stories. I'm 7 feet tall, and I defeat superstars by the hundreds. And if they were here, I would consume them with fireballs from my eyes and lightning from my arse.
JBL with a few good men. I mean, oh my God, they were expertly done. God, they were great.
Did you order the Bashams to interview?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers?
I think I'm entitled to them.
You want answers! I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
And
How about that Stacey
they were
Keibler
great
one?
awareness.
The Stacey Keibler one is worth another look, by the way.
She gave me a lot of pleasure.
You ever engage in any mixed tag activity?
Exactly what did you have in mind, Detective?
What about hardcore activity?
Depends on what you like.
How about sadomasochistic activity?
Oh, big time. Oh my God, yes. That was her. Sharon Stone was on the money.
Tremendous. And we're going to have some audio from some of those throughout the show here. Let's talk about Spike TV. This is big news. They've pulled out of negotiations with WWE which means USA Network is now the top candidate. So when the renewal comes up and the contract expires in the fall, that means Raw, after 5 years of being on Spike, which at the time was TNN, where ECW was, is going to have to move. And so will Velocity, Experience, and Heat. And at this point, USA Network is the only other cable network in serious negotiations. That is not a great spot to be, you know, when you've got multiple platforms and stations sort of negotiating, then you probably are prime for a good deal. But when you only have one offer, it's not exactly the strongest power play position to be in, right?
Well, you still had, I think that the only reason that TNN pulled out was because they realized that they weren't going to win. And the offers back and forth had already been made. So it was a point of negotiation where they're like, okay, well, we're not in this game anymore, and pulled out. It didn't change the fact that USA was still very interested, and that USA had already made an offer that was much more than what we were doing on Spike.
We should mention that the company's current deal with Spike is $28 million a year. They're looking for a $12 million bump. They want to get to $40 million. Instead, Spike decides to go a different direction, and they're going to add CSI New York, which is going to mean, I don't know, just a paradigm shift for them. We should mention a few weeks later, though, no stress, no press, no fuss, no muss. WWE's coming back to USA. In hindsight, was it a mistake to ever leave? I mean, we've talked a lot about Bonnie Hammer here on the show and what a great relationship you guys had, not only when the show first launches, but through the height of the Attitude Era, the late 90s. She would sort of let you guys get away with some things when you were battling with WCW. And it feels like, for whatever reason, there was a grass is greener type feel. And now, of course, we know Raw is back where it always was, USA even today.
I think at that time that it was probably one of the best things that we ever did was leave, because USA had taken us for granted. And when we asked for more money at the time, they looked at it as, where are you going to go?
Right.
We've been your home for all this time. You're not going to go to any Turner properties, and who else can do it? And that's when Spike stepped up. TNN at the time stepped up and said, we'll do it. And they paid more than what USA, it was all business move. So that just increased our worth, because after leaving, now all of a sudden USA realizes that, hey, wait a minute, we're no longer the number one cable company. And what changed? Well, what changed was WWE had moved on and they had gone over to Spike. So USA realized and saw the light, if you will, how valuable that property was. So when it came back time and contracts were up for negotiation, they were in those negotiations, and they didn't want to lose out again, because we had built it together, and, you know, one without the other wasn't as strong.
They do a press release with reps from WWE and NBC Universal talking about how excited they were. USA Network President Bonnie Hammer would write, "I'm thrilled to be back in business again with Vince and Linda McMahon. I led the USA team that helped grow Raw into a true pop phenomenon, and it's great to welcome it home." And Linda McMahon would say, "We're very happy to be returning to USA Network, where we experienced some of our greatest successes, and to NBC, where we had tremendous success with our series of late night specials, Saturday Night's Main Event in the 1980s. It's a big deal to have them back here, and it's a 3-year contract." Wade Keller is going to have a report about John Laurinaitis. He would write, "His current good standing with Stephanie is, quote, Steph still sees John as the golden boy, whereas Vince sees through it. It might be because John was never around before Steph was a boss, so he treats her with respect, whereas others still see her as daddy's girl on a high horse." You know, that's something that you've talked about a little bit in older episodes, that it was a challenge for some of the office personnel, perhaps yourself included once upon a time, when you knew her as the little girl that you used to, you know, see over at the McMahon compound. And now she's a player. What was her relationship like with John Laurinaitis in this era? And what can you tell us about Stephanie sort of coming into her own as an executive in the company?
Well, I think that, John was new and John didn't, hadn't had that relationship before. So John coming in, John was just doing his job. And again, it was the most thankless job in the company,
right?
In talent relations. Everything falls on you and everything's your fault. So John was just doing his job. And a lot of that was dealing with Steph and the creative at that time. But again, you look at everything that Steph has done, and especially now, it was all new then. It was all brand new. And like anything else, people would sit back and go, oh my God, they don't understand. You got to earn your stripes. You're new. You're 4 years old. You're 4 years in the company. Well, a part of that is true. You forget about the other 25 years living the life of the company and being surrounded by it her entire life. So for someone with, let's say, 8 to 10 year veteran in the company, and this kid comes in that, they're only there because they're in the family, they forget about the experience and the education that they received at the foot of the people making those decisions for their entire life, and how all those decisions affected their entire life. So I'll take that experience over the Harvard graduate any day of the week. And that's just life. I think that's human nature and how people look at things sometimes, without the realistic look of, okay, well, maybe give them a chance, and just because they're young doesn't mean they're stupid.
Let's talk about Steve Austin. He makes an appearance on ESPN radio to promote WrestleMania 22. And he talks about his favorite opponent being Ricky Steamboat in WCW and Bret Hart in the WWF. And they're talking about sort of a dream match scenario. And they bring up him versus Hulk Hogan. He says it would have been a clash of styles, but he says he would have loved to have wrestled Andre the Giant. And then he says he regrets not having a chance to wrestle Goldberg, but the timing just never worked out for them. And I do think those are probably two of the matches that fans talked about the most. While both Goldberg and Austin were up and running hard in the late 90s, that was the dream match. But then later, once the sun had sort of set on Austin's career, I think a lot of people started to talk about Hulk Hogan and Stone Cold as a perhaps dream match. If you had to book one of those, which one do you think would have made the most sense and created the most magic?
Hogan and Austin, and who else?
Hogan and Austin, or Austin Goldberg?
Wow, I would have said Austin Goldberg.
I had a feeling you would say that. And Austin has pretty consistently said the same thing, that he felt like the Hogan match wouldn't have worked. It just would have been a styles clash type thing. And, some of us fans, we don't really follow what that means. Sort of verbalize why you would prefer Goldberg Austin over.
Because Austin and Goldberg both were the guys that came in their respective places to become the top guy. Hogan had been the top guy. You know what I mean? He was the man. He was a standard bearer for a long time. And Steve and Bill came in for their respective companies and became the top guy and became the hottest thing in the company. And I think that was just a more natural selection. Not that I wouldn't have wanted to see Steve and Hogan. I just think that at the time that the more intriguing match would have been Austin and Goldberg, because they were the hottest at the same time. They'd been on the same kind of trajectory in the same time frame. I think it would have been more interesting.
Let's talk about the Hall of Fame class. It goes down, of course, the night before WrestleMania 21. It's a big class, man. We got the Iron Sheik going in. Sergeant Slaughter's going to induct him. Nikolai Volkov is going in. He's inducted by Jim Ross. Hall Orndorff will be inducted by Bobby Heenan. Jimmy Hart will be inducted by Jerry Lawler. Bob Orton will be inducted by his son Randy. Roddy Piper will be inducted by Ric Flair. And the main event, man, Hulk Hogan inducted by Sylvester Stallone. Pretty big class here. What do you remember about the WrestleMania 21 Hall of Fame ceremony?
Well, it was probably one of the most star-studded classes when you look at the time frame of 1984 to about 1986, 1987. This was the all-star class. This was, the original WrestleMania guys. This was the first action figures. These were the guys that when everything exploded, they were on every cover. They were the ones that everybody was talking about. So it just was a pretty damn good logical class from the same time frame of bringing everybody up. And I think to the fan that was watching in 1984, Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling and the whole Cyndi Lauper, Wendy Richter, all that shit. This was the time. These were the guys. These were the ones that were there doing it and that you always remembered. So, to me, it was a pretty damn cool class.
It was a great class. Let's get to WrestleMania 21. Before we do, we should talk about those commercials, I guess. Forrest Gump is going to be featuring Eugene playing the role of Tom Hanks. William Regal's going to make a cameo here. Braveheart will feature Triple H playing Mel Gibson's role, William Wallace, with Ric Flair making a cameo. Basic Instinct, which we plugged earlier, is Stacy Keibler playing the Sharon Stone character, along with Benoit, Jericho, and Christian playing the roles of the interrogators, and Mae Young and Fabulous Moolah make a cameo. Pulp Fiction features Eddie Guerrero and Booker T in the old.
That one was awesome too.
A Few Good Men is John Cena and JBL playing Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson, and Jonathan Coachman makes a cameo there. Dirty Harry has The Undertaker playing the role of Clint Eastwood. When Harry Met Sally has Kurt Angle and Christy Hemme playing Billy Crystal and Meg Ryan, and Linda McMahon makes a cameo. And then Taxi Driver has Heidenreich, Batista, Shawn Michaels, Rey Mysterio, Shelton Benjamin, the Bashams, the Big Show, Candice Michelle, Carlito, Tajiri, Orlando Jordan, Joy, Gene Snitsky, Paul London, Taz, Chavo, Hardcore Holly, Molly Holly, and Michael Cole, all doing Robert De Niro's old You Talking to Me. The Gladiator opening is Steve Austin playing the role of Russell Crowe. And this is, in my opinion, and I know you said maybe it didn't sell the most pay-per-views because they're not really doing a big call to action. But as far as branding for the company, this is about as good as anything you guys ever did, I think.
Yeah, I thought they were absolutely excellent. Like I said, to this day, people still talk about those commercials. They talk about the commercials. They don't talk about the event.
Yeah. And the event is such a fucking sleeper, man. And I don't know why, but good Lord, what a great show this was. Before the pay-per-view, there's a 30-man interpromotional battle royal. Booker T is going to win, last eliminating Chris Masters. And then the show opens with this awesome open. And then Lillian Garcia sings America the Beautiful. Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler are going to introduce the show. They go to the Spanish announce team, followed by Michael Cole and Taz. And then we do like a highlight montage of all of these movie spoofs. And of course the Steve Austin Gladiator open. But then maybe one of the best matches to ever open a WrestleMania. I loved it. It's Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero. And you want to start the show with a bang, put these guys in here and give them some time. They've got 12 minutes to put on quite the show. 2 3/4 stars. This is some big talent here in the opening match. And Eddie Guerrero was in the ring when the final curtain fell at WrestleMania 20, celebrating with his pal Chris Benoit. They're both world champions. Fast forward 1 year and he's in the first match on the show, but he made it happen. I love this match.
It was a great match, and it was a perfect way to open up that show because it set the tone for it. And you had two of the greatest in there battling with great story, and it made sense. I thought it was excellent.
Wade would say good match, but for a 4-hour pay-per-view, it really lost an opportunity and a great disappointment that they didn't let them go at least 18 minutes. There were a couple of shaky moments in the match, Guerrero afterwards almost seemed to be legitimately disappointed in the match, not just selling the storyline effect of losing. Still, it was really good in spots. He gave it 2 3/4. I think it's better than that. Maybe it's just because I love these guys so much, but when I saw that they're the opening match, I got really excited and into this. And after the match, we go backstage and we see JBL and Orlando Jordan walking, and they are talking about beating up John Cena later. And then they bump into Triple H and Ric Flair. So now you've got the two champion heels bumping into each other. And Hunter sarcastically says, "Oh, look, the wrestling god. What a joke." And they're going back and forth about who's really the better man. And we'll see who's the champ later tonight. And the crowd actually gets into it a little bit when, Flair gets in Jordan's face and says, "Woo." So it's a nice way to sort of end the segment. The crowd pops on this, but what's the purpose of having the two sort of heel champions bump into each other and maybe they have an issue with each other too?
Well, the beauty of it is that we had split shows. You had Raw roster and a SmackDown roster that didn't really cross. And pay-per-view was the only time that the two sides, and especially a WrestleMania, that the two sides would ever come together. So it's a way to rub brands up against one another, and there's just natural competition. The AFC and the NFC, and this was SmackDown and Raw. So you get your two champions together, and the fact they were both heels, and the fact that they both had advisors, if you will, with them. It was just a natural setting, natural occurrence.
Next up, we see Adam Sandler and Rob Schneider in the crowd. And then it's time for quite the match, my friends. Second match on this show, the original Money in the Bank ladder match. The idea for this match was introduced by Chris Jericho, who would propose a 6-man ladder match for the event, in which the winner would receive a contract for a world title match at a time and place of his choosing. The Raw GM at the time, Eric Bischoff, then books the match at WrestleMania 21. And according to Jericho, the first idea was a submission match between Edge, Jericho, and Benoit, and then a ladder match with the other wrestlers. What do you remember about this? Was this a pivot? The original idea was Edge, Jericho, and Benoit, and then everybody else was in a ladder match, and then somehow the Money in the Bank was born?
I think that, I want to say it was Michael Hayes, and I don't, but don't hold me to that. I can already hear Brian Gewirtz, or as I would say, Brian Gerwitz, telling me, "No, Bruce, damn it. It was so-and-so's." But to my recollection, I remember Michael Hayes pitching, because Michael Hayes would always pitch somebody going off of some 18,000 story building and doing a triple moonsault, quadruple double flip, Fernum Snavitz into the gizim. And so it just evolved. It just evolved into a what if. What if there was a contract hanging above the ring, and instead of a contract, you put it in a briefcase, and all this shit that just evolved from all these different ideas of ladder matches. What could be up there? If you don't have a championship, what else could be up there? And you've seen different versions of, checks hanging up there, contracts hanging up there, on a clipboard type thing. And it was just a different way to do the same match.
This match is unbelievable. Edge, Shelton Benjamin, Chris Jericho, Christian, Kane, and Chris Benoit. And man, I forget how fucking talented Shelton Benjamin is. The rest of these guys, we know what their resumes are. They're all going to be world champions and bona fide Hall of Famers, et cetera, et cetera. But man, Shelton Benjamin looked like just a natural at everything he did. And this match is just unbelievable, especially when you realize it's the very first one. 15 minutes and 10 seconds, 4.5 stars. Of course, Edge grabs the chair at the very end, smashes Benoit in the shoulder with it. They'd been working on a shoulder the entire time. Benoit selling it in great misery. Edge climbs the ladder, yanks it down. And we know that Edge winning here, his cash in is going to be something extra special. But good Lord, I hadn't seen this one in a long time. And this was fantastic. I mean, sure, there's been maybe more spectacular spots since, but knowing this was the first one and all this Hall of Fame talent, really, really great stuff. Can't recommend it enough. I think everybody should go find time to watch this one today.
Yeah, and it was excellent. And you look at everybody that was in the damn thing and how they shined throughout. You had Kane there as the big man to do the big man spots, and everybody else played their role to perfection. So this was one of those perfect storms where everybody made a difference in the match.
What is interesting to me though is, I mean, let's run through the talent again. Edge, we know we've seen him in TLC matches. Shelton Benjamin, he could have a match on Mars and he'd be fine. Chris Jericho, we know he's a high flyer and can do all kinds of stuff. Christian, again, a TLC veteran. Chris Benoit, sort of like Chris Jericho, put him anywhere and he's going to fit. But Kane is sort of the weird, which one of these is not like the other, but for whatever reason, it makes sense here.
It does. And that was the point. It was, everybody said that too. Goddamn, Kane can't do all of those things. That's the beauty of it all. What's Kane going to do? What advantage does Kane have? And the advantage that Kane has was he was the big fucking powerful monster that'll just plow through people and he'll, stack people up to get to the Money in the Bank, whatever it is. But yes, he did fit in the fact that he didn't fit.
It's weird how all those pieces fit together. And what's even more weird is how we get a WrestleMania moment from something that's not even scheduled. As soon as this match is over, Eugene just walks to the ring to zero reaction and stutters on the mic and says, I can't believe I'm at WrestleMania. And of course the crowd is getting into the Eugene character a little bit. And he says his favorite moment is when King Kong Bundy body slammed. And again, folks, this is a different time, body slammed a midget. And he said, good and bad midgets formed an army and attacked Bundy, and midgets are awesome. WrestleMania is awesome. And then Muhammad Hassan and Daivari come to the ring in their full gear and they're ranting about not being a part of WrestleMania and say they're going to make their own WrestleMania moment. They attack Eugene, put him in the camel clutch, and then Real American starts playing and the fucking arena melts. Here comes Hulk Hogan in the full gear, red and yellow. Just outstanding moment here. That's not on the books, not scheduled, just the coolest of cool surprises. And I kind of forgot this even happened. And we did a Daivari episode or a Muhammad Hassan episode not that long ago. But when the Eugene thing happened, I'm like, man, what are they doing with this? And then when it hit, man, I was 10 years old again. Fantastic WrestleMania moment.
Goosebumps, yes. Because you look at it, and with the exception of the time in the NWO, for Hulk to be back and doing all this again, it was just magic.
Tremendous.
People wanted it. They wanted him so bad, and they got it.
Go out of your way to see it. Such a cool moment. Goosebumps, like you said. Next up, something that I kind of forget again had even happened. Randy Orton and The Undertaker. The feud first starts on March 7th when Orton challenges Undertaker to a match at WrestleMania, and he's calling it the Legend versus the Legend Killer. And Orton says he's been inspired by superstar Billy Graham, who encouraged him to, quote, go where no wrestler has gone before. And 3 days later, Undertaker accepts Orton's challenge. On the March 14th Raw, during the highlight reel from Chris Jericho's segment, Jake Roberts attempts to give Orton advice about his match with The Undertaker, but he gets an RKO for his trouble. On the March 17th episode of SmackDown, we have the contract signing between Teddy Long and Eric Bischoff, the general managers of SmackDown and Raw respectively. The Undertaker immediately signs the contract, but before Orton signs, he cuts a promo on The Undertaker saying he has nothing but respect for him, and then claims that a legend of The Undertaker will become a myth when 12-0 becomes 12-1. He slaps The Undertaker and flees the ring, and then the arena fills with smoke. He doesn't sign the contract. The next week, Orton turns heel officially, in case you weren't sure, and hits an RKO on Stacy Keibler, who's his girlfriend at the time. And he starts taunting The Undertaker the next few weeks. And on the go home edition of SmackDown, on our way to WrestleMania here, Orton's father, Cowboy Bob Orton, is going to beg The Undertaker to have mercy on Orton. It proves to be a setup though, because The Undertaker gets attacked by Randy and nailed with an RKO. So the stage is set here, legend versus legend killer. They get plenty of time, 14 minutes and 6 seconds, 3.25 stars. You already know the verdict. The Undertaker gets the win. Wade would say, well executed and a nice tease by Orton with the tombstone at the end. It had the methodical pace of an Undertaker match early on, but it was never boring. And I got to tell you, there's such a cool moment in this that I didn't remember until I watched it back this week. The Undertaker goes for the choke slam, and somehow Randy turns it into an RKO, and the crowd just loses their mind thinking, oh my God, that's it. Of course he kicks out, and then he teases that he's going to go for the tombstone. That's right. Randy Orton is going to tombstone the Undertaker. Of course, the Undertaker reverses it, and that's the finish. I love the match. I love the finish. This might actually be, besides the Shawn Michaels stuff, my favorite Undertaker WrestleMania match, maybe.
The whole story going into Randy and the legend killer. And to me, when you talk about the Undertaker's streak, this is where the streak really picked up steam.
Yeah.
Because Randy made such an issue out of, I'm going to be the one to end that streak. I'm going to be the one to give you that one. And there's nothing else left to say to it. I thought the match was great. I thought the story was excellent. And these two guys, please, best in the business.
Let me ask, is it true that, that Michael Hayes is the guy who first realized the Undertaker had never lost? I don't know. He's never told me that, but I've just heard somebody, it may have even been you.
Me.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was Michael Hayes.
Where he just says randomly, hey, did you know that Taker ain't never lost at WrestleMania?
I don't even know why we're talking. The Taker ain't never lost. Now I'm doing a little bit John Paul Shellnut too there. What the fuck am I doing here? Hey, Taker ain't never lost not once. I got to tell you a funny story. I got a sidebar here.
Please do.
Okay. So this week's been crazy, all this shit. And April 1st, which I didn't even realize what the date was, but anyway, 4 days ago, a lot of things are going down. And in the middle of my morning and all this stuff, I'm texting with Michael Hayes. And I'm going back and forth with Michael Hayes on some different issues. And it starts at like 10:30 in the morning. And then at about 4 o'clock, after it has subsided a little bit, I get a text. And the text reads, hey, is this April Fool's? I mean, it was all very serious business shit and about a lot of things happening and going on. And after 6 hours, Michael fucking, hey, is this April Fool's? I'm like, no, dude, I wish it was, but just work with me here. And it just tickled me. That's all. It just tickled me.
Well, it's funny. Thank you for sharing. We like when you share on the show.
Well, I ain't gonna do it anymore then. Fuck you.
We hate it. Don't you do it again.
Okay. So anyway, I got another one for you.
Next up,
go ahead.
We've got two ladies here doing their best to follow what a great show we've had so far. I feel bad for anybody who's got to follow anything so far, and it's just going to continue to get better. But next up is Trish Stratus and Christy Hemme. Christy's going to have Lita in her corner. They don't get a lot of time, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Trish gets the win, and it gets half a star. The write-up would say they did a nice job making as best they could the fact that Christy had no business being in the ring on this big of a stage at this point in her career. It looked like Christy was a rookie, but Trish was enough of a pro to make it watchable. Half a star. You know, we know that Trish is going to have a much better match the next year with Mickie James, but Christy Hemme, very, very new to the wrestling game here. And now she's in such a big stage, probably a lot of big show jitters here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think so. And it was fine for what it was, but unfortunately it was there. It was a breakup match. So you could put it out there anywhere. It's just kind of, you're coming off of a hot Randy Orton Undertaker match. Let's give them a breather for a second, because what's coming up next, you ain't going to be able to breathe.
Up next, what is not the main event, but might as well be, it's Shawn Michaels and Kurt Angle. At the Royal Rumble, a couple of months prior to this, Kurt Angle would attack Shawn Michaels after Shawn eliminated him from the Rumble. Now they're on different brands. Shawn's on Raw, Kurt's on SmackDown. The next month at No Way Out, Angle loses a number one contender match to John Cena, which costs him the spot in the SmackDown main event at WrestleMania. And the next night on Raw, Michaels tells the GM that, inform Kurt Angle that he is challenging him to a match at WrestleMania. On the February 28th Raw, Shawn would defeat Edge in a street fight, and then Angle would attack Shawn and accept his challenge. On the next edition of SmackDown, Shawn would attack Angle in the ring, and they fight until security breaks him up. And then Angle starts to claim that he's better than Michaels and says he can prove it. And he could do everything that Michaels has, but faster. And then he wins a ladder match, mocking Shawn Michaels' match from WrestleMania 10. And he challenges Marty Jannetty, of course, Shawn's former tag team partner, to a match. He wins because Marty taps out. And then, of course, the famous bit that we've talked about before on both the Sherry episode and the Angle episode. He gets Shawn's former manager, Sensational Sherry, to do a spoof of Sexy Boy, his old theme song, but it's
just a sexy boy, sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy, boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy, sexy boy. Hot, wet, dripping on it. What do you say? I got a brand new record that I gotta play. She says, not now, boy, but I did it anyway, 'cause I'm ready. Spend my days working hard on the go with the hands on the clock. Keep spinning too slow, 'cause I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight.
WrestleMania Jukebox Edition. Sexy Kurt, man. I watched this back this week. I laughed all over again. Him coming to the ring with the cut up t-shirt like Shawn and the chaps on like Shawn, and doing the whole get on my knees and talk to God for a minute and throw my hands in the air, and all the pyro goes off. And then he does the big pose. Really tremendous stuff here. Of course, at the end of this spoof with Sherry, as she's getting all emotional watching the highlights, he pushes her down, gives her the ankle lock. Remarkable stuff. Angle would also interfere in Shawn Michaels' match against Muhammad Hassan on the go home Raw before WrestleMania, which resulted in Michaels, of course, getting a win by DQ. But these guys had the longest match on the show. I think it's the longest match. They had plenty of time. Really, really a remarkable outing. I'm such a fan of this match. I didn't even remember how great this match was until I saw it back here. And I know I just said this about The Undertaker, maybe this being the show with my favorite match of his besides the one with Shawn, but I think this is maybe Shawn's forgotten great WrestleMania performance. I feel like when people talk about Shawn Michaels and WrestleMania, they either talk about his match at 10 with Razor, or they talk about the crazy stuff with The Undertaker, or maybe they even talk about what we just saw last night again with Ric Flair at WrestleMania 24. But dude, this one, how good was this match?
It was excellent. And this goes from a period where Kurt Angle was the man, and Kurt Angle was the guy that everybody wanted to work with. But then at the same time, some people didn't want to work with him. They thought, well, he can have matches with certain people. Kurt could work with anybody and everybody and make them look great. So Kurt was the man. Shawn had been the man. It was another example of taking the two best from the respective eras and putting them together. Didn't disappoint a lick. It made you remember why Shawn Michaels is the greatest of all time, and it made you understand why Kurt Angle couldn't be touched in his era at that time.
Really remarkable stuff. Go out of your way to see it. Wade gives it 4.5 stars. I don't even know what we're debating at this point. To me, this is as close to 5 as you can get. Really a remarkable outing. He would write.
What if it was in the Tokyo Dome?
Come on. He says, excellent match. It was a tad bit ordinary
That's
early
fair.
on with the long mat work that wasn't particularly innovative. Great second half and the incredible intensity by both, leading to a tap out. Angle failing to kick out during one near fall hurt the match a bit. 4.5 stars. They get a lot of time, as I said, 27 minutes, 16 seconds. They start with a lot of mat wrestling, and then they get to all the spectacular stuff. They're really keying in on the fact that you, as a longtime wrestling fan, know that Shawn has had some back issues. They're trying to put each other through tables and just all sorts of innovative stuff. A tremendous story. And the Kurt Angle moonsault that misses. And then when Shawn goes to the top rope and then it becomes a top rope angle slam, just one highlight after another. Tremendous stuff. Kurt Angle gets the win. Shawn has no problem cementing Kurt Angle's legacy at this point. I think this is probably Kurt Angle's best WrestleMania match ever. I think on the WWE Network, Kurt even says this is the best match he ever had. Certainly his best WrestleMania match. Would you agree?
Yes, followed by the one that he had the year before with Eddie Guerrero, which was one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's a great
one. So yes,
but this one to me, I don't know why, I like it better. But after such a emotional investment like that, and such high intensity, you need something to sort of break it up. And what better than a Piper's Pit? Roddy Piper's going to come out and ask who the baddest guy in the company ever was. And he's going to say bullshit when the crowd is chanting Austin. And of course, you know what that means. Here comes Austin. He's wearing a t-shirt that says Unleash Hell. He's saluting the fans with the double middle fingers. They're going back and forth about who the biggest rebel is. And suddenly Carlito's music interrupts him. Piper is not anxious, to meet with Carlito. You can tell he's revving high here, and even says, "You look like alfalfa." Cool little moment here. Obviously, you know, there's going to be stunners all around here. What'd you think of, I mean, this is a great way to use Piper, a great way to use Steve Austin, but also a cool way to show a modern heel and sort of give him the rub a little bit from two all-time greats.
Yeah. And the fact that Roddy got to be Roddy, and I loved Roddy's line and said something along the lines of, "Hey, son, I was at WrestleMania before they had numbers." It all made sense. And it was a very nice homecoming for Hot Rod after the Hall of Fame the night before, and to share that stage with someone like Steve. And as crazy as it sounds, even for Steve, I think it was a great rub to be with Hot Rod. So two of the greatest of all times as far as heel and babyface go. And it helped Carlito a ton too. But it was fun, and it was one of those moments of holy shit that you didn't expect, that blew you out of the water.
Well, next up, a spectacle. You've often used that word here on the show, an attraction, a spectacle. Well, that's what this was, whatever you want to call it. I can't believe this is real, but Cole and Taz have to stall for a few minutes while they set up the first ever WWE sumo match. It's Big Show and Akibono. They're going to take the ropes down. They're going to put a mat cover with a sumo circle drawn on it. They're both wearing traditional sumo trunks. They've got a Rikishi level amount of skin showing here. And, yeah, Akibono gets the win very, very quickly. What'd you make of this?
Yep, that happened.
I mean, I guess in theory, you're looking for something on paper that, hey, let's have a big attraction and something special, but nobody really knows, in this crowd anyway, probably much about sumo. And if they do, they think it's ridiculous that Big Show would have an opportunity against Akibono. And I don't know, it's a little weird, but it is a spectacle.
Yeah. And I think that more over was the attraction of what is a sumo guy going to do with a 7-foot giant. And of course, Akibono being a monster himself, but that was the intrigue of what's going to happen to take this, and people not knowing a whole lot about sumos other than they're really big. How do they fare against a 7-foot monster, a giant? So that was the attraction. It wasn't, going off the Akibono name or anything like that. It just was a fun thing. And then the thought of Big Show being in the sumo gimmick and everything was also intriguing. You didn't like that part? His butt was out.
Yeah. Michael Cole says Big Show deserves credit for even accepting Akibono's challenge in this style of a match. Of course, they shake hands afterwards, and Big Show's music plays. Wade would say It didn't even feel like a cool novelty. It was just lousy and didn't do anything for WWE, WrestleMania, or Big Show, other than perhaps getting WWE some extra pub in Japan. Is this a Vince McMahon idea? Was he the one who was really pushing for this? What did that sound like?
Yeah, Vince liked it. It was, God damn, he's huge. You get that moment, and it wasn't meant to be a classic fucking 18-star Tokyo Korakuen Hall Dome fucking match. It was an attraction. It was to let people up and give them something different from everything that they've seen all night long. They've seen matches all night. This is different.
Next up, the WWE World Title match. JBL defending against John Cena. Let's sort of set the stage. At No Way Out, John Cena defeated Kurt Angle, as we said, to earn the spot in the SmackDown main event. During that same show, we would see JBL successfully defend the world title against Big Show in a barbed wire steel cage match. And as a result of Cena's win, he starts a feud with JBL and his cabinet. And on the February 24th SmackDown, Cena and Big Show would defeat JBL and Orlando Jordan. The following week, JBL cuts a promo on Cena, insults him, and Cena defends his U.S. title against Jordan. Jordan wins the match after the Basham brothers distracted the referee, and JBL hits Cena with the WWE title. Then they blow up Cena's customized U.S. title and replace it with the original one. Later that night, Cena brings a steel lead pipe to the ring with him and orders JBL to come out and fight him, only to have Teddy Long make his way to the ring and inform Cena he has to wait until WrestleMania. And then Cena says, if you're not a part of the solution, you're a part of the problem. And you know what that means. So Cena nails Teddy Long with the FU, and he's thrown out of the arena. And during JBL's match, he returns and attacks the cabinet. And the next week, Teddy announces that if Cena lays a hand on JBL apart from in a match, he's going to lose his WrestleMania match. And then they have a 6-man tag with John Cena and the tag champs, which is Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio. And they're going to defeat JBL and the Bashams. But Cena has to stop himself from attacking JBL after the bell. And later on SmackDown, we would see Long clarify that if JBL provokes John Cena, then Cena can retaliate. So Cena is attempting to provoke JBL, vandalizing his limousine, spray painting FU on JBL's shirt, etc., etc. On the go home edition of SmackDown before WrestleMania, JBL would interrupt Cena's match with Carlito, and Cena would have him arrested for vandalism. And once Cena was handcuffed, JBL nailed him with a low blow and ended the show by leaving Cena laying. And so here we are. Orlando Jordan is in JBL's corner as he's going to try to defend his title against John Cena. They get 11 minutes and 18 seconds. Of course, John Cena gets the win. Not the best match ever. Gets a 1.25 stars. Wade Keller would say, not a terrible match for second on the card, but a huge disappointment that it was a very, very basic stuff throughout, where the heel dominated the face until a largely mundane comeback by Cena that got the mediocre crowd response it deserved. Cena did not look like a star, and the ending of JBL's long title reign should have felt like a bigger deal. I do think that's worth mentioning. Even in the promo that he was cutting with Triple H earlier in the show, JBL said, I'm the only world champion in wrestling history to never lose, which is pretty funny because this is his first world title run and he hasn't lost it yet. And he says, go have fun out there losing for the 10th time or something like that to Triple H. So a nice little feather in the cap for JBL, a fun little twist on the words, but he is like the longest reigning company champion here for a long, long time. JBL is. And when it finally happens, it's not the last match on the show. It's not the best match on the show, but it does happen. Why didn't this one click more? I mean, obviously you get where you wanted to be. You wanted to make Cena the man. You did, but it doesn't feel like it was as special as it could have been, maybe.
Well, I thought it did click, and I thought that they did exactly what they set out to do, and that was to give John the ball to go to the next level. And that's what it was designed for. And was it, to the wrestling purist who wants to see 9 million high spots and all that other shit, was it that? Nope. Wasn't meant to be either. It was meant to be John anointing John Cena. So JBL, to be clear, anointing John Cena and making Cena the guy and putting him in the position to be the man. So to that, it accomplished it, and I thought it was a good match. I like both guys, so maybe I'm prejudiced, but to me, it told the story, and that's what's important. The story was told, and it was told in a good way.
Next up, we get highlight clips from the Hall of Fame ceremony, and then Gene Okerlund introduces the class. Pretty cool little moment to give everybody a chance to come out and wave one last time to the crowd, including another appearance from Hulk Hogan. And we see a shot of his family ringside. Of course, Nick's there and Brooks there and his wife Linda at the time. Pretty cool moment to see them all out there. And then our main event, the world title match, Triple H defending against Batista. This has been a long time coming. Of course, Evolution was such a big part of the story for so long. And you probably recall Randy Orton won the world title, and then the next night after SummerSlam was kicked out of Evolution. But Batista still hangs around Ric Flair and Triple H, but he's had lots of suspicions, and we start to see even the crowd be in on it when we overhear Triple H and Ric Flair making plans against Batista, and we zoom out and we see that Batista overheard it too. So now we all know. So when he finally has to announce after he wins the Royal Rumble which title he's going after, he's coming after Triple H, they are just bananas. So the stage has been set for a long time, but especially late January to now, this is some of the best storytelling in this era, is it not?
Yeah, I thought it was great. And on both sides, from Raw and SmackDown, everybody had a story, and there was a culmination here at WrestleMania. But during the build for Batista and Triple H, there was such a groundswell of people. Come on, Dave. God, can't you see it, Dave? You've got to beat him. They felt it. They saw it. They thought they led it. And that's the mark of a good story. When the audience is ahead of it a little bit and the audience feels that they are a part of it and they helped you along the way. Just great. And this was, again, the anointing of Batista and making Dave Batista a player and putting him up in that elite pack.
Really, really remarkable stuff. The storytelling is outstanding. The match isn't bad either. 2.25 stars. It's not the best match, but it accomplishes what we need. Batista is now your world champ in 21 minutes and 32 seconds. Wade would write, obviously he follows with a Batista bomb, makes the cover for the win. And then Batista lets out a barbaric yell. Fireworks shot off as Batista stared at his newly won title. Above average match, not great, but passable as a WrestleMania main event. WrestleMania felt like a destination a little bit for the world title matches. Like, we know that John Cena is going to be the guy. And it's an okay story to get there, but this is a real conclusion to a long story. And it feels like maybe the story's not over with these two, because this is just sort of step one. It made sense to me that the Triple H and Batista would close the show. Was anything else ever considered to close the show?
I think Cena and JBL was considered as well, but at the same time, it was, to me, could have been a coin toss. So, the Batista one, they closed the show and it was what it was, but I think it could have been either or in my book.
Well, you just sort of heard me rattle off the results of this show. If you had to go back and pick one, which match in this show stood out the most to you?
Well, the best match by far was Angle and Kurt.
Sure.
Angle and Kurt. If you could only pull that off, what a fucking match that would be.
He wrestled himself.
Shawn and Kurt.
Sure.
By all means was the best match of the night and truly great. But again, just for personal reasons and the build all the way through, knowing where we are today, was Cena and JBL.
Really remarkable stuff. There's so much great storytelling involved with the build for Kurt Angle and Shawn, the build for Batista and Triple H, the build for Undertaker and Randy Orton. For that matter, even the build with Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero. They were tag champs and now they're taking on each other and it's the opening match. And what a great card you've got when that's your opening match. I think it's maybe the most underrated WrestleMania ever. And I hope you enjoyed hearing Bruce's take on it. We let you guys ask some questions several days ago on Twitter. If you'd like to ask questions about our next show, it's at Prichard Show on Twitter. Just throw us a follow there, and somewhere pinned to the top in the next few days, you'll see our next topic at Prichard Show on Twitter. Bruce, let's do some of these rapid fire. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Jeff wants to know, was Undertaker hesitant to be a part of the introduction video package? Doesn't seem like something he'd do, considering he's very protective of his character. Of course, what Jeff is referencing is the Hollywood spoof of him as Dirty Harry.
No, he embraced it. It's cool as shit.
Charlie Thrower writes, in a previous episode, you talked about Lemmy and Regal sharing a limo. Can you share any other stories of Motorhead's involvement with the company?
I think that, well, there was one, and Triple H likes to tell this story about when they were doing the entrance for Triple H's music, and they were coming up with that song, and Lemmy didn't feel that the band was grasping the attitude of the song, and he had to show them. He goes, "This is the fucking attitude," and he would show the entrances of Triple H and the spitting the water and just show clips of Triple H beating the fuck out of people, and he was like, "Hey, mate, that's the fucking attitude." And as Lemmy would tell the story, he goes, and then the band got it right away. But not seeing what they were, time to play the game and all that shit, they didn't. They were like just playing. And he says, "No, this is what we're playing for. This is what the fuck we're doing." And once they saw the footage, then they got it. Lemmy was an intense dude, man.
I never heard this, but we do have questions here from a fellow named Brad. Were Sting or Randy Savage ever discussed for being a part of WrestleMania 21 here?
I'm sure Sting probably was at some point. I don't know about Randy, but I'm sure Sting was.
James O'Malley writes, is it true that Undertaker was ready for Randy Orton to take the streak? I hadn't heard that before.
Randy would definitely be someone that we did talk about and say, okay, if someone was going to do it, this is some young guy on his way up that would deserve it. And Randy was definitely considered for that.
Lots of questions about who helped put together the sort of Hollywood style vignettes. Do you remember who all was involved in that process and who deserves the credit for some of that magic?
Oh God, that was like Chamber, Panucci, and just a bunch of the guys at the studio that came up with that.
Were any of the guys hesitant or give you any pushback to doing it, or was everybody really excited with the idea? Do you recall?
From my recollection, I think everybody went into it, like, okay, this is different, especially with the taxi driver stuff. Like, what the fuck am I doing? But once they saw and they got the vision, there were people that were pissed off they weren't involved in it.
Lots of questions about Edge winning the Money in the Bank. Of course, we know it's become a big staple. Do you think that obviously had this match not been a huge success, it wouldn't have become what it is today? But how much credit do you think Edge specifically deserves for this concept, the Money in the Bank, becoming such a normal, regular part of the company?
Well, I think that based on you can take it all the way back to, the ladder matches of lore with Shawn and Razor. And I'll even go back to the stuff that Brett did in Calgary. All those guys deserve credit. But the Dudleys, the Hardys, and Edge and Christian, when you look at modern day ladder matches and TLC and all that shit, those were the guys that really got innovative and got the fuck out there that, in my book, deserve the credit.
Lots of different questions that sort of always wind up on the same thing here. But one of the common themes was it ever considered to have Hogan and Hassan in a traditional match announced for WrestleMania?
No, nobody would want to see that.
Why not?
Nobody didn't want to see that, man. It was all about, come on. It was all about the surprise and the
moment.
You want Hogan, the moment and the emotion.
I think maybe guys just would have liked a Hogan promo, but it was Hogan weekend, man. He went in the Hall of Fame the day before, and then the next day becomes our real American hero again. Good stuff.
Yeah, it was. And people were happy. They got something they didn't expect to get.
Keegan wants to know, was Mordecai originally supposed to be the Undertaker's opponent at WrestleMania 21?
Thinking time frame wise, I know that Mordecai was originally supposed to be one of Taker's opponents, but that just didn't happen, didn't pan out. But I don't know timing wise if that was it.
Well, I mean, if he was a proposed WrestleMania opponent, it would have been this show.
Okay. Well, he might've been thought of until the bell rang.
Andrew wants to know, are there any other possible,
and by the way, I love you, Kevin.
Andrew wants to know, are there any other possible locations in LA to host WrestleMania, or was Vince always committed to doing it at Staples Center?
Well, hey, you could have gone to Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum for the 100,000 seats, but Staples Center itself has a lot of prestige, and this was an opportunity to showcase it in the land of Hollywood. So why not?
Neil wants to know, why was Edge the right guy to win Money in the Bank? Do you remember any other alternative plans that may have been suggested?
Frankly, any one of those guys could have won it, including Shelton Benjamin, because it was new and it was something that you couldn't really call. Edge winning it was a nice boost for Edge, and it gave him, even more credibility and a little bit of intrigue there with the briefcase. So any one of them could have won it.
What do you think Jim Cornette would have thought of the Big Show Akibono match?
What the fuck? He got his ass hanging out, motherfucker. I don't know that Corny would have. I don't know. You know what? Actually, I take that back. That may be something Corny really would have embraced.
John Owens wants to know, hypothetically, which film parody should Brother Love have starred in? That's a fun one.
Well, we could have done the Steve Martin Leap of Faith.
Yeah, that's the only one I knew that you were going to go to.
Well, that's because I love that. That was a fucking great movie.
But Leap of
Faith,
yeah,
I could have done that.
Leap of Faith didn't really have like any iconic scenes that fans would have probably recognized, though, right?
Yes, but me being in it would have been iconic in and of itself.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's going to bring this week's episode to a close. I really hope everybody enjoys WrestleMania this weekend. I know it's going to be a little different. A lot of us are disappointed that we're not in Tampa, but man, let's make the most of it. I really appreciate you guys allowing us into your home today, and hope that you enjoyed the show we put together for you. We're a little late, but extenuating circumstances on a few different fronts that maybe we'll talk about another time. And Bruce, our most requested thing to talk about, and I get peppered with it, I don't know, about every 8 minutes on social media somewhere. How long do we have to wait before we can tell the behind the scenes real story of this year's WrestleMania? Is that a 5-year waiting period? What are we looking at here?
Let me see. Let's go for 70. So 13 years.
In 13 years here on Something to Wrestle, mark your calendars, just 13 short years from today, we'll be able to go ahead and tell you the full story behind the scenes of what happened at maybe the most unique WrestleMania ever.
And I implore everyone, again, guys, hey, check it out. I think you're going to love it. You're either going to love it or you're going to hate it. But escape and just sit back and enjoy and be entertained for entertainment purposes, and don't overanalyze shit and have some fucking fun. Just because you're cooped up at home doesn't mean you can't have some fun. So have some fun, enjoy it, and there you go. Enjoy it, man. Have fun and watch it. It'll be different. It'll definitely be different.
And tune in next week. We're going to have some fun stuff coming your way each and every week right here on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Shaka Khan. I was thinking, man, today, maybe a couple street tacos y dos sopes con pastor with my friend Pancho Villa.
What does that even mean?
Exactly.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? Anything big happening this weekend?
You know, just not doing anything on Saturday and Sunday night. You know, Peacock is the place to be. I'm just saying, if you know, well, you know.
Hey, I've got great news for you too, Bruce. I don't know if you saw, but Peacock has all the old Leave It to Beavers.
I love that.
So not only can you get your WWE content, including WrestleMania, but they've even got the old beef for you.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, everybody knows you love a little old beef. Let's talk about why we're here today.
Did you know that was the first time that sex was ever like on TV?
What?
Leave It to Beaver?
Oh, you mean where mom and dad shared a bed?
No, where June got up and she said, Ward, weren't you a little hard on the Beaver last night?
Oh God. Listen to you. What's wrong with you?
Ah, come on. That was a good one. That was like a oldie, but a goodie. That's like shit we used to say like in 8th grade and everything. Laugh our ass off. Because it was true because they used that thing in there. They said, Ward, don't you think you were a little hard on the Beaver last night?
Well, let me ask you, is that where you came up with like that around that same age? You came up with the Mailman song?
No, that was a goddamn adult.
Oh, okay. I just assumed it was like sort of the same thing.
No.
You don't have to get hot about it.
Okay.
WrestleMania 22 is why we're here. One of the more underrated WrestleManias in history, but a one that's maybe heavy on historical significance. I can't believe this was 15 years ago. Does this feel like 15? It might feel like 20 to you though. Your life has changed quite a bit since 06.
It feels like about 100 years ago to me.
Well, this is,
I don't know why. It's just, there's sometimes in some periods, you know, where I just have kind of blackouts and I don't remember everything and just go, holy shit, we did that.
Let's talk about, one of the reasons this is significant is because it's not in a stadium. And I know technically last year's wasn't either, but that was different because of COVID. But in a normal pace of life situation, this is the last arena show for WrestleMania. I don't see that ever coming back. Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
Yeah. I could see it happening for a special, you know, WrestleMania 100 at Madison Square Garden type thing.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Or, you know, 75th anniversary, something like that. 50th anniversary, maybe in the Garden.
Wow. WrestleMania 50 feels like a long time away, but it's really not.
You know, WrestleMania 4, I thought, man, wouldn't this be cool to do 10 of these?
Yeah. It's just weird to think about time. I know people listening to this get tired of me saying that, but we're closer to WrestleMania 50 than we are 22. Isn't that weird?
That's kind of weird.
That's super weird. Cause I don't know. Either way, April 2nd, 2006 is where this one goes down. The famed Allstate Arena in Chicago. Of course, we know this as the Rosemont Horizon, the home of WrestleMania 13. Why is Chicago like, at least in my opinion, it's like the premier wrestling town in America. Has that always been the case? Has Chicago always been a hotbed as long as you've been around?
As far as I can remember, you know, Vern ran it for the AWA, and that was always a hell of a town for them. But as far as WWE goes, the Chicago market was always great. And, you know, for whatever reason, man, there's something in the water there that the Chicago fans are rabid, enthusiastic, passionate fans. So you add all that to a building that is built in a way, old wooden building that kind of goes straight up and has tremendous acoustics, and you have the perfect storm for a great live event.
Yeah, the acoustics in that building are something that we've even heard Steve Austin talk a lot about. He sort of gives credit to the wooden ceiling for being the reason that the acoustics are what they are. you know, we've heard other people say in a stadium, the sound just goes up. And in a dome show, perhaps you're too far away from the audience, but you can get a rabid feel. And I can only imagine from a performer standpoint, there's nothing better than a crowd that feels like they're on top of you and seems like they're louder than ever.
Exactly. And it just energizes you, man. That's the juice that you're always looking for. Better than any drug is to go out there and be able to have that audience in the palm of your hand and have them react to everything you do.
Was the company not sold on the idea that they could run a stadium in this era? You know, the prior year we're at the Staples Center, which, don't get me wrong, was a big one. And the year before that we're at Madison Square Garden, which historically we understand. But the year before that we're in a stadium in Seattle. And the year before that we're in a dome. And the year before that we're in a dome. But it does feel like there's a bit of a departure. 04 is in an arena. 05 is in an arena. 06 is in an arena. And of course we know the next year we're in Detroit, we're in a dome, and we're sort of back to business as usual. But that 3-year stint, was the company just getting really strong, sweetheart deals from the local communities, or was it? Go ahead.
No, I think more than anything, it was the particular markets, and it was a situation where you made WrestleMania really, really special, and you made it something that was the hottest ticket in town, hard to get, not just anybody could get it. And it made WrestleMania that prestige event.
Let's talk about some big storylines heading into this show, and one has more controversy than the others. Rey Mysterio would win the Royal Rumble, last eliminating Randy Orton in his tribute to Eddie Guerrero. Mysterio then drops his title shot to Orton in No Way Out, but it's announced that it's going to be a triple threat match for the world title with Rey Mysterio, Kurt Angle, and Randy Orton. A lot to unpack on the whole Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, Randy Orton thing. But we're flip-flopping on the part of Rey being involved. Do you think that was planned all along, or were we sort of second guessing our decision to give Rey the quote unquote big belt?
I think it probably depends upon who you talk to. And Pat Patterson used to, at the time I would tell me it's that little guy, and you put him in there, and that's a big giant, and you say, fuck you, and he wins, and oh my God, they'll go banana. And they did. But it was more than anything, I think that it was Vince's way of kind of playing with the audience. You got him, you don't, and going back and forth, making Rey earn it and making Rey have to fight to get there. From the standpoint of
he had to
earned it
overcome
versus he was just given the opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I know that gets criticized a lot. I think several years ago now at this point, and I know you weren't there at the time, but people felt like, hey, they're not giving us Daniel Bryan and we just want Daniel Bryan. And then of course, Daniel Bryan winds up getting his big crowning moment. And I do think there is something to be said about, he made us wait for it. It was a slow burn, if you will. And when it finally happened, man, it was a pretty special moment. But I'm referring to WrestleMania 30 with Daniel Bryan. I don't think I felt the same way about WrestleMania 22. And I don't know, in hindsight, do you think that being a 3-way hurt it more than it helped it?
I don't think it hurt it at all. No, I really don't. I think it was a good story for Rey, and Rey had a lot of obstacles to overcome and overcame them and became the guy.
It just felt weird to me, the decision to insert Kurt Angle into the mix, because if you go back, Batista gets hurt and they need Kurt to sort of flip-flop brands. But at that time, it feels like the fans are really behind Kurt. And even when you go back and you watch this match back, it feels like the majority of the crowd is pulling for Kurt. Now, that's not to say they're not excited when Rey wins. They understand it was a big moment. It was a title change. It was history. But it is, I don't know, it just feels less than as a 3-way to me, but we'll agree to disagree. Let's talk about Triple H. He wins a triple threat match over Big Show and Rob Van Dam. He's going to become the number 1 contender for the WWE title to face John Cena at WrestleMania. Is this sort of the obvious choice? Triple H, John Cena, one-on-one in the main event of WrestleMania. We know that the year prior we saw, I guess you could call it a main event for John Cena in WrestleMania, but he didn't go on last, but he is here. So it probably makes sense that you have a well-established quote unquote top guy standing across from him. Who better than Triple H?
I think it was an easy match to make. Made the most sense, and I think it was the best match in the book.
The Observer would say, as far as plans go, it's been decided since the day Cena switched brands that Triple H was beating him for the title. I don't know how much I agree with that, but it does make sense that whoever's making these decisions probably has somewhere, here's our top baby faces, here's our top heels. And you do that for both Raw and SmackDown, because matches are, runs or whatever storylines are only as good as who's the guy's opponent, right? You got to have an attraction and you got to have an opponent.
And you need to have a story, and you need to be able to have people be interested in the story and care about the two competitors and actually give a shit.
Let's talk a little bit about some backstage turmoil as we head into the show. Quote, the most talked about story of the last week regarding the show was the decision made on March 27th to take Joey Styles off of the show and replace him with Jim Ross doing the Raw matches with Jonathan Coachman and Jerry Lawler. Styles was told, and has been told from the start, not to call moves or call the matches a sporting event, but to tell stories. It goes against how he was taught. Plus, he came into the equation with plenty of people not liking him and waiting to pick on things to call him a failure. He was not used to working with partners, especially one as aggressive in the booth as Coachman, who pretty well takes over when he's out there. No matter how it's sliced, it can't be said it's anything but a major vote of no confidence and a slap in the face. At this point, Styles is expected to remain the lead voice of Raw, but he's in a weird spot because the company has clearly decided Ross is better. Styles was not happy at getting the news, but later claimed that after being disappointed and then mad for about 90 minutes, he claimed he realized he's not where he needs to be for the position. Ross was flown to Omaha to produce the announcers and spent 5 hours both on preparation and the show. And after the show, he was working with Styles. Lot to unpack here. I really enjoy the discussion about Joey Styles in WWE, because I feel like so many of us who were big fans of his in ECW, when he came over to the company, as excited as we may have been, it just felt weird. We wanted him to be the voice of ECW, and now he's trying to be the voice of WWE. And it feels like, pardon the pun, a bit of a Styles clash between the way WWE presented it and the way, Paul Heyman had before. What do you recall about this switcheroo here on March 27th?
I really don't remember the switch that much. I'll say this about Joey Styles. I thought Joey was very talented in many areas. Unfortunately, Joey was only, as far as his commentary goes, I think that Joey had done it so long in that ECW style of, oh my God, and all that, that's what Joey naturally fell back into. So while I think that Joey had a lot of talent, and I didn't think Joey was bad at all, frankly, it was different. It was just different. And, you also had Jim, goddamn, I'm a play-by-play guy. Why can't I do play-by-play? And Joey, she, ECW. I think it was a combination of a lot of things.
Is it just Vince trying something on, maybe being told or beat upon, hey, you got to do this. You got to give this guy a try. Or is it more Vince, goddamn, how long does JR need to sit in that seat? Let's try some new things. And then whatever the case, it just not being the best fit for the style or the push that he wants.
Yeah. I think that, as far as putting someone else in that seat, that's been, that's legendary. As far as from day one, Vince is always looking for who's the backup, who's next. Always wants something simmering on the stove, behind it so that it's ready to go. if you have to make a change or you have to make a move. And this was no different, Joe. He didn't come in to be, oh my God, this is going to be the voice of the WWE for the next 30 years. I think Michael Cole, more than anything, was done it by accident in a lot of respects. But I think Michael Cole is good. Michael gets knocked an awful lot. And I think Michael's a good play-by-play guy. JR was a good play-by-play guy. It's the times. And sometimes you change things and you make a change and you realize, well, shit, maybe we want to change it back and go back to the way it was. And we'll keep looking for a different sound and a different look.
Let me ask, do you think the timing of this is just based on Vince really wants to make sure that everything is perfect by the time it comes around to WrestleMania?
I think so. And again, it's whenever you look at that time of year, it's always a time of year of change and experimentation and trying new things. I think that you have the most eyeballs and a lot of people interested in the product at the time. And that's the time that you want to put your best foot forward.
We know how strongly JR feels about, being the lead guy and having this opportunity. How tickled was he to get this call?
Oh God. Well, I mean, you remember I told you the story about the Iron Sheik winning the gimmick battle royal?
Yes.
It was the Iron Sheik. It was, of course I win. Who else would win but the Sheiky baby? I think that Jim, in a lot of respects, is the same way when it comes to this. Well, who else can put in there? Oh, sassafras. God damn. Are y'all done playing your little games now that you're ready for the professional to step back into the booth and do what I do? Sassafras.
That's tremendous.
Give me another Crown Royal.
Let me talk a little bit about Jonathan Coachman. It's written here, quote, "There was a lot of heat on Jonathan Coachman over the past week. Coachman has his full-time job at CSTV, and even though he's charismatic, people with outside interests must pay. He did himself no favors by complaining that he was brought to Detroit for Saturday night's main event and had to cancel hosting a CSTV show that day, and then they only used him on the web broadcast. Worse for him in that department, Michael Cole was also brought to Saturday night's main event, not used at all, and didn't complain about it. Is this one of those weird deals where wrestling politics are just out of control? Or is it more about...
Hang on. You say wrestling politics and all this shit. Let me ask you something. You have a Memorial Day, day open at the office.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of people that are off that day that can come down and look at getting a new mortgage, right?
Right. Sure.
Okay. Well, so what if, you have everybody come in and only one person, or there's one person who doesn't have one appointment or sell one mortgage or do anything?
Right.
They're going to bitch and moan.
Sure.
And then you'll have someone else in there that only had one appointment or maybe only sold one mortgage or what have you. And they're like, no, well, shit, man. Well, that's just kind of how it goes today. That's just shit that happens sometimes. I don't think anybody says, oh, well, coach, coach is coach, and coach is very talented. And, same thing, I think that people get frustrated at times and forget about, well, you know what? They could have not brought me in at all because they had absolute zero for me.
That's what I mean is I was trying to belabor the point. This feels political in that sometimes we see whenever we watch politics on TV, people are fired up or outraged about something that's not really a big deal, but we've got to create content for our television program. So we're going to make something that's not a big deal into a big deal. I mean, over the years, my God, how many talent have been brought to a wrestling show and then plans change, Conrad, and they're not used. Like, this is not unique to wrestling or television. It's a live event. It sort of is what it is. And I don't know, the idea that this got page time to me just stuck out. Like, that's a prime example of quote unquote wrestling politics. I don't see how that's even a story.
Yeah, I don't either. And I can only imagine where the story came from.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask, I guess. Do we assume that when stories like this come out, I mean, I've seen the way Coach on social media interacts with the quote unquote wrestling journalists. Boy, he is no friend of theirs. How does this get out there? Is this someone from the office just looking to bury Coach? Like the idea that anybody even knows about this, or is it more like maybe he just mentioned something in catering and one of the boys, hey, guess what I heard?
Or maybe that it was just made up by some wrestling journalists.
There you go. Could be. Let's keep rolling here. Let's talk about what's next on the show. We've got the Hall of Fame coming, of course. If it's WrestleMania, there's a Hall of Fame. Bret Hart and Eddie Guerrero are names that are discussed. Vince had been attempting to mend fences with Bret for a long time. Were you surprised that it actually happened, that Bret finally went in the Hall of Fame?
No, not at all. There had been a meeting, I guess, in maybe 04, maybe 05, something like that, where Bret and Vince got together and talked for a long time and just mended fences. And it's like, let's get over this and move forward. From Vince's point of view, I think he had always wanted to do that and always just was like, hey, Bret, come on. Let's go with the good times and let's go with all the good shit that we did and move forward. And let's don't have this wall up between us. So it didn't surprise me at all. It just was a matter of time. And I think it was the right time.
Bret is, still upset. He said at the time, they've sent me a contract and I don't have any intention of signing it. I know what that contract means to them. I had a contract and they screwed me over on it. Now they come back to me with a contract 10 years later and ask me to sign it for what? I don't know, man. It just feels like he wasn't ready. I mean, to the point he even addressed Shawn Michaels potentially being at this Hall of Fame induction. He says, I've basically told them if I see Shawn, I'll get back in a cab and go straight to the airport. They'll have to get him to do my induction speech. I just feel that there's too much anger for me. It's too combustible. Did you ever have a conversation with Bret before he went into the Hall of Fame here?
I did not see and or speak to Bret that entire weekend.
So he was legitimately in and out.
Yes. Yep.
Is that something that Vince was prepared for? He knew that was just going to be part of the deal. It was, I don't know, a feeling out process, maybe, if you will.
Bret had something else, had another commitment on Sunday. And so the deal is like, okay, yeah, I'll come in and I'll do the ceremony on Saturday, but I can't do WrestleMania itself. And Vince agreed to that. So Bret was in and out.
Was putting Bret Hart in the Hall of Fame at this point, while he's still so upset and everything's still such a sore subject, was it worth all the negative attention, do you think? I mean, obviously he deserved his place. I'm not arguing that. Bona fide Hall of Famer, no matter how you slice it. But it felt like he's not ready and we're trying to drag him in here kicking and screaming.
Yeah, but he was ready. And I think it was an important process in Bret dealing with everything. I really do.
Let's bring up the rest of the Hall of Fame class here. Bret would be the main event that year, of course, and Stone Cold Steve Austin would induct him. He's got to be the only choice, right? I mean, Stone Cold became the biggest star in the business, and I think even Austin says he's not sure that it would have happened if it weren't for Bret Hart.
Yes, and Steve, for Bret also to feel the way that Bret wanted to feel and his being honored, you do. You take the top guy in the business right down. That top guy in the business is the one that inducts him. The only other one I think that could have inducted him would have been Vince.
Let's talk about Eddie Guerrero. He's going in too. Unfortunately, posthumously, Benoit, Mysterio, and Chavo induct him. Of course, we know he just passed away in November of the prior year. I mean, no consideration. Eddie had to go in here in 06, right?
I think so. It was unfortunately still pretty damn fresh, and it was the right thing to do.
Mean Gene Okerlund, probably long overdue. Hulk Hogan inducts him. A lot of star power on this thing so far. Mean Gene, man, gone way too soon. I mean, I know he lived a long life, but I miss Mean Gene to this day. You and I got to hang out with him a couple of times, and he's like, the real venerable voice of the WWF to me.
Gene the Mean. Yeah. Gene was never at a loss for words in any situation at any time. And it was nice to see Gene take his rightful place in the Hall of Fame. And I think that, being up there with the guys that he was inducted in also really kind of helped as well. Just to have a Bobby Heenan and a Vern Gagne and that group of talent, it was quite the impressive. And of course, William Refrigerator Perry, can't forget him. It was good. It was in some ways it was like a bit of an AWA reunion.
Sure.
But that was a fun night. That was a really fun night.
Sensational Sherry goes in. Ted DiBiase inducts her. Vern Gagne goes in. Greg Gagne inducted him. And then Mr. USA, Tony Atlas himself went in, and ST Jones put him in. Quite a group, man.
Yeah. And my favorite part about the whole thing was Sherry Martel in her speech, just burying Eric Bischoff. And about if Bischoff were around and blah, 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 and she would do this and she would do that. Eric stood up in the audience and said, "I'm right here, Sherry." And she screamed like she had seen a ghost.
It's tremendous.
It was absolutely one of the high spots. I mean, that one you couldn't have planned any better.
The Blackjacks go in. Bobby Heenan inducts them. And as you said, Refrigerator Perry and John Cena put him in. Man, this is a great Hall of Fame class here in 06.
Yeah, it was amazing. And the other good thing about that was, Blackjack lands and Blackjack Mulligan, and Mulligan had difficulty standing. So the idea was that they would get Bobby Jack up to the podium and get him basically in place, and that it would be a very short acceptance speech. As they got up there, Lanza, of course, was like, "Hey, Jack, I'm just gonna say thank you real quick, and I'll throw it to you, and we can go sit down." And Lanza went on and on and on and on. It was fucking brutal. And you could tell Lanza was just ribbing him, because he would turn to Mulligan and just go, I'm almost over type thing. And he would just go on and on, just waiting for Mulligan to sell and trying to just go sit down and shit. And it was, that was a fun, good little piece of business there, Connie. Good little piece of business there.
Let's talk about, what it meant to the Guerrero family. That's probably the sweetest moment of all. I mean, people are obviously excited to see the laughs and the funny ha-has and pay tribute to one of the best of all time, the best there is, the best there was, et cetera, et cetera. But Eddie Guerrero being so fresh, do you remember hanging with his family at all that weekend, and how excited and they were to sort of pay honor to their husband and father?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, unfortunately, what you get to a WrestleMania week, and from our vantage point, we're so damn busy that if I get back and say congratulations to him is a big thing and a great amount of effort. So I didn't get to hang with him nearly as much as I would have loved to. And it was, that one, again, still, that one was just kind of hard because it was fresh, but I also think it was the right thing and right time to do it.
We just recently talked about this WrestleMania with Kurt Angle, and we talked about the main event. And one of the things we talked about was the idea that Randy Orton is going to be suspended for 60 days for what's called unprofessional conduct. And it was even hinted around on the recent Broken Skull sessions where he sat down with Stone Cold and he said, well, I was doing some dumb stuff and I did some more dumb stuff. It feels like he was, I don't know, trying to find the line. I hate to make this analogy, but Megan's been trying to train our dogs. And so the dogs are trying to figure out what they can get away with. Was Randy trying to figure out, hey, how do I find my way here as a top guy? How do I acclimate to this and handle this success? I need to figure, I'm a bit of a rebel spirit, but I need to figure out what I can do and what I can't do. Was that a process for Randy? Is that fair to say?
I think it's fair to say that everybody screws up, some of us more than others. And I'm looking in the mirror on that one. And it's a matter of growing up and maturity. And sometimes you make poor decisions. I know I made enough of them in my lifetime to not throw stones.
The Observer says that there was a series of incidents going back to January, but they just classified it as all behavioral problems. They say there was another incident in late February, but the exact time of when whatever that was happened may be off by a week or two. And then Dave would write, the final straw is something he did in Chicago the days leading up to WrestleMania. This feels like a combustible relationship at the time with Vince and Randy. Were you in Vince's ear or Randy's ear, sort of trying to let cooler heads prevail, play go-between? What can you tell us about just their personal relationship? Because it feels like it's trying to come to a head here in 06.
Well, I think that Meltzer probably has all of that wrong, most of it wrong, if nothing else. But I don't really remember. So, it's one of those situations, again, when you said how Randy put it, I think that Randy put it best, that sometimes you just not always on your best behavior. And sometimes shit happens.
It's a story unique to Randy, because I don't know that many guys have this rough patch and then go on to have the success they have. They even talked about it in that Broken Skull Sessions thing with Austin, where in more recent years, he's become the veteran trying to pay it forward and give back. Would you have ever predicted that out of this same guy who's in a rough spot here in 06? I mean, it's a unique story.
Yeah, I really would have, because again, you have to get through the layers, and you have to, for people that from afar, that don't know him, I can see, how they could get there. But if you take the time to get to know him, and you take the time to understand his passion, and you take the time to understand what makes him tick, it's talented people and creative people are a different breed. It's just a completely different mindset.
We know once upon a time Evolution was a big deal. Well, it's also a mystery, but it was a big deal here in the WWE from 03, 04, 05. Here we are in 06. He's in the world title picture of WrestleMania. So clearly his career is on the right path. Did he have like, a mentor type relationship with Hunter or Rick at this time, or had he sort of become his own lone wolf, if you will?
No, I think that Randy is looked at a lot of people as mentors, from Vince to Hunter to Rick, on down the line. His dad, that he would listen to and also try and carve his own way and try and figure out, navigate those roads, if you will, to success, and add to that just a natural God-given talent to go out and do what he does every night. Then, I think that I don't think Randy ever wanted to be alone. I think Randy, needs that, that little bit of guidance and push, and, hey, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that?
I know that this was a long time ago, but I'm just trying to drill down on you know, what you can tell us in terms of, because it just feels like it's repeatedly said some sort of behavioral problems. Was he just burnt out? Was he just frustrated?
I don't know. I think that just sometimes it's timing.
Right.
And that's all it is. It's, sometimes a guy won't have a good run because it's timing for whatever reason. Shit doesn't happen that should have happened. There's, that's sometimes all there is to it. And people can make, all they want to out of behavioral problems and all this other shit. That's like, you know what, man? It was tired. Timing was the shits. And that's all there is to it.
I guess what I'm trying to drill down on is we've all been burnt out. And sometimes when you're burnt out and you're stressed out, you're maybe not as nice and polite as you would normally be, because you just, for lack of a better phrase, just need to get out of the race car. I just need to take a break.
Are you talking about me?
No, but
you're talking about me now, aren't you?
Well, I have seen when you were, well rested.
No, you don't fucking know what you've seen.
Okay. It's fair to say.
Okay. Well, then fucking unsee it. Sometimes people have a short fucking fuse, man. Okay.
One of the things I wanted to mention is, despite all these problems happening in January and February and late March, the suspension doesn't happen until after WrestleMania. And this is because I think the old adage was, you got to get the match in the ring, right?
Yeah. And again, I don't remember the specifics of it. So it's, I think, also there's a period where you try to work with people.
Well, let's talk about the other business aspects of the show. WrestleMania 21 in Los Angeles, the big match pushed was Batista versus Triple H. It drew 20,193 fans. We had a $2.1 million gate, and the pay-per-view had 1,090,000 buys. This show draws less fans, $17,155, but more money, $2.5 million at the gate. And buys are down a little bit, but not a ton, 975,000 buys. A success, no doubt, but when you see a downward trend, even if it is roughly just 100,000 buys, is that alarming, or does it really even matter?
Well, look, it always matters. I used to look at the Sam Houston Coliseum, and if we were down $1,000, what the fuck did we do wrong?
Right.
And so it always matters to me if you're not just where you think you should be or better than last time. It's frustrating. I don't care who you are. It is frustrating. And that new gas station opened, everything under the sun, but at the same time, I don't consider it a failure anyway.
It just feels like when you're talking about this much money, because one of the things that's not talked about are all the other perks, whether it's tax benefits or sponsorships, none of that's published. So it just feels like for the overall impact of a WrestleMania, a few $100,000 one way or another, it's probably not something that Vince is even going to sweat. Or is he breaking it down? Does he have a meeting after and say, God damn it, buys were down 100,000. What did we do wrong? What can we learn from this? Was this a teachable moment, pal? Any of that happen?
Everything's a teachable moment, and I'm sure that he did that. Not with me, but I'm sure that he did that and look at everything and figure out why did we do this and didn't do that. I
do want to mention,
you have to analyze it and you have to look at it, and times were changing at that point, and looking at, okay, should we have done a stadium? Should we have done a lot of things? There's a lot of woulda, shoulda, couldas.
I want to mention the difference in business, because you said times are changing. I really liked WrestleMania 13. I'm going to get ethered for that, but I thought the damn Austin Bret Hart match made up for whatever silliness on the show we didn't like. And that show did $837,000 at the gate. We're back here, same arena. From 97 to 06. And it's $2.5 million. So it's easy for us to say, oh, things are down, but my God, they're so much better than they used to be.
Different business, different times. Yep.
Let's get to the show. The Wrestling Observer readers liked it. They gave it 81.6% thumbs up, 5.5% thumbs down, 12.9% thumbs in the middle. Before we jump into it, you watched it back this week for the first time in a long time. What'd you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle?
I thought it was a solid show.
Let's jump into
Held
it.
up.
What's that?
I said it held up.
I gotta ask, the dark match is 18-man battle royal. Most of the names on the roster who weren't on the main card. Meltzer would say the only notable absence from this were Paul London and Brian Kendrick. It came down to Eminem, Road Warrior, Viscera, and Gene Snitsky. Eminem was eliminated first from that group. Road Warrior was next, and his elimination looked weird as he immediately put his foot on the apron and the refs couldn't figure out what to do. This left Viscera with Snitsky, and Viscera tossed Snitsky out and then kissed Lillian Garcia on the way out. The Battle Royal dark matches back in the day, this is obviously an effort to just get as many folks on the card as we can. What other thought goes into booking something like this? Or is it a largely forgettable throwaway? Hey, let's just get you out there in front of the big crowd on the big show.
Well, I guess it depends the viewpoint of the talent in the match. And I think that a lot of guys would want to be in front of that WrestleMania crowd. I get it. Sometimes when you look at the presentation of the event, we can get everybody on the card, in matches and everything else and have a 10-hour WrestleMania. That's just not realistic. And it's not something that, unfortunately we could do. There was a point in time, I think we did it. The hell did we do it? Maybe in LA or something like that, where we did a WrestleMania, and basically it was all day long live. If you bought the pay-per-view, and there were commentators that were going through fan access and getting ready, and we had matches, and it was anyone that watched it, bless your heart and thank you. I just don't know that the audience really craved that much. And I know, today's a different time and day and everything else. So we're not talking about today, but I'm looking at it back then, where you have a captive audience in an arena for so long. They could get tired out pretty quickly.
Big Vis gets the big win here. I'm glad.
Well, that's kind of like JR doing commentary. Well, who else would get it?
This is like a precursor for the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. Next up, we've got Kane and Big Show retaining the World Tag Team titles over Chris Masters and Carlito. They go 6 minutes and 41 seconds. There's surprisingly loud chants for Carlito here early on. Big Show presses Masters and drops him. Masters rolls out. Show presses Carlito, throws him over the top onto Masters, and then Kane comes off the top rope onto both guys, but really he's trying to clothesline Masters. And the finish would see Show have Carlito set up for the choke slam. When Masters gave Show a chop block, Masters comes off the top with the old double sledge, but Show moves and Carlito gets nailed. Kane pins Carlito with a choke slam, and Masters and Carlito are arguing after the match. Meltzer would say Kane and Carlito were better than they've ever been on TV, but there wasn't much to the match. Star in 3/4. You've got some bona fide Hall of Famers here and some upstarts who the company's really high on with Chris Masters and Carlito. What an interesting pairing that was in hindsight too. Two guys that in this era felt like, man, they're going to be big stars here for a long time. And then for whatever reason, it didn't work out. And they're taking on two guys who were literally big stars here for a long time.
Yeah, I thought the match was okay. I didn't think it was a match spectacular, but I thought it was okay. And it's kind of fun, and it showed Carlito with his working boots on. And again, you had Kane and Big Show out there for star power, so they were able to, take it to that next level. But I didn't think it was great. I thought it was okay.
The Big Show and Kane are going to transition the titles right to the Spirit Squad the next night, and Masters and Carlito break up the same night. Why was it time to split Chris and Carlito? Did you just see them more as single stars and it was worth a shot to try it and it just didn't work for whatever reason?
Yeah. Again, I think that both Masters and Carlito were better as single stars, but they were friends and wanted to try the tag team for a while, thinking that there would be chemistry there. But if you were going to get your money out of them, you were going to get your money out of them as singles competitors. Both had the look and both had the aura of being good top singles guys.
Let's talk about the Spirit Squad here for a minute. They debuted on January 23rd, 2006, and they're going to come in with a lot of TV time. Who was so high on the Spirit Squad? Was that a Vince thing? I mean, I know everything always is a Vince thing, but what can you tell us about how this not only came to be, but how it became so prominent?
Oof. That's a product of long overseas flights. Sometimes that things come up and you start discussing, and then you go around in a circle, and by the time you land 7 hours later, you've got a Spirit Squad. But also looking at it, I forget who the hell had been a male cheerleader. And one of those guys, I think it was a male cheerleader in college or something, but there was someone on the team or there was someone in the office or something that had been a male cheerleader that was, you could just see. And when you look back, you have your jocks, and you always have the dick that's, the jock that walks around, and campus stud and all this other bullshit. Well, the feeling was, and I've known a few cheerleaders in my day that male cheerleaders at that they would walk around like they were the hottest shit in the world, and they were, because they were hanging out with the cheerleaders all the time. And there were those guys that were just complete dicks that, and I'm not saying this about all male cheerleaders, folks, okay? So I don't want any male. But if they were easy to hate, they came across to where these guys were easy to hate, and it was something that Vince really believed in, and we went for.
There you go. I can drink to that. Let's talk about the next match, and what a match it is. Rob Van Dam wins the Money in the Bank ladder match in 12 minutes and 21 seconds, beating Shelton Benjamin, Matt Hardy, Ric Flair, Fit Finlay, and Bobby Lashley. Just one Hall of Famer after another, but boy, a couple really stick out, don't they?
Yeah, whenever I think of a ladder match, I always think of those great ladder matches that Fit Finlay had. And of course, you can't leave Ric Flair out of that commentary, because when I think of great Ric Flair matches, I think about that ladder match that he had in Weslaco, Texas that time in the summer of 74.
Sure.
Yeah. It was great. He and Wahoo had some great ladder matches back in their day. As I said last week, I think that the most intriguing part of this match was to see how many rungs that Rick and Fit Finlay would actually attempt to climb. And needless to say, I think they, for the most part, were able to work that ladder match without going too far up that fucker. Ever.
Meltzer would say Van Dam and Flair were clearly the two most popular and really the only two who had a shot at winning. Van Dam did a dive over the top rope onto Hardy, who was holding a ladder, so Van Dam crashed into it. A ladder was put resting on the ropes, and Benjamin ran up the ladder legs and did a flip dive on Lashley, Hardy, and RVD. Bruce, I remember that spot like it was yesterday. Everyone in my living room stood up and looked around at each other in amazement. How did that just happen? That's a video game thing. That's not supposed to happen. Do you remember this spot?
Or you call it a Shelton Benjamin thing.
It's unbelievable, dude. Like the athleticism of a guy to do that and the timing.
You know how many times you rehearsed it?
0.
Yeah.
Isn't that remarkable?
Just kind of looked at it and said, what if I just ran up the motherfucker?
I'm just saying, in a weird way, I know it's not his gimmick, but maybe it should be. Shelton Benjamin's like the real life Mr. Perfect. How does he do that without practice?
Yeah, he's kind of like Rubber Man.
It's unbelievable. You just think about that. And then like that super kick everybody still remembers so well with Shawn Michaels, like that dude's just always in the right place at the right time and nobody can put their finger on why or how.
Yep.
There's a lot going on here. There's some big bumps. Hardy superplexing Flair over the top of the ladder, Flair working on that knee, and he's taken to the back. Benjamin tries a power bomb on Lashley off the ladder. Finlay and Hardy try to pull Lashley off. Flair comes back limping. He's going crazy, chopping everyone in sight. Lashley's climbing. RVD comes off the top rope, holding a chair with a drop kick into Lashley's kidneys. Hardy does a leg drop from 2/3 of the way up the ladder on Lashley. Hardy hits the side effect on a ladder for Finlay. Flair's largely eliminated a second time, taking a long back bump off a ladder when he was knocked off. And then RVD comes off the very top of the ladder with a splash onto Finlay. And that's a huge ECW chant as a result. And the finish would see 2 ladders in place. Hardy, Benjamin, and RVD are all climbing. RVD switches ladders, kicks over the ladder. That sends Benjamin and Hardy over the top rope to the floor, and he grabs the briefcase. Meltzer loved it, gave it 4 stars. This is one of the great Money in the Bank ladder matches. What can you tell us about this one? This is something people are still talking about.
Yeah, I thought it was excellent. And when you look at ladder matches, and probably because you put someone like Finlay and Flair in the match to basically normalize it a little bit and throw some logic into the shit. So there wasn't as much of the crazy stuff. It was there.
Right.
But I think it was done in a little bit more logical way. And it was also, a showcase for the guys that could do it, and was able to spotlight 2 guys that was not their forte in Rick and Fit, and be able to showcase everybody in that match. I thought it was excellent.
It really is something to think about that, the prior year WrestleMania 21 is the very first one, and Edge wins, and we know he's going to cash in quite a moment to beat John Cena for the world championship right after that Elimination Chamber match at New Year's Revolution in 2006 here. But then here we know it's going to be another equally important moment, because when Rob Van Dam wins, he's going to chase not only the world title, but the ECW world title and go on to his greatest success. This is really showing the fans at home, hey, this Money in the Bank ladder match really matters, because whoever wins here is going to be about to embark on the ride of a lifetime for their career. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. And it was all, this was kind of even still in the newborn stages of the Money in the Bank match and what it means and going from there. So yeah, I think it was important.
It's pretty phenomenal to look back and see, what this match meant to Edge and what it meant to Rob Van Dam. Of course, we know now it became so popular, they made it a pay-per-view. In hindsight, do you wish it would have just been one of the special WrestleMania attractions forever?
I like the pay-per-view, and I like building around it because it is such of a special moment, and it's an opportunity to have something that means something on a pay-per-view other than a championship match.
Next up, Howard Finkel is going to introduce the Hall of Fame inductees. This is probably well timed. I think you would call this a let me up segment. I mean, how do you follow a car crash like that? You need to have something to just let people settle in, huh?
Well, yeah, you want calm down, folks. Here we go. Here are your Hall of Fame inductees.
Refrigerator Perry and Vern Gagne get nice reactions. Howard Finkel makes it known that Bret Hart was uncomfortable about being there. Not a negative reaction at all. just more quiet, almost like people totally understood. But a huge reaction for Vicky and Chavo Guerrero. Meltzer would say it was just incredible, even more than you'd expect. And you could see it really made both of them very happy. A nice little feel good moment here.
Sure it was. And it just, again, it spoke volumes to how soon and just how over and how much the audience truly appreciated Eddie Guerrero.
Next up is JBL winning the U.S. title from Chris Benoit in 9 minutes and 44 seconds. Meltzer would say the match was too short for a Benoit WrestleMania match. They also played too much on Guerrero for easy heat. Well, you'd think that. JBL kept doing the Guerrero dance, and either people didn't know it because he did it so badly, or they just didn't care because people didn't react. However, when JBL tried the Three Amigos, people were not happy with that. Benoit blocked the third suplex, and he came off with the Three Amigos of his own. He got a near fall with a diving headbutt. Benoit ducked a clothesline and got the crossface. And JBL, while caught in the move, rolled Benoit to his back and held the ropes for the pin. JBL may have been one of the few people fully aware of the result, since he guaranteed it on TV, and also did the storyline that by beating both Guerrero and Benoit, the two best technical wrestlers of the era, both for major titles, it makes him the best technical wrestler in the world. 2 3/4 stars. Of all time, he's a wrestling god. It's been well established.
Yes, he is.
Hey, chat me up though. You could tell just by the way Dave wrote it here. He really wanted Chris Benoit to win. But this is a heat moment. You know, normally WrestleMania is filled with feel good moments, but we're still leaving Benoit's moment in the sun for another day. JBL's victorious. What do you remember about this?
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, next time I'll have to check the time for Chris Benoit matches at WrestleMania. I guess there must have been a book that, well, Dave Meltzer and Clint from Hershey have discussed this, and the optimum time should be, what the fuck? I thought it was a good story. I thought they had a hell of a match. Chris and John enjoyed working with each other and beating the living shit out of each other. So it was a lot of fun, and told a good story.
Next up, a match that people are still talking about. What, man, this is a loaded show. Edge pins Mick Foley in a hardcore match in 14 minutes and 37 seconds. I mean, people still talk about the one spot, but they do everything. Meltzer would say Foley took abuse early with a hard cookie sheet and broiler pan shots to the head, followed by a drop kick of a sign into his face. Since this stuff hasn't been done here much of late, it wasn't boring comedy like they had turned it into before. Edge speared Foley, but then sold it because Foley took off his flannel shirt and revealed he had hidden barbed wire underneath. Foley whipped him with the barbed wire and then got a barbed wire bat that he had hidden under the ring steps. Lita ran in and jumped on Foley's back. With Lita on his back, he ran towards Edge and did his running clothesline spot where all three go over the top rope together. And she landed right on her butt, which I suppose is better than landing right on her head. Foley used the neck breaker on the entrance ramp. Edge would hip toss Foley into the ring steps, and he's going to take a hard bump on his hip here. And then he whips Foley into the steps and took a header. And then Edge pulled the table, set it up near the ring. He whips Foley on the entrance ramp, and he hits his head on the grating pretty hard. And he starts to pour lighter fluid on Foley. We know what this is teasing. My goodness. Edge DDTs Foley on a broiler pan after Lita had him distracted. And then Edge hits Foley in the chest and the back with that barbed wire bat and tears up his head with it, gives him a face buster on it. Foley then pours thumbtacks out and gives Edge a back suplex onto thumbtacks. So now Edge has tacks sticking all in his back. Foley pulls out Mr. Sacco, but wraps him in barbed wire and puts both Lita and Edge in the claw. Lita is now bleeding from the mouth, and the finish would see Foley pour the lighter fluid on the table. Lita hits Foley in the knees with that barbed wire bat, and now Lita has lit the table on fire, and Edge spears Foley, who's on the apron. Both go through the flaming table, and thankfully that's it. Edge wins. The fans would all give Foley a standing ovation after the match, and I think it's now regarded as Mick Foley's WrestleMania moment. But my God, fire at a WrestleMania, thumbtacks at a WrestleMania. This is unbelievable.
Hated it.
I know you do. I can't believe it happened. I can't believe Vince allowed it. But the spectacle of this, it's unbelievable.
The spectacle and the amount of effort put into it and the performance by everyone involved was by far, no one can knock that. No one can say that wasn't an unbelievable performance by every single person involved. I just, you know me, I'm not a fan of the thumbtacks. I'm not a fan. I was fucking fire. Oh boy, I light something on fire, it crashed through it, it goes out. I not my cup of tea.
Right.
Not my cup of tea. Not something that I'm a big fan of. You know, you watch it sometimes, you go, holy shit, crash and burn. I always am concerned for the safety of the talent involved, and watching it, you know, made me cringe all over again. But two guys that put when you talk about putting everything on the line, these guys put everything on the line and put their bodies through unbelievable punishment to deliver a spectacle that will go down, you know, as one of those matches that people will always bring up and recall. Again, it's just not my cup of tea. And there's sometimes as I get older that I appreciate it less.
What did Foley think?
I think that Foley and Edge both loved it. I think that they were very happy with it, and they should have been proud of it. I mean, they left their heart and soul out there.
When they come back through the curtain after a match like that, we're in the middle of a WrestleMania, but boy, this one still stands out. People are still talking about it to this day, but it's not the main event, and it's not exactly everyone's cup of tea. Is this a standing ovation in Gorilla? Does Vince take off?
No idea.
Okay.
Yeah. No idea. I really don't remember. I remember everybody was more concerned for their well-being than anything, and they may have. It was that kind of a match that people appreciate what they did for the business.
What'd you think of Lita bleeding from the mouth?
You know, it was Hollywood shit. It
looked cool though, considering the barbed wire Sacco thing, right? It's a nice little payoff, but it is female violence with blood.
Yeah. And not a fan of it at all.
What about, Edge here as a performer? You know, Edge had just beaten John Cena for the world title in January. Now he's got this big WrestleMania moment with Foley and fucking fire. This is when Edge is really hitting his stride as a performer. I mean, he has really leveled his game up, and now it is undeniable Edge is a top guy.
I thought it was undeniable even before this. I think that Edge had really come into his own, and doing this in some ways, you know, people talk about this was Edge's moment and really did him. I think that in some ways Edge did Mick just as much of a favor in this match as anything.
So you think it's Edge doing Mick a favor to give him the WrestleMania moment more so than Mick helping make Edge?
I think it was both.
Yeah.
I think this was a classic example of both were accomplished.
There you go. Next up is what Meltzer would call a freak show segment. And I know you love these. Booker T's looking for Boogeyman. Instead, he sees Paul Burchill practicing his fencing technique. Gene Snitsky is practicing his toe sucking technique on Mae Young. That's a real sentence. And Ted DiBiase doing a retro $1 Million Man gimmick where he asks Eugene to bounce a basketball 100 times and he kicks it away at 98. And then there's Goldust wearing a dress and hitting on Booker. Is this some shit you would have produced? This feels like Crash TV that you would have liked.
I don't recall.
Are you Eric Bischoff and me right now?
Does Eric not recall?
Well, I'm just saying you can at least get flowery with your words and give me something, but you're doing a goddamn Jerry McDivitt deposition right now.
That was good shit, man.
This is you all day. Come on.
That was great shit right there.
This feels like you and Brian having fun. Would Vince let us do this?
Shit. Because this is the highlight of the fucking show.
Paul Burchill practicing his fencing technique.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
What?
I don't know.
Just because you can't fence, don't knock others that do.
Gene Snitsky doing the old toe sucking routine on Mae Young.
Wasn't a toe sucking routine. He was just admiring her toes. He likes feet.
Okay. You don't got to get hot about it. Well, next up, we've got an interesting match. Boogeyman is going to beat Booker T and Sharmell in 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Here's the write-up. Boogeyman was wearing this fur all over to cover up his torn left biceps. They didn't do much of anything, but what they did do looked terrible. They couldn't really do much though, since Boogeyman was hurt. Boogeyman pulled a huge handful of worms out of his pocket and ate them. There looked to be like there were 200 of them. He then kissed Sharmell, who ran off with worm drool all over her mouth. Boogie then pinned Booker immediately with the neck hanging tree slam. Booker T was the one guy after the show who was not at all happy with his match and how he was used. -1 star. You know, you do have a lot of talent to appease and make happy and find a spot on the card for and get them a story. And you're actually good friends with Booker T, and we know he's going to have tremendous success here at WWE. But this is probably not what he envisioned for a WrestleMania moment. What do you remember about this match and Booker's attitude afterwards?
Well, I think that, you know, as far as Booker's attitude afterwards, there's no attitude afterwards. Booker's a professional. The match itself was not supposed to be what it was, and Boogie's injury unfortunately put us in a situation where we had to get the match out there and you had to do something. That's what we did without hurting Boogeyman. And sometimes that shit happens, but that wasn't what it was designed to be. It was designed to be much more than that. And you have to do the best with what you have at your disposal at the time. That's it, you know, shit. Would we want to do that? No. But unfortunately, you play the hand that you're dealt.
Vince loves this Boogeyman shit, doesn't he?
I did for a while, and then, you know, realized that when that bell rang, it fucked everything up.
It is interesting to think about WrestleMania 22. I mean, when you look at the pay-per-view, it's John Cena delivering a bulldog to Booker T. So it's the face of your company and Booker T. And we know the face of the company's in the main event that night, but my God, the Boogeyman, it almost feels like Booker T's the one who had behavioral problems. Next up, we've got a match that, again, people still talk about, but for one particular spot, Mickie James wins the WWE Women's title from Trish Stratus. I really like the storyline here of Mickie being the stalker, the obsessed fan, if you will, for Trish, but the crowd's not really into it early, but Meltzer would say they sure were by the end. Stratus kicked the ring post and sold the leg for much of the match. James wrapped her leg around the post. At this point, a "Let's Go Mickie" chant started, which ended up being the real story of the match. So she's the crazy, psychotic heel, and the fans are with her. And very quickly, the crowd just turns and starts booing the hell out of Trish. And Meltzer would say Trish did a tremendous job in the match in carrying James, who was also better than usual. Trish failed, going for the Stratusfaction. James came back to do the move, and they both collapsed and fell in a heap. It appeared that was the finish, but whatever they were doing got botched. They just got up, and James hit a very weak looking kick and pinned her. So the botched finish sort of ruined it, but there's a spot that they even edited out of the network that fans still love to post around this time of year, where Mickie is maybe taking this obsession with Trish a little too far. What did you think of this one? And is this what you would have hoped it could have been?
I wish finish would have been better, but I thought the match was excellent. I mean, again, it was a story that culminated, And I thought that both of them told a hell of a story.
Can you give me anything else on Mickie James and Trish Stratus here?
No, I mean, I think that when you go back and you look at the classic, just kind of obsession storyline, they played it to the hilt, and so much so that people really appreciated Mickey's performance. Some were like, you know what, Trish, maybe you're being a little harsh here. So I thought that everybody played it to perfection, and the match was damn good and taking us on a ride. And thank God that spot isn't on the network anymore, because I didn't see it, didn't remind me of it.
When that spot happened, and you know what we're talking about if you're listening to this, are people upset backstage? I mean, that had to be an audible.
Oh yeah, God, please, that's just, yeah, not in good taste. You know, there's certain things that can be provocative and things, and that just wasn't in good taste.
Next up, Vince leads the McMahon family in a hilarious prayer to God. Vince was roasted like he had spent a month in a tanning bed, complete with blisters, and had to put on 40 coats of that self-tanning stuff that makes you orange instead of tan. He said he knew God didn't like him, but he's going to send God's favorite wrestler to hell, unless God told Shawn personally this week that he wants to be used in a wrestling angle with Vince and to let Shawn make money merchandising him. But somehow I wouldn't think he's really God's favorite wrestler. That is Meltzer's write-up. How would you categorize and describe this Vince McMahon segment where he's tanned and sang a little prayer?
Well, first of all, you got to be tan to be on top.
And God is a top guy, in fairness.
And God's a top guy.
Yep.
So, I mean, it was a classic. It was a classic promo. It was one of those that, when all's said and done, you go, okay, well, we did that. And to this day, it's one of those that sit there and go, well, we did that.
It's an interesting time.
Move on and change the subject.
The Undertaker's up next, but before we talk about him, I'm just reminded of, stories you've told here, just as an aside, that over the years, occasionally Undertaker, your old pal, would have some fun at your expense and say shit like, hey, remember that time you made me wrestle Giant Gonzalez at WrestleMania? I'm just wondering, does your old pal Booker T ever say, hey, Bruce, you remember that time you had Boogeyman make out with my wife and beat me at WrestleMania?
No.
Well, The Undertaker, he's going to be taking on Mark Henry here. This is when they're really trying to cement that Mark Henry is a top guy. He had been working a series of main events on the way here. This is a casket match. So anytime it's an Undertaker casket match at WrestleMania, you would think this is going to be a big deal. But Meltzer called it a nothing match. He says the only thing saving it from being a bad match is that toward the finish, The Undertaker did an insane running dive over the top. Now, granted, he's done that on big shows for years, but there was a casket on the floor and he had to jump over the ropes and clear the casket, or else he'd be in a lot of trouble. This is a 44-year-old man who has destroyed his body due to injuries, and he is 6'9" and around 300 pounds doing it. He did it. He flew. And he landed on Henry. Then, almost as scary, he picked up the 400 pounder with a tombstone piledriver. For anyone under 300, that's not a huge deal, but that's a lot of weight to hold and one slip, and that's not a pretty thought. It turned out fine in that neither Undertaker nor Henry was hurt, but it didn't turn out fine as far as being a good match. 1.5 stars. I found that write-up from Dave fascinating because The Undertaker is usually the target of a lot of negative stuff in this era from Meltzer, but he really loved the athleticism on multiple fronts here of The Undertaker. Were you nervous when he would talk about or plan to do these big dives like this? Because it doesn't feel like it's necessary in a conventional big man style. For years, we hear guys say, oh, wrestle like a giant, be a big man, be a giant. That's not very giant-like, but on a special occasion like this for WrestleMania, maybe it makes sense. What say you?
Oh, the flying cow. I mean, it's one of those situations where you got to trust the talent. If the talent feels feels good about it, then there's no reason not to do it. If they are comfortable, and Taker done it many, many times before, casket being there is a little wider, but he also felt very confident. Man, Taker's got hops.
Right.
He could probably still do it. That was a dig. But he probably still could, son of a bitch. He's got hops, and he's a hell of an athlete and a strong, deceptively strong guy as well. But, when you talk about the match, I think that this was more of a coming out match for Mark Henry and an opportunity to be in there with Taker and say, hey, let's prove yourself and prove that you can hang in this situation. And I think that Mark did that here. And this was probably one of those moments where it made people notice, sit up and go, you know what? Mark Henry could be the guy at some point.
It's interesting that this is not exactly one of the more memorable moments for Taker during his WrestleMania streak, but it is a fine match. I think it's better than Star and a Half because just of what all Dave laid out, you just see some really cool spectacles that you still remember to this day. But it's really the last Taker match for a while that's not considered a classic, because he gets Batista, he gets Edge, he gets Shawn twice, he gets Hunter twice, he gets Punk, and then he loses to Lesnar. But I think even though the streak is very much a thing here, it really starts to pick up steam, I think, with the next year. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't. I think that it had picked up probably about a year or two before that, and it meant something. I do think that the streak meant something, and had Mark been the one to defeat Undertaker, then it would have meant even more.
How much serious?
So I think it was there.
How much serious consideration was put into that? And I know in hindsight, people say, "Oh, not much." Mark wasn't the top guy. I wonder. The reason I started this whole discussion is Mark had been working main events for a few months at this point. Like even on the European tours, they were doing 3-ways with Angle, Undertaker, and Mark. So if you're a strong enough card to main event a European tour, the company has you figured in a big way.
Yeah, and I think that Mark was a top guy, and I think that Mark Henry definitely was in consideration. We talked about it. We talked about it at length, and it wasn't a simple no, he's not the guy. It went on for a while and debated back and forth, and until we finally ended up where we ended up.
Sometimes it's I think I've heard people say it's not who goes over, it's who gets over. I think Mark Henry, his career from here forward is going to be leveled up. You could, in another way, even say that Undertaker helped make him a bigger star here, but he goes on to work with Batista, who's main evented at WrestleMania, Edge, who's about to have the run of a lifetime here in 2006, Shawn Michaels twice, Triple H twice, Punk when Punk's fresh off of that incredible title run, and then Lesnar. Is this sort of the last year we asked Taker to help make a guy, and after this, it's just nothing but WrestleMania main eventers?
Well, again, I think some people would have argued that Mark Henry was a main eventer at that point, and I think that it was a good WrestleMania for the Undertaker and for Mark Henry.
Next up, Shawn Michaels and Vince McMahon are going to have a street fight. 18 minutes and 28 seconds. I'm curious before we get into the match, because Vince is fucking 60 here. But before we get into that, if Batista wasn't hurt, what would he have done on this show? And how would that have affected Shawn Michaels here? Would Kurt Angle have been in the 3-way? Probably not. Maybe Shawn would have worked with Kurt, but what would that have left Batista?
God, who knows? And that's just armchair booking at this point. I really don't know. He wasn't. So you kind of move on and you forget about the what ifs on certain things because you're so focused on what's going to be.
Well, it's just interesting to me that, at this point it's been well established that Shawn Michaels really is Mr. WrestleMania. The prior year at 21, he had a phenomenal match with Kurt Angle. I think Kurt still thinks it's the best match he ever had. WrestleMania 20, he's in the 3-way dance on top, with, Benoit and Hunter. Main event. WrestleMania 19, he had another show stealing performance with Chris Jericho. So just one after another, it feels like he's in a big spot. And don't get me wrong, he's wrestling Vince McMahon. Anything Vince does at WrestleMania is a big deal, but it feels like a departure, certainly an opponent, more story. I mean, the next year he's going on last with John Cena at WrestleMania 23. Was Shawn happy with the way the cards were dealt here and that he winds up working with Vince?
Yeah, I mean, my God, I think that Vince was the top heels of all time. Definitely happy. And I mean, again, it was a unique story. I think Shawn kind of reluctantly went into that, but no, what's there to be unhappy about working with the boss and arguably the biggest heel in the company?
Spirit Squad are going to play a big role in this. Kenny flies like he's shot out of a cannon and his team's going to catch him. And that was the end of their first WrestleMania. And by this point, Vince is already bleeding badly from above the eye. And Vince is going to whip Shawn many times with his belt. It's going to be what Meltzer would call big time heat. And then Shane comes out, beats on Michaels with a kendo stick, but Shawn makes a comeback, hits a low blow and handcuffs Shane to the ropes. And then Shawn just destroys Vince and Shane with hard kendo sticks and nails Vince with a hard chair shot to the head. And Vince is really doing almost nothing, no wrestling, but it's just carried because he felt Michaels hit him as hard as he could with objects, not to mention Michaels' incredible facial expressions that kept people with it. It was really a one-sided slaughter, devoid of any usual psychology, while Shane just had to be handcuffed and watch. He would tease he's going to do a super kick, but then hold up, make some faces, beat Vince up a little more, and then tease it again. And the climax was pulled off of a 15-foot ladder. He put Vince on a table, put the garbage can over his head, and comes off with an elbow drop. Finally, a super kick ends it. Vince was carried out on a stretcher, but he flips off the audience on the way out. 3.5 stars. I mean, I know it's big on story. It's got a lot of heat, but in hindsight, I just wonder, is this really the best use of Shawn Michaels? But you say he loved it.
Yeah. And of course it's the best use of Shawn Michaels by having him in a huge feature match. And you get to see Shawn perform. You got to see Shawn do all of his stuff and, beat the most dastardly, despised heel probably ever.
What were you thinking watching this on a monitor backstage when you see your boss getting the shit beat out of him, pouring blood, taking this abuse? I mean, this is the leader of the company, 60 years old. We're a publicly traded company. And he's getting his ass kicked here.
Yeah, that's what he did. I was thinking Shawn hit him more. And then I was wondering, where's God? God, where are you, my eye? Yeah, I kept waiting for a God run in.
Is it
Don't think that wasn't discussed.
Oh God, are you serious?
No.
Okay. I got so excited just for a minute.
Yeah.
Hey, so WrestleMania 26 is obviously 4 years after this one, but Vince wrestles Brett there. What is it about Vince wanting to? I mean, we've also seen Vince wrestle Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania and Shane at WrestleMania. Does Vince feel like he needs to be in WrestleMania, or does creative say, what if, and what if just turns into, God damn, that's good shit?
Usually it's the battle. Vince is like, do not mention me. Do not put my name. I'm not doing it, and blah, blah, blah. And then eventually we'll get to the point where it's like, hey, yeah, well, it makes sense. Usually it's kicking and screaming begrudgingly going into it.
I'm also curious when you have a guy like this, who's usually captaining the ship. I mean, from what we understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, for most WrestleManias, Vince is seated in Gorilla, but now he's just went and worked his ass off. He's pouring blood. He's got to be worn out. He's got to be sore and hurting. Does he just walk back through, sit down, put the headsets on? Or is it time to fucking go recover for a few minutes? Somebody else has got to tag in.
It's time to recover later. You go put the headset back on and work. No time to. What the fuck? You gonna rest? Rest after the show.
Is that the one time you get to say shit like that to Vince? Cause he's normally the guy doing that in the meetings, right? What do you mean you got to go to bed? It's only 2 a.m. Goddamn. How much sleep do you need?
Yeah. Like, come on, let's go.
Wipe that blood out of your eyes, big boy. Let's go.
Yeah. Don't get any on the headset either.
Next up, we get Rey Mysterio. We talked about this a little bit up top. It's a big entrance. We just covered this match in long form with Kurt Angle. If you guys want to check out Kurt's breakdown of this match, we got a lot of meat on the bone there. It's the Kurt Angle show, drops on Sundays here on Westwood One. It's a 3-way match though. Ray's going to win the WWE title from Kurt Angle and Randy Orton here in a 3-way, 9 minutes, 18 seconds. Mysterio gets the big ring entrance. He's got the band, POD, playing his entrance music. And Kurt would say, you know, whatever this match had, 18 minutes or whatever is normally how they time out a show, not only for the bell to bell time, but the actual entrances. And the match gets cut very short because of the big band thing, but it is his crowning moment and it is WrestleMania. You got to have a special entrance or two in here somewhere, right?
Yes. Yeah, you do. And it was the right thing to do.
The fans, for whatever reason, start to turn a little bit on Mysterio and they're really cheering, "Let's go Angle." And they start booing Ray's offense, which in hindsight just feels like, how's this possible? The story is Ray wants to win for Eddie. We just saw Eddie get a huge reaction for his Hall of Fame induction and even acknowledgement on this very show. But I think they're just so far behind Angle. They just don't want it. They're even booing his attempt at a 619 and cheering when Angle does the ankle lock, which is crazy. But eventually it happens. And I think maybe the finish left a little bit to be desired. Mysterio knocks Angle out of the ring and does a 619 on Orton and then a springboard Hurricane Rana for the pin. And the crowd booed Mysterio the entire match, but then cheer when he wins. He goes to the back, and at that point, Chavo and Vicky come out to congratulate him. And the crowd's cheering this a lot, but Meltzer would say it was not the moment you would have expected from reading it. 3.5 stars. What could we have done better for this Rey Mysterio story and crowning moment? Is there a teachable moment in all this?
Well, I think that it was the Chicago crowd. I think it was that WrestleMania crowd more than anything, and they appreciate Angle, but I didn't think that they, when Ray won, it was the reaction you're looking for. And they did pop for Ray winning. So to that, you got what you want. I think sometimes they were, they kind of look at things a little cynical, going, they're putting Rey Mysterio over here, so we're not going to go the way they want us to go. But the match itself, good, quick match, told the story, and you got the hell out of there.
What's Siri saying these days?
It's the Americares building.
What?
Yeah.
What is it?
You asked what it wasn't Siri. It was someone else.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to work here too. I've got fucking phones and I got how many? I got 4 screens here going on and shit. I'm multitasking here. I'm a multitasking motherfucker. You know what I do, Conrad?
You record podcasts WrestleMania week when no one thought this would ever happen. Thank you for that.
I spend my days working hard on the go. But the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow.
But what else can you wait to do? I
can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight.
Where she got you?
Let's go. I gotta go.
Oh, okay.
God damn, you're over here fucking combing your beard and shit.
Well, you're just singing. I don't know what to do.
I'm a good singer.
I'm not arguing that.
People want this.
Was this match too short? 9 minutes, 18 seconds. Could we have cut a little bit out of the nonsense Vince McMahon 18-minute match?
Sure, you could have. I think that, could it have been longer? Sure, it could have been. I don't know if it needed to be, though.
I think it needed to be. You've got 3 of the best in-ring performers there. I would have liked to have seen them have a little more time. I mean, I don't think a longer match makes a better match by any means, but the Money in the Bank got more. Edge and Foley got more. I mean, they got 2 more minutes than Carlito did. Next up, we've got Tori Wilson and Candice Michelle. They go 3 minutes and 54 seconds in the Playboy pillow fight.
Time.
This was not the lingerie pillow fight people expected. It was more clothes tearing, bad wrestling. Nobody cared this late in the show. It was designed to be crummy so Triple H and Cena could get a fresh audience type of deal. Both ended up with their dresses torn, and Wilson won with a schoolgirl, I guess, in this case, dud. A Playboy pillow fight. I don't think we'll be seeing many of those in WWE in the future.
Yeah, no, and of course, you know, the genius who has promoted and produced so much television and events. That's what you want to do. You want to give people bad shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense. Let's get to our main event. John Cena, Triple H. They get 22 minutes and 2 seconds. Meltzer gave it 3 3/4 stars. Meltzer says it was real clear. This was portrayed as the main event. They had the most elaborate entrances, with Triple H coming out as Conan and Cena coming out as a Chicago gangster, with a bunch of gangsters in the car, many from OVW, including CM Punk. It should be noted, OVW star Colt Cabana was a druid for Undertaker earlier in the show. Fans seemed to boo both men early, but Cena far more. Triple H ended up getting cheered and worked almost as the face early, but it was a slowed pace early. And Triple H did his Harley race bump over the top. He also took a backdrop on the metal ramp. He whipped Cena into the steps. Cena did the big comeback and got booed. He had a hard clothesline, a 5-knuckle shuffle, and the STFU, but Triple H gets the ropes. The heat in the last few minutes of the match was excellent, and Triple H really deserves credit for carrying this match. Triple H laid out Cena and did the same DX crotch chop that Michaels did late in his match, and the crowd popped real big for it. Triple H got the sledgehammer and used it, but Cena kicked out. Cena uses the FU and Triple H kicks out. Triple H goes for the pedigree, but Cena reverses it into the STFU, and that's it. Triple H taps out. Meltzer would say the last several minutes had excellent heat, as much as people were for and against Cena, but in the end, it was the tension for the match that was so strong. It was better than Triple H versus Batista last year. 3 3/4 stars. I find that last comment interesting because the Batista Triple H storytelling was so good, with the evolution coming to an end, the big payoff, and they finally have the match. But a year later, he preferred the one with Cena. What did you like better, Triple H Batista the year prior, or Triple H Cena here?
I like this one.
Why do you like this one better?
I don't know. I think that this one had a little bit more electricity to it. And I'm talking about the match itself, the presentation, everything about it for this WrestleMania. And it was a great spotlight for Cena. And, you know, again, you have to consider the source here on the report. It was the same guy that at the top in his report was that it was obvious that Triple H was going over, and he knew Triple H was going over. So again, you have to consider your sources, and I thought that the electricity, the feeling, the overall ambiance of this match was just better. It's different.
Let me also understand in regards to the main event and the crotch chop. And we also saw the crotch chop from Shawn Michaels in his match with Vince. DX isn't actually going to be revealed as being a thing for their sort of reunion tour here in 2006 until June. Did going into this, you already have that planned for sure? Or was it just one of those what ifs, or did it just organically happen? And when the crowd popped, you thought, oh shit, there's something here.
It organically happened. And I mean, they crotch chopped in every match.
Right. But here it does feel like this is noted as, this is the first inclination. Hey, DX is coming back. Was it something that Triple H and Shawn were pushing for and liked the idea, or was it just earmarked?
No, it was just something that organically happened. That we said, hey, what if we did this? That one really wasn't planned.
Looking back, were you happy that Jim Ross did the commentary instead of Joey Styles?
Not really.
You would have been happy either way.
I'd have preferred Michael Cole.
Oh man, you're just a natural heel. Just a natural heel. John Cena, is this his big first major? I mean, he's had WrestleMania moments. I mean, going back to 2004 when he beat Big Show for the US title at 20, that was a cool moment. And then the year prior, he is working for the world title, but he's not going on last. John Cena's now going on last and beating a heritage character like Triple H. This is sort of the crowning officially. Cena's the top guy, right?
Yeah, I think that this is one more move in that direction to just, move him there and solidify it.
It's interesting to think, who closed the show the prior year, because you go back to that famous Royal Rumble where Cena and Batista both hit at the same time, and it was a whole situation. It felt like they thought Batista was going to be the top guy, and then he's injured here. He's not even on this WrestleMania, even though he main evented the prior year. It does make me wonder, would Cena have closed the show if Batista wasn't injured? Do you think by that point Vince had just decided we're going with him, or did the injury create the opportunity?
We had already decided we were going with Cena before this. Yeah. So, I mean, Cena was the guy.
Wrestling Observer readers rated Edge and Mick Foley as the best match and the Money in the Bank ladder match as second, with Cena and Triple H third. I know you didn't love the Edge Foley match. What was your favorite match on this show?
My favorite match was Cena Triple H.
The worst match was, according to the readers, the Boogeyman match, followed by, of course, the Playboy pillow fight. That's sort of neck and neck there, huh?
Yeah, they got to be tied.
Where do you rank this WrestleMania?
If only they had more time. If the pillow fight could have had like 18, 19 minutes.
I love you for that.
Had time to, tell a good story with that. And
well, if those ladies would slow down and sell a hold.
I know.
Hey, where do you rank this Mania in terms of looking back? I mean, you sort of said at the top of the show, this is almost like a black hole. It is a black hole of my fandom. I mean, I was watching, but not as intently as maybe I was, 10 years prior. We just talked about WrestleMania 96, and it feels like I remember more about that than I do WrestleMania 06. Do you think the same way?
I kind of do, but when you go back and you watch it, it was a damn good show.
It was a good show.
And so you think, well, shit, man, why the fuck didn't I remember it? And other than just different periods in time that go away.
We got a bunch of fan questions. There's no way to get to them all. Keith wants to know, any hesitation with the burning table spot? Not on your end, but did they have to sell it to Vince, or was Vince okay with letting the guys just do what they want?
A lot of hesitation, because you got to get a fire marshal approval, and there's a lot of things that could go wrong when you do things in a bingo hall that people hope is going to go up in flames. Nobody cares. I doubt that they had a fire marshal there that they had to contend with.
Stupid ass Stan wants to know, if Batista wasn't injured, and you already said, that's all fantasy booking, I don't know. Was it ever considered that there would be a Shawn Michaels Kurt Angle part 2, a rematch, if you will?
I don't know. I don't really remember. We were moving on the stories that we had at the time. Stan should have listened to the rest of the show earlier. He would have asked this question.
Dan Harvard wants to know, the Triple H banner being next to the McMahons at the top of the arena, was that a rib?
Yes.
I love you. Yes, fine. Fuck, you got one. All right.
Okay, whatever.
No, whatever. I don't care about that one. All right, let's move on. Dustin wants to know, do you remember any other alternate programs for Shawn Michaels even being discussed other than Mr. McMahon? People are fascinated by this.
I don't, because it was kind of one of those things that started and had legs, and I think that we expected a lot more negative backlash that never came, and it was more of a, goddamn, that boy Shawn Michaels needs to beat that Vince McMahon. Just take him out there and just whoop him. Give him a whooping his mama should have given him a long time ago. There wasn't this outrage. Oh my God, blasphemy, all this stuff. So it was different.
Here's something that we haven't talked about on this show at all. Let's go back 6 months prior to this. Was Shawn and Eddie the original plan? Logan wants to know that. I think we've talked about that before, that you had pitched. And I think even Shawn had said he wanted to wrestle Eddie at a WrestleMania. Do you think it would have been this one had Eddie unfortunately not passed away?
I know it was pitched because I pitched it all the time. I wanted that match so bad. this could have been the year that it could have happened.
IP Video says during the build up for the Cena Triple H main event, Triple H kept bringing up all of John's flaws as a professional wrestler. I believe the stink of this stayed on Cena for a long time. Do you think Triple H hammering that John Cena couldn't wrestle was best for business long term?
Well, I think that Cena proved that he could and that he could hang. And in the end, the result speaks volumes.
Well, I hope that you guys enjoyed that we have pulled off the impossible this week. We managed to sequester nearly 2 hours out of Bruce this morning on WrestleMania week. Bruce, I'm pretty excited. I know it's a different WrestleMania. I'm thankful that it's different from last year's though. We're going to have fans in person tomorrow night and Sunday night. It's on Peacock. And from what I understand, it's only a couple bucks to go ahead and get signed up. We used to pay like, I don't know, $50 for WrestleMania, and now it's a couple dollars. So I know a lot of people are being boo birds about the Peacock deal, but that's a pretty hell of a deal. That's a pretty great trade.
Absolutely, it is. And he had so much more.
WrestleMania this weekend. What are you most excited about? That it'll be over?
Isn't that terrible? I'm most excited to be performing in front of a live audience and to see people again.
Earlier this week, our great close personal friend Eric Bischoff became a bona fide Hall of Famer. I'm so happy for him. Anything you want to mention about your pal Eric getting in the Hall of Fame?
Just long overdue, extremely happy for him, and got a nice, we took a very nice photo.
You gonna post it?
That day. I sent it to you.
I know, but I didn't assume that was for public consumption.
It wasn't.
So can we ever post it?
You can post it tomorrow.
Okay. Saturday night.
I got it framed.
Oh, did you really? Oh, of course you did. I forgot. You got a fucking whole thing now.
You forget. That's my new obsession now, whereas like I sit up late at night and I can't sleep. So I just go and frame shit.
Well, yeah, that's a real thing. And we would plug it, but they're not sponsoring the show yet.
I know.
But maybe we should mention it and they would. By the way, we're going to be back next week to talk about a show that happened 30 years ago, April 15th, 1991. It's a Saturday night main event, number 29, in fact, from the Omaha Civic Center. It's going to actually air on April 27th. The event had 9,400 people in the crowd. And this is, it's going to be winding down the relationship here because what do you know? We're going to Fox after this, but our main event is, the Ultimate Warrior taking on Sergeant Slaughter. We've got the Nasty Boys working with the Bushwhackers. Mr. Perfect is in a battle royal with a lot of other superstars. Ted DiBiase is going to be wrestling Bret Hart. And our last match on the show is the Mountie Tito Santana. This is one of your last shows with the company before you take your hiatus, I believe is the phrase.
Yes. Hiatus. It's a good word.
Are you looking forward to talking about this or not so much since you know it's the end of a Prichard era?
Yeah, it is what it is. You live and you learn. And if you don't learn, then you die.
Well, hopefully you don't die this week at WrestleMania because it feels like it is one crazy show after another all week this week. Are you just going to plan to sleep like next Tuesday? Is that the plan?
Well, that would be nice if we didn't have live television coming next Friday and then the next Monday and then the next Friday and then the next Monday and then the next Friday and then the next Monday.
So it's just sleep when you're dead?
Yeah.
Well, I hope you don't die before next week because I'm looking forward to talking about 1991 WWF right here on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
You want to go to lunch? Sure, man, I want to go to lunch. First donde es el Pancho Villa? Si bien. De nada. Rock on.
You excited WrestleMania is tomorrow?
I am.
What's going to be better, Saturday night or Sunday night?
Both.
Oh, it's a bullshit answer. See you next week, folks.